Disclaimer, the comments made in this video are intended for entertainment purposes only and are not intended to offend anyone.
He does not accept excuse me. Station of children will always be wrong. It will always be evil.
Welcome to the chaos nobody asked for, but everyone needs to see. When tolerance turns into tantrums and common sense walks into the room, things get interesting. Let's dive in.
You love Trump?
What?
You love Trump?
Yeah, why? Stay away from me. Stay away from me. Weirdo?
This guy dressed up like a woman but brought the energy of a UFC fighter.
Breaking news, first at 11, a man assaulted over a Columbus controversy about a transgender athlete, and it's caught on camera.
Protesting for women's sports? Cool, but that'll get you attacked. Three-on-one because nothing says equality like ganging up on someone, and that guy still held his ground.
Like, there's students on campus that are living in communities where they don't feel safe because of rhetoric explaining that transphobia isn't accepted. So how do you think free speech impacts everybody in community?
Yeah, I mean, the idea that if somebody looks at a man and calls him a man, that they're suddenly unsafe because they've created a false reality in their own head.
Candace Owens just casually dismantling feelings with facts. You can almost hear the gears stripping in their heads. Riley Gaines went to an interview about protecting women in sports, but instead they attacked. Hyde Park turned into Fight Club because someone dared to say women's rights. Say it louder, maybe they'll start listening instead of swinging.
Men and women are a completely different thing. This is true. Have you ever met a man or a woman? They're completely different.
Completely different thing. You can't say you're a cat. It's not a thing. It's genders. It's not saying you're.
Okay, why is that? I don't understand. Why? Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, I won't ask you how old. I will ask you how old you are. Okay, because you're young enough that it's probably not insulting to ask you. So.
I'm 22, so I'm probably young and naive, right?
No. Why aren't you 60? Why aren't you 60? And why can't you identify as 60? What is the problem with you identifying as 60?
It's not the same as gender. You can't just...
You're right. Age is significantly less important than gender. You can't magically change your gender. You can't magically change your age.
Shapiro with the mic drop moment. If you can't change your age, why your gender? Silence louder than their protest chants. Detransitioned gay man tries to attend a worship event, gets attacked by the Love and Acceptance Squad. Irony's dead.
Well, you're calling me a man, right?
I don't care what you are.
Yeah, you can fight me like a Fight me. Fight me.
Have a laugh. Let's go.
She's yelling, "Are you calling me a man?" in the deepest voice imaginable. Sweetheart, you said it, not us.
I'm an American citizen, and I support the Ukraine. What President Trump and his sidekick, J.D. Vance, the vice president, did this week was shocking and shameful. President Zelensky, many of us here who are average citizens in the United States, we support you. We know that Russia is really at fault here, and that our Oompa Loompa is in his pocket. And for that, I know I am very sorry. And I am sorry that you're still having to deal with this war. But we stand with you and with the Ukrainian people, despite what was said in the Oval Office. He does not speak for all of us.
Ma'am, I don't think you're in the position to call Trump an Oompa Loompa. Me personally, I'd rather be an Oompa Loompa than Violet.
Ukrainians do not stand with Zelensky, but the liberal Americans do. Now that's very interesting. This is going to be an interesting year.
You're being a little dehumanizing.
Yes, I am being dehumanizing. While that is still in my body, is my choice.
What is the womb designed for?
It is designed to carry a clump of cells.
Where were you before you were born?
My dad's, I guess, testicles.
It wasn't you yet, because you is when there's a unique individual
so when I was
genetic
born,
identity.
then yes.
Come on, the science shows at the moment of fertilization, sperm egg fusion,
The
you have
science
unique.
doesn't
That's
actually
when
show that.
it does show that you have unique individual genetic identity. That is a fact.
That there is cell multiplication.
But
that does
what
not
kind of cell multiplication? It's not like skin cells. What is it? Come on.
It's a massive cells.
But what is it? It's a human embryo, right?
Well, yes.
That's developing rapidly.
But it is a clump of cells.
But we already said we are clumps of cells. So you're kind of using that pejoratively, like, oh, you're a clump of cells. You can be aborted. You can be miscarried. It doesn't matter. Who cares? You and I are clumps of cells. So it's a little dehumanizing.
Yes, I am being dehumanizing because it is a clump of cells.
But we are clumps of cells. We already you acknowledge that. Why wouldn't you dehumanize us
because
with that term?
Until
But
you are
dehumanize
actually outside of my body, there are no rights. Because if there were, my friends, there would already be laws on the books. And currently, there are no laws on the books that say that anything that happens before that birth means that they are not actually live.
That's actually inaccurate. So even in states like California, there has been such a thing until recently in the last 2 years as illegal abortions. Are you aware of that? So even in states that are blue states, there are illegal abortions where it says, yes, before birth, this is a person that has some rights and we're going to protect them.
She wants to be cool so badly. Until there are laws against or for something, you can do whatever you want. That is not an argument you want to make.
To the woman in the purple, because I saw you were making a face at my previous answer. So what's going on?
Well, actually, I have a couple of questions. At the core of pro-Palestinian protests on college campuses and elsewhere is a demand to end the war in Gaza, a goal that this administration actually supports and has pursued. So why has this not been acknowledged or highlighted even?
Because these colleges and these protests have again put out Hamas propaganda.
And that's how you press secretary. Carol 1 was made for this job. Guess what liberal thought? They said she's being mean and insecure. Input an eye roll and a sigh right here.
You're a woman that goes into the gym and you ask yourself, like, why does every man stare at me? Why don't I get approached by these men? Is something wrong with me? I'm gonna tell you the answer. I'm not being Delulu. This is just facts. I know it, and I've heard it from men saying why they don't approach me. The reason why you are not getting approached is because these men see you as a woman with high value. A lot of men just want to have fun, so they go and push themselves on women that they think don't have high value. This is the truth. Like, I'm trying to be kind, but that is the truth. You are not getting approached in a place where everyone's breaking their necks to stare at you. They know that if they approach you, you will hurt their ego. And they know that you are better than them. Men can sense if a woman is better than them, and that intimidates them. That just makes them scared, like, oh, no woman can be better than me. And personally, I take this as a compliment if I'm out in public getting a lot of stares.
I think I can speak for most guys right now. That's actually not the reason at all. The only reason guys don't really approach girls in the gym is because they're shy. That's it. Oh, she's high value and I don't want to hurt my ego. Type of weird psycho thing to say is that. And I think it's funny seeing someone confidently spew out nonsense on a subject they know nothing about and then to go ahead and label themselves high value. Go outside and touch some grass, please. I can assure you it's not that deep, all right?
This one lives in her head. Better than who? Maybe no man thinks you're pretty. Ever thought of that?
If I were to ask Vice President Harris a question, I think I would ask her, how soon do you think we can get the Equality Act passed?
How about Donald Trump?
I would ask him, do you see me as a human?
Oh.
What just happened? Can you people be any more cringy? Like, please, just try. 1 week without any drama or self-induced victimization. That's all we ask.
I will educate myself on the trans Native Americans that were running around America. We know that Native Americans were incredibly spiritual. There's no question about that.
Are you not spiritual? You believe in God?
I do believe in God, yes.
So
that doesn't make me believe in trans people. That doesn't make me believe that you can switch your parts. I don't believe they were performing surgeries. And you can let me know the wrong
people
body.
that felt that they didn't belong in the binary genders that we have.
Okay, so you're talking about somebody in the history of Native American history had a feeling that they were, and now you're saying that they're trans.
I'm just saying, I don't think you're really addressing what I'm asking. I'm saying that
I think I've addressed it like 20 times. And you're just not wanting to hear it because you want to believe that there were trans Native Americans that were chopping off their genitals. They weren't. This is very common when people take drugs, which the Native Americans did. But again, they weren't chopping their off. So no, this is a different thing that we're dealing with here.
Candace Owens destroyed the trans indigenous history narrative in record time. Brutal.
Did you just assume my gender? You said white man.
Okay, I see your point.
How do you know I'm not a woman?
I see your point.
You need to check your white privilege, your white female privilege.
She thought she had him cornered. He teased her with her own logic.
What is the end goal here? Am I supposed to apologize for sharing a video of some unhinged individual literally threatening some First 48 type shit on not only J.K. Rowling but Nancy Mace too? Am I the one that you... First of all, you and I both know this comment is full of hot...
Keyboard warrior energy crumbled faster than a stale cookie.
So I always have to ask the question at the end. I mean, everyone knows what the question is going to be, but... So what is a woman? Can you define the term?
I think the answer to what is a woman is a person who aligns with feminine traits that we traditionally associate with females, or that people that align with the feminine side of the spectrum. So that's my answer. And I think that answer should, the definition of everything changes over time. And as we continue to learn more about what humans can really be, I think that can continue to grow. And I hope you understand that.
Someone call Merriam-Webster because they sure can't.
Schools, and now I've figured it out. I figured it out because all these people came here to defend you all from hurtful words. This is obnoxious. Let me just say, there is one goal for the educational system. It should be to prepare children to enter careers to be productive members of society. It is not a counselor.
This mom walked into a school board meeting and walked out having wrecked the entire woke agenda.
Proud of yourself for debating college kids who are unprepared to speak in front of an audience like yourself. Do you think that's a little bit silly?
Are you a voter?
I am a voter. I'm a registered voter.
I vote and you vote. So I'm talking to voters of this country that will determine the future of Western civilization. That's what I'm doing here for. Yeah? Wait, hold on. How is it any different than a professor talking to you?
Then a professor talking to you? Who are you?
Well, important enough for you to come up to a microphone.
Actually, when I first saw this ad, I thought it was like an improv comedy thing.
Student tries to roast Charlie Kirk, ends up roasting himself. Instant karma.
How many genders are there?
2.
And they are?
Male, female.
But what about someone's right to tell you what their gender is?
No problem at all. So it's you're going to tell me what your gender is, but in the world is less far world, I don't have to believe it, but I'm thrilled for you. You're a lampshade. I'm so happy. Let me put a light bulb up.
Peak sarcasm plus biology, deadly combo. RIP to the argument.
Your definition is that a woman is someone who is female, you said, right?
Correct, is a biological female.
So what happens if we have maybe someone who is female, identifies as a woman, right? You know, cisgender woman, right? As you just explained, that maybe doesn't have the ability to reproduce. Maybe doesn't have those organs that you're talking about that are reproductive organs.
I have answered the question. You stood up here and said trans women are women.
Yes.
Tell me what you mean. What is a woman?
Womanhood is something that, just as Ethan explained, I cannot define because I am not myself.
You used the word. So what did you mean when you said trans women are women if you don't know what it means?
Right. So here's the thing. So I do not define what a woman is because I do not identify as a woman. Womanhood is something that is an umbrella term. It includes people
that describes what?
People who identify as a woman.
Identify as what?
As a woman.
What is that?
Was to each their own. Each woman, each man, each person is going to have a different relation with their own gender identity and define it differently.
This wasn't a trick question, but apparently basic biology is rocket science now.
Charlottesville is an egregious symptom of what is wrong with parts of all over America. I'm not jumping to conclusions, sir. I'm being factual, and you are dismissing it. And, you know, perhaps if you would actually speak to the heart of these things, we could get to the bottom of some of it.
Hold on a second. Simone, let's get a point of clarification. Ken, what are you disagreeing with exactly? Simone's argument is basically that, you know what white supremacists are about. You know what Robert E. Lee evokes. That's what they used for the basis for coming together. What is your point of disagreement exactly?
Right. Well, my point of disagreement is that was an excuse to bring these groups together. The local blogger who got the permit to protest the removal of the Robert E. Lee statue then blew this up. That was an excuse. Look at how they got the permit. And can I finish, Simone? Will you just shut up for a minute and let me finish?
Pardon me, sir. You don't get to tell me to shut up on national television.
He got frustrated. She's yelling about decorum, but she couldn't let him have 5 seconds of uninterrupted speech.
Before we started reading about it, it could have been stopped in its tracks. Unfortunately, they didn't decide to make it public, but the whole world is suffering because of it.
You did say a few days ago, though, you did have a sense that this was a pandemic that was coming. So why was the United States not prepared with more testing?
We were very prepared. The only thing we weren't prepared for was the media. The media has not treated it fairly. I'll tell you how prepared I was. I called for a ban from people coming in from China long before anybody thought it was. In fact, it was your network. I believe they called me a racist because I did that. It was many of the people in the room. They called me racist and other words because I did that, because I went so early. So when you say we weren't prepared, had I let these tens of thousands of people come in from China a day, we would have had something right now that would have been, you wouldn't have even recognized it compared to where we are. How many people have passed away? How many people have died as of this moment? You could multiply that by a factor of many, many, many. So when you say that I wasn't prepared, I was the first one to do the ban. Now other countries are following what I did. But the media doesn't acknowledge that. They know it's true. They know it's true, but they don't want to write about it. Yeah.
Because woke reporters would rather support the woke agenda, they did call it travel ban racism. Before the mask obsession, they said the lockdown was his fascism showing. CNN needs to pick a side before people start tuning to podcasts instead.
Been in government? Could I ask you that?
Did serve in the previous administration.
Oh, you didn't tell me that. Oh, I see. You didn't tell me that, John. You didn't tell me that. Did serve in the previous administration. You mean the Obama administration. Thank you for telling me that. See, there's a typical fake news deal.
You asked me when she was appointed. I told you when she was appointed.
You're a third-rate reporter, and what you just said is a disgrace, okay? You asked me, you said, sir, just got appointed. Take a look at what you said now. I said, when did this person, how long in government? Well, it was appointed in the Obama administration. Thank you very much, John. Thank you very much. You will never make it. Go ahead, please.
Does anyone know of this John? Well, guess he was right. John's not making out of the trenches.
Quentin, you have put Margot Robbie, a very talented actress, actor, in your film. She was in with Leonardo in Wolf of Wall Street. I, Tonya. This is a person with a great deal of acting talent, and yet you haven't really given her many lines in the movie. And I wondered, I guess that was a deliberate choice on your part, and I just wanted to know why that was, that we don't hear her actually speaking very much. And Margot, I wanted you to also comment about being in the film in this part.
Well, I just reject your hypotheses.
So, this is about the movie Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It's almost as if a writer can create his piece however he pleases. Also, the feminist reporter didn't even choose the best recommendation movie. The one with Leonardo DiCaprio is Wolf on Wall Street, and she didn't speak too much either. Guess why? Because her character didn't. If a man was given less lines compared to a woman, they would have found an artistic interpretation.
Do you support age restrictions for puberty blockers and hormone therapies for trans kids?
I think that Justin Trudeau is trying to divide and distract Canadians by spreading disinformation about the decisions that premiers and parents are making.
What do you think?
What do you think?
I want to know your position.
What do you
your own
party
policy?
It's your own party policy, a party
I
convention.
think we should protect the rights of parents to make their own decisions.
What does it mean?
With regards to their children. And I believe that adults should have the freedom to make any decision they want about their bodies.
But minors,
surgeries
and medical interventions for minors, as your own party members suggested.
Medical interventions like what?
That is the language that your party
What medical
uses.
interventions?
Well, you would have to ask your party members.
What medical interventions?
Such as puberty blockers and hormone.
For minors?
Yes.
Irreversible? You're talking about irreversible?
I'd like to understand your
I just want to be clear. No, I want to be clear. I just want to be clear.
For minors.
Puberty blockers for minors?
Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that?
I think that we should protect children
What
and their
does that
ability
mean?
to make adult decisions when they're adults.
So
And
you
that
think
will protect-
only adults should make you said yes? Just to be clear, you said yes, only adults should take puberty blockers?
I think we should protect children, let them make adult decisions when they become adults.
So that
That's
means
what I
you
believe.
you are against puberty blockers for kids under the age of 18. Is that
Yes.
clear? Okay. What about? Can I ask you about in Alberta?
By the way, I just want to make another comment on this. Justin Trudeau is again puffing out his chest, trying to divide Canadians and attack parents who are trying to protect their kids. He will, in the end, back down on this, just like he had to back down on his firearms policy, just like he had to back down on bringing in medical assistance and dying for people suffering from mental illness, just like he's backing down again and again and again. He will back down on this because he is not interested in protecting kids. He's interested in using this as a divisive wedge to distract from doubling housing costs and quadrupling carbon taxes on our people.
But for you, so you're against puberty blockers for kids under the age of 18. Hey, what about opting
Yes,
in?
I am.
What about parents in Alberta having to opt in? Where do you stand
every
on that?
lesson,
No, that's a decision for the province.
How many different ways do these activists desire the answer? The man said, no, let adults decide on such a change. Move on.
You and Mike Tomlin are two of the few black head coaches in the league. I wonder what your relationship is like with him and your thoughts on Steve Wilkes joining that fold.
I have a very good relationship with Tomlin. We don't look at what color we are when we coach against each other. We just know each other. I have a lot of very good white friends that coach in this league as well, and I don't think it's a big deal. As far as us coaching against each other, I think it's normal. Wilkes got an opportunity to do a good job. Hopefully he does it. And we coach ball. We don't look at color.
But you also understand that representation matters too, right? And that when young aspiring coaches or even football players, they see someone that looks like them, maybe grew up like them, that has to mean something.
Well, when you say you see you guys and look like them and grow up like them, means that we're oddballs to begin with. And I think the minute you guys stop making a big deal about it, everybody else will as well.
Like Morgan Freeman said, if you're trying to end racism, stop talking about it. This whole representation nonsense is just a subtle way to amplify racial divide. Like and a comment. If you haven't subscribed, do that right now. You don't want to miss out on the good stuff, okay? Let's go.
Are men allowed to have opinions on moral topics?
Yeah, you are, of course, allowed to have opinions, but it's a really controversial opinion to tell a woman what to do with their body. You are a man, and it's not your field-based eye.
So if it's not your DNA, why is it your choice?
Of course, it's my body.
It happens to be temporarily in your body, but is it your being?
Yeah.
It is? Didn't the woman make a choice to have sex and then she should carry the responsibility that comes with it?
I think there are two people who should carry the responsibility, not only the woman.
Okay, wait, hold on. So then shouldn't a man be able to say, you can't have an abortion without my consent? I thought you said it was just a woman's issue.
Please, make up your mind, lady. Are men involved or not? Classic 2024 feminists. You want women to do it all, but somehow want men to suffer for doing nothing at the same time. It's the my body, my choice tag for the woman and the deadbeat father label for the man. Crazy sides of a coin.
We all have our past traumas, and sometimes, you were promiscuous in the past, but now you've changed your ways, and somebody should accept you for that.
I don't like to use the word should. It's one of my things. I'm trying to eliminate that shit word, but...
Why not?
Should?
Yeah, it's quite a common word in the vernacular.
It is a very common word. There's a lot of common words that we could delete from our language, but should is a shit word. It just makes us judge each other, put ourselves against, compare ourselves to each other, and then it makes us give ourselves standards that we're not really doing. We're saying that, oh, we should do this, we should do this, we should do this. It's saying, you're putting yourself at failure.
I have a question. I have a question on the should thing.
Yeah.
If you have a child, should you feed the child?
It is best looked upon to feed the child.
That was a whole minute of her discussing utter rubbish. It's best looked upon? No, ma'am. Your kind keeps fighting the use of appropriate words. First it was ladies and gentlemen. Now you're hunting for should?
Hey, Charlie.
So I'm a student here. Just going to start off and say that I disagree with you on a lot of things, and specifically I'd like to ask about how you and the people you associate with, the people you provide a platform for, often say things that are a lot of rhetoric that's definitely against the LGBT community, like the comedian on here earlier who was making fun of a trans person. And I'm just wondering, how do you feel that this kind of rhetoric, pushed primarily by the right, maybe influences the phenomenon that are observed, such as LGBT people having higher rates of suicide? How do you think that that might play into that?
Not at all. They should get tougher. Life is tough. Let me ask the question. Are a bunch of Christians committing suicide because of all the anti-Christian films, music, and jokes that have permeated Hollywood the last 30 years?
What anti-Christian media?
Like everything? How about the entire... You cannot watch a Simpsons episode, a Family Guy season, a Netflix special, Hulu special without, oh, this pastor is unfaithful, one-off joke about the hypocrisy of the church, or, oh, this Catholic priest is a pedophile, or, oh my goodness, they're covering for their licentiousness. It is widespread. It is embedded into the fiber of the creative code of Hollywood. So I will ask the question, as the bullying, the slander, and the mockery of, how about conservative America? Watch Bill Maher. They'll make fun of deplorables. They're awful people. They cling to their guns and their religion in Walmart. Have we seen an increase in suicide of conservative Christians because they're made fun of so much?
Do you think that maybe if you think this does...
No, you got to answer the question, because it's either like widespread mockery leads to suicide. Have we seen that connection in other places?
Well, then why? Why is...
So hold on, guys, hold on. Why are trans people committing suicide so much?
Why?
Because they have deep-seated mental problems to begin with.
Oh, trying hard to get a pacifier for the liberal babies, I see. Every month, one celebrity is in a sinful nun costume. They accessories the crown of thorns. Conservatives actually get physically attacked. If you want to play Hardship Olympics, I'm sure the gold doesn't go to the Halloween gang. And the student actually went on to say, the reason for these statistics that the alphabet painted is because conservatives do not accept them. Okay, no actual woman would hurt herself because strangers don't accept them. You know why? It's because they know who they are. No actual woman needs strangers to make her feel better about her gender. It's wired into her brain.
All right, so why are you here? Why does this mean so much to you?
Because I believe in everyone's right to choose their own.
Even, how about the child?
If the child can't survive on its own outside of the womb, then the health of the mother takes precedent, because if the mother doesn't survive, then neither does the fetus.
So I found it interesting, you said if it can't survive. So what if I were in a coma? Would you just say, kill me?
No, actually, I'm an ICU nurse, and I can talk a lot about how I could keep you alive in a coma.
Okay, but you're alive in the womb as well, so what's the difference?
The difference is if you were taken out of the womb before 23 weeks of gestation, you cannot survive.
Okay, but you also can't survive if you're in a coma. If you're on life support, you need life support to stay alive.
Yeah.
It's hilarious how this woman actually works in healthcare. Don't they take oaths anymore? A lot of aged people basically cannot survive on their own. Are nursing homes going to become abortion clinics for the elderly? Do we just eradicate every weak person?
Except a different victim.
Sexist and racist.
No, it's speciesist, because you're oppressing...
That's a made-up word, Marcel.
No, it isn't. You can look it up for yourself. You're a speciesist, which means you're no morally different to a racist or a sexist.
Lady, I have to go.
Why do you keep calling me lady? It's a bit condescending.
It's a bit condescending.
Condescending.
What's your pronouns? She, her, right?
Yeah, but you just keep saying look lady as if I'm some weirdo.
You are actually
I am?
weirdo, mate.
Did she say speciesist? Wow, throwing out big words, and she probably doesn't know what the word woman means.
Need love too, right?
No, not anymore.
No. You're not fucking with the short kings, no?
Not anymore.
He's China, you
Sorry,
type.
guys. No.
No. Why?
Because he's a rat. Yeah, because he's a rat.
I'm a what?
Because you can't grow a beard.
A rat. Wow. Looks like he's got a beard to me.
Really?
Kingskeeper that called that you could. I mean, for your grooming needs.
I think you need to use the Manscaped. It's rosemary oil.
I think you need to use the Venom Power and lose some weight. I don't think you should be talking. I don't think you should be talking. I don't think you should be talking anything about anyone's looks.
Why is everyone grabbing their pearls and gasping? She went on and on, insulting his appearance and even poked his face. At least he didn't poke her belly.
Imagine you coming to our restaurants and then you get some people coming to your table and trying to disrupt your evening. It's abuse.
I'm going to start running into vegan restaurants.
That's fine. Go for
just
it.
shouting
That's your
and
right,
being
that's your
annoying
right to protest
and grabbing
this.
tables, and so you can't eat your gruel, and just see how you lot like it. I'm going to go to your house and chop paint all over it.
Piers, you've got a right to protest. Oof! You've got me another one.
Stick it off your bingo.
Past it.
Stick it off your bingo, son.
But where's the salt? Where's it?
Won't need any of this gruel. Let's put that
Fantastic.
to one side, but I will have a bit of steak just to...
You didn't salt it, though.
You see, all you've achieved is you've made me want to do this. Just eat a
That's
lovely...
absolutely fine. You go for it.
A bunch of vegan activists barged into a Salt Bay steakhouse and decided to harass customers just trying to enjoy their meal. No one burgers you when you eat grass and make-believe chicken, guys. The restaurant should have smacked them with a lawsuit for disruption.
Listen, if your argument to me is that I or anyone else should support your politics because you want to show to children, you're going to lose.
Well, I don't think that is a policy done by teachers in this country. I think that this is
book was in schools in Florida,
There
which
are
is
a
why...
ton of books that are in a ton of schools. I don't believe in censorship. That's not my bag,
So
buddy.
you think children should have...
I don't...
You obviously do not really think. You can't even bring yourself to see reason because of the horrible ideologies you have subscribed to. You do not believe in censorship, so people who obviously get a kick out of sexually exposing children are allowed to do so. Where do we draw the line? After sex handbooks for kids, what's next? Kiddie version of adult content.
Question for you. What would you tell parent? Look them in the eye, and what would you tell them?
I tell them I'm sorry for their loss.
5-year-old needs to have an AR-15 in the classroom to defend themselves?
That's not what I said at all. No, you're putting words in my mouth.
No, I'm not. I didn't say you said that. No.
No, I wouldn't say that at all. I say sorry for your loss.
Oh, but what? How would you explain to them why you should have an assault rifle?
What is an assault rifle?
Big gun that you shouldn't have.
What is the definition of an assault rifle? If you're going to tell me I don't need something, you better have the definition.
What is that? How it works?
What is an assault rifle?
It's a. I'm being honest. I don't know what the exact dictionary definition.
In a conversation about the need for gun control, this student begins with playing Word Twister. Finally, she lands in a term she doesn't even know. Also, AR-15 is the only gun wokies know, it would seem. Wonder who used it first? They couldn't even Google search other guns. Such lazy followers.
Disability argument. So if somebody does conceive and they have disabilities, you would think they are more likely, or you would encourage them to have an abortion?
They should have the option if genetic testing of the embryos suggests that it's going to be positive, it's going to have fatal abnormalities or be incredible, basically if it's not going to be viable outside the womb, abortion should be an option that's available to families.
Do you think that could be a form of discrimination?
Wait a minute, what? Now we are choosing what kind of child gets aborted? The world is becoming scarier by the minute. Does this insane selection continue even after a disabled child is born?
Hey! Ho ho! Donald Trump has got to go!
Why?
Hey! Ho ho!
Why?
Donald Trump has got to go!
Why?
Hey! Ho ho! Donald Trump has got to go!
Why?
Hey!
Why?
Ho ho! Donald Trump has got to go!
Why?
Hey!
Why?
Ho ho! Donald Trump has
That's
got
not
to
an
go.
argument.
Hey!
That's not an argument.
Ho. Donald Trump has got to go! Hey! Ho ho! Donald Trump has not to take your racism.
Hey! Ho ho! Their IQ is very low. Hey! Ho ho! Their IQ is very low. Hey!
Hey, ho, ho. Their IQs are indeed very low.
You're over here appropriating a space for your own personality.
I'm a journalist.
You're not a journalist.
How do you decide who's a journalist?
I mean, considering I was fired as a journalist, you're no journalist.
Literally, would you rather be at your sick your whole life?
You're not doing this for, like, what the actual conversation is, which is getting rid of this country.
Getting rid of this country?
Getting rid of America, getting rid of the West. This is what this is for.
You want to get rid of America?
Yes! Everyone here understands that at some level we need to get rid of America completely.
What should we do?
Decolonization, land back.
Where should we go, though?
In our communities. We need to go leave the capitals, leave the central capitals of commerce, of capital itself.
Wait a minute. It takes the loss of brain cells to understand these people sometimes. You need to get rid of America? You need to leave? True, true. Grab your other rainbow fellows and get out. We'll help you pack.
You create a company that's like close to being a fascist, and then like.
Okay. Well, how am I? Sorry. Let's go through this. How am I a fascist?
Dude, like you.
Can you name one thing I believe that's fascist?
You believe that like you are. But
I'm such a bad fascist. I let the people who disagree in open mic to talk to me for 2 hours uninterrupted.
Okay.
I'm an awful fascist.
Somebody in the colorful gathering called Charlie a fascist, and bro just ran with it. Man, the future seems bleak.
What would you say is the main goal with tonight's protest?
I think the goal is just showing our support for Palestine and demanding that NYU stops. I honestly don't know all of what NYU's doing.
Is there something that NYU's doing?
I really don't know. I'm pretty sure they're... Do you know what NYU's doing? About what? About Israel. Why are we protesting here?
Palestine will be free!
I wish I was more educated.
College students wishing they were more educated about a cause they resided to stand by, a cause they are out at night protesting for. You are protesting against an institution that you are not even sure is doing what you're accusing her of. Wow.
Good afternoon to you, Shivani.
Good afternoon, Julia. You know my pronouns are they, them. How are you doing?
Yeah. Thank you for telling me your pronouns. I use correct grammar, so the only thing I would need to refer you to is to your face would be you. But I'm not being rude. You can choose your pronouns. You can choose what you want to call yourself, but you don't get to require me to use incorrect grammar and factually incorrect things. You're not a plural. You're a one person, and you're a female person. So I will use she and her. Thank you very much.
Do what you like, I guess.
Well, there you are. You didn't need to tell me then, did you?
Maybe I'm just making sure people know in case they're watching and they want to refer to me respectfully.
Is it disrespectful for me to use correct factual grammar?
It's not incorrect or unfactual grammar to use singular they them pronouns for an individual. But we're here to talk about the cast review.
Yeah, but you chose to bring it up.
You chose to use the incorrect pronouns for me.
I chose to use the correct pronouns for a single woman who is appearing on my show.
I'm not a single woman, though. I'm a very special non-binary trans person.
Is that what this is all about? The desperate need to feel special and different from everyone else? The host has not even used a pronoun. She called you by name, but you just have to seek a little attention, don't you?
Older people like you guys, you can't grasp the idea.
Excuse me, I'm quite young.
All right, buddy.
I identify as 19.
See, this is the argument that people keep pulling. It's not about that.
Why
if people want to be
legitimate argument though? Why can't I identify as a black person, but I can identify as a woman?
What? See, this is what I mean. Why is it harmful that people want to, identify as another gender? How does that harm you?
How does it harm you that I want to identify as 19?
It doesn't harm me.
Okay, so then why don't you accept it?
I didn't say I didn't accept it.
Do you accept that I'm 19?
If you want to say that, it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect me.
So will you take back your statement where you said that I was an old man?
What?
Yeah, it got a little too ridiculous for you, didn't it? Now imagine how we feel with all the new colors being shoved down our throats.
Zero evidence that I'm a racist.
You've enabled racists. That makes you racist.
Like Candace Owens.
You've enabled racists.
Like Larry Elder.
The only name that
like
you know.
Dr. Ben Carson. Like Stacey Dash.
Dr. Ben Carson.
Yeah, Dr. Ben Carson.
Oh,
the
yeah.
bitter racist who's a black head of housing and urban development.
Yeah, because being black really makes you really anti-racist.
So at what point would I not be a racist then?
When you stop enabling racists.
Name one.
All of your supporters. All of these motherfuckers.
All these people are racist? That's an unbelievably racist thing to say. Oh. Are you serious?
Yes, racists and racism, the only keywords wokies know, but somehow do not understand. And what's more childish than realizing you've lost an argument and throwing a tantrum? Water on personal equipment? Psst, sounds like a destruction of personal property charge. Hope they have more water in jail.
Are your hats free?
No.
They're not?
No.
I thought you supported socialism, free everything.
Walk away.
Why do you call it a hat?
No. What is this,
I thought you supported socialism. I also support surviving in a country where I don't have health care. Get the f*** out of my face, you freak!
Please don't scream at me. I haven't raised my voice.
I don't care if you didn't raise your voice. It doesn't make you sound like, get the f*** out of my face!
That was kind of scary.
Yeah, you should be scared. You should be scared, because you're a piece of How about you talk to your doctor about your health problems and leave my health problems with me and my doctor and get the government out of it? And who's are you, stranger? Stranger? You want to look at my get the out of here!
I never said I wanted to look at her, but
all of you like white supremacist people think you just talk calmly, you seem normal? Why are we upset? Because you're a psycho!
He didn't even have to do anything. The more she opened her mouth, the deeper she dived into the mud. Ma'am, have some dignity.
Are you a liberal? Yeah. We'll just keep getting we'll just keep getting variants over and over and over until people get vaccinated. I hate Donald Trump. I'm gonna say it. I don't care what y'all think. Trump sucks. Turn off the Fox News. Do your parents listen to Fox News? So what? This is my classroom, and if you guys are gonna put me at risk, you're gonna hear about it, because I have to be here. Most of y'all parents are dumber than you. I'm gonna say that out loud. My parents are freaking dumb. Okay? Oh, I could go off on it the whole entire class period if you want me to. But I'm not going to. You're taking chemistry. If you don't believe in climate change, get the hell out.
This high school chemistry teacher in Utah decided to share her diary entries with her students instead of teaching about atoms and compounds.
Hi, I'm hoping that you could explain without using a single buzzword or a conservative talking point what CRT is.
So you want to go back to Herbert Marcuse, the Frankfurt School, Michel Foucault, Jacques Derrida,
I want you to answer
man?
my question.
No, I'm just asking you, how far back do you want me to go?
I want you to explain what CRT is.
What CRT is comes out of critical theory, which came out of the Frankfurt School, which is a belief that there are systems that exist both institutionally and systemically, and that through critical theory, which also has critical law theory, through the kind of the changing of how we view society must be through a racial lens and not through a economic lens or through a legal lens. And if you look very clearly at the writings of Marcuse, at the writings of Spinoza, especially in the early 1990s where this started to pop up, there was this idea that we must give preference based on the melanin content of people's skin, not on actions, not on choices, and instead, because America's so unequal, because it is so inequitable, that these writers and authors that were the beginning people that actually started this term critical race theory 50 or 60 years ago believed that this would be a true Marxist type movement that would help happen in this country. It was kind of fostered and started in many different universities across this country. Marcuse came from the Frankfurt School, and it really kind of comes back to the couple beliefs that CRT believes in, to make it overly simple. Number one, that there is no such thing as absolute truth. That number two, power dynamics are more important than anything else. Number three, skin color should be something that has a top priority in how we characterize people and their worth and their dignity. Number four, that kind of American history and kind of how we teach it is completely wrong. Five, that America is systemically racist, and I could continue from that. That right there is a 35,000-foot view. Happy to go deeper, but that is the history of critical race theory, and it's evolved into terms of wokeism, diversity, equity, inclusion, the idea of America being systemically racist, 1619 Project. They're all outgrowths of the postmodern deconstructionist type viewpoint that started in the 1960s from Marcuse, who was a Marxist type believer in the Frankfurt School, was expelled, found domicile here in America, and implemented in our colleges. How'd I do?
I do appreciate that response. Thank you. You did use the word wokeism, which is a conservative buzzword, unfortunately. I'm going to take my seat. Thank you.
So he just broke it into bite-sized pieces, but she just walked away because she wanted the bites in dinosaur shapes.
Be bred to eat. It's not like we're just picking a random cow and killing it.
Just because that's their purpose that we forced upon them, does that justify murder?
Do you not force upon dogs to be pets as well? Do you have a dog? Do you have a pet dog?
Yes, I have a companion dog.
What kind of dog?
He's a Jack Russell.
How much did you pay for that?
I don't know. He's been in my family for 10 years, but I don't agree with breeding animals into existence.
So why did you?
So I wasn't vegan at that point in time. As a vegan, I would never pay.
Did she just say companion dog? A Jack Russell, Lolo.
Nashville drag performer. Okay, that doesn't sound too good. I gave you guys a warning not to block me, but if I'm gonna have to use the megaphone, that's what's gonna have to happen. Oh my goodness, look at that. Look at that. What do you imagine? This is... Uh-oh, she's getting violent. She's getting violent. This isn't good. This isn't good. That's destruction of property, ma'am. Learn your laws. That's destruction of property.
Okay, but did you see her face? Someone is about to become a meme.
In your court, what matters more? The rights of individuals or your political ideology?
I apply the law to the facts.
I asked a question, which matters more?
Well, my political ideology doesn't matter at all.
Okay, so I don't believe you. And I think this case demonstrates that you are willing to subjugate the rights of individuals to satisfy your political ideology. This case involves a male defendant who raped a 9-year-old boy. Was he guilty of that?
Yes, the petitioner pled guilty to that.
Okay, so he raped a 9-year-old boy. He also raped a 17-year-old girl. Was he guilty of that?
He pled guilty, the petitioner pled guilty to that crime as well.
So was he guilty?
I hope so, because she pled guilty to it.
He was a he when he did this.
That's correct.
1 year after being released again, he was convicted of having child pornography. Is that correct?
I'm unclear on exactly the time frame that you're at, but the petitioner was convicted of distributing child pornography.
Child pornography that was images of adults violently raping children.
Abhorrent conduct.
Okay.
For which there are real victims.
And this individual, 6'2", biologically a man. A minute ago you said that when this man decided that he was a she, you said this individual was, quote, I wrote it down, sober and entirely a female. That phrase struck me as remarkable. Did this individual have male genitalia?
I think what I said, or at least what
that is a verbatim quote, entirely a female.
Sorry, what I meant to say was hormonally a female.
Okay, but that's not entirely. Did this individual have male genitalia?
Yes.
So you took a 6'2" serial rapist, serial child rapist with male genitalia, and he said, you know, I'd like to be in a women's prison. And your answer was, that sounds great to me. Let me ask you something. The other women in that prison, do they have any rights?
Is that a question?
Yes, the other women in that prison, do they have any rights?
Of course.
Do they have the right not to have a 6'2" man who is a repeat serial rapist put in as their cellmate?
Senator Cruz, I considered the facts presented to me, and I reached a decision.
I asked you a question. I asked you a question. Do they have a right not to have a 6'2" man who is a serial rapist put in as their cellmate? Do those women have a right to that?
Every person who's incarcerated has the right to be safe in their space.
But you didn't think so. You didn't think so. And in fact, I'm going to give some quotes from your order because Senator Kennedy is right. This is not a judge's order. This is a political activist. By the way, the beginning of your order says, at birth, people are typically assigned a gender. I gotta say that would astonish a lot of Americans. A lot of Americans think you go to the hospital, a baby is born, and congratulations, you have a little boy, a little girl. The assigned a gender, I know you went to Brown, but it sounds like it's in a college faculty lounge with no bearing on reality. The Bureau of Prison argued. What I'm saying right now, that if you put this person in a female prison, there will be a risk of assault to the women. And you know what you did? You said you didn't care about the women. Have you dealt, in what universe is someone who is a serial repeat child rapist not at a risk of reoffending?
Senator, as I do in every case.
Okay, I know you've been told to repeat the line, I follow the law. I asked a question. In what universe is someone who is a serial repeat child rapist not at risk of reoffending?
Sir, I looked at the facts that were before me in this case. All of the evidence, including the statements of every warden who had supervised this petition.
I have to say, if I were the father of one of those women, and you decided that my daughter's cellmate was going to be a 6'2" man who over and over and over again committed violent sexual assault, I would say the entire justice system is absurd, and it is clear on your record your political ideology matters a heck of a lot more than the rights of those women that you endangered. I think you're a radical, and I think you have no business being a judge.
This judge put a 6'2" male serial rapist into a female prison because he was on estrogen. You can't even ask the question, what was going through her mind? Because nothing was. Absolutely nothing. All she wanted was a good star for a little rainbow club. Oh, did you catch her calling the rapist a he a few times before catching herself? Someone's in trouble.
So what is a woman?
Why do you ask that question?
I just really like to know.
What do you think the answer to that question is?
Well, I'm asking. That's why I came to a college professor who's this is what you do.
What other kinds of answers have you gotten?
A lot of like this, where you're not answering, and I've gotten a lot of that. So
I think it's interesting that you say that some of the people you've interviewed have been reluctant to answer it, and I think that has a lot to do with the questions that preceded it, and the way that you've conducted yourself in the interview.
How have I conducted myself?
How do you think you've conducted yourself?
You just really don't want to answer the questions, do you?
I came today very willing and enthusiastic about answering questions about women's and gender sexuality studies, which is the work that I do.
You wanted to answer questions about women's studies, and so shouldn't the first answer you should be able to provide is what exactly is a woman?
Well, for me, it's actually a really simple answer, and that's a person who identifies as a woman.
But what are they identifying as?
As a woman.
But what is that?
As a woman.
Do you know what a circular definition is?
I do.
What you're doing right now, where a woman is a woman.
Mm-hmm. Well, because you're seeking what we would call in my field of work an essentialist definition of gender. I think it sounds like you would like me to give you a set of biological or cultural characteristics that are associated with one gender or the other.
I'm not seeking any type of definition, I'm just seeking a definition.
A wise man once said, it's hard to win an argument with a smart person, but it's damn near impossible to win an argument with a stupid person.
Do you think that having agreed upon objective reality on age is important?
Yeah, but that's not within the concept of gender.
Why does reality stop when gender gets discussed?
Because I'm not thinking about people of different ages.
Why not?
No, this is more about gender.
Well, no, hold on.
Well, but I have a limit.
But gender is where does that limit come from, and why do you believe in the limit for age but not for biology?
Because I feel that gender is an aspect of somebody they can believe. I don't believe that age falls into that.
You're saying, though, that gender is a personal feeling or belief that somebody has about their existence, regardless.
Yes, within gender, there's some things that they don't, like being an animal or being 90.
Right, but the moral premise of that is that your biology, your chromosomes, do not dictate your reality.
This must be the first time she's had someone to objectively talk to about this. Poor woman is dying to join a higher cause. She just picked the wrong one.
I'm an extremist because I say no abortions. And if that makes me extremist, hell yeah, I'm extremist because killing babies is wrong.
Your extremism causes women to almost die, causes women to die.
Do you think you and your support of abortion is causing people to die? You just said that my view that there should be no abortions ever is causing women to die. That's a pretty freaking big charge. Women die every year from legal abortion. Not to mention the 800,000 to a million babies who die.
You're saying, okay, women die from abortion. I'm in favor of women being able to choose to have an abortion. So I want women to die.
That's the position you just argued for me, sir.
No,
that's what you just said I am. You said because I said there'd be no abortions, no exceptions, that I am responsible for women dying. And what I'm saying is, if you advocate for abortion, you are responsible for the women who die from legal abortion, not to mention the 800,000 to a million children.
She used his own circular reasoning to make him look stupid, left him dumbfounded.
Do you know what the leading cause of death for pregnant people is?
Pregnant people?
Mm-hmm.
Mothers? Women?
If you'd like to call them mothers, not all of them are mothers, but if you'd like to call them that.
What are they if they're not mothers?
They're pregnant people.
What people other than mothers are pregnant?
It's interesting because you come into this conversation, trying to hold this moral superiority. But when I use inclusive language, which it only takes a couple extra syllables to use inclusive language,
To include
and
who?
it seems to include people who don't identify as women but can become pregnant.
So you're telling me that in order to be a moral person, I need to accept the idea that a man can really become a woman. That's a prerequisite of my being a moral person.
I mean, yes.
I would like to identify, I do identify actually, as the correct person on this issue. And I would just ask that you accept and affirm my identity.
That's not your identity.
That is I promise you, that's my identity.
A man defending mothers over a woman. Sign of the times.
I have a friend who has a trans kid. He's explained that, my child from a very young age consistently said, I am a girl, never changed their mind. And so the humane thing and the thing that he felt was good to do as a parent was to embrace that choice. I shouldn't even phrase it as a choice, like embrace that identity.
But it is a choice, right? You're choosing to add hormones to a child's body.
It's a choice
blockers.
it's a choice on the part of the parent.
Okay, but if that's who they are, if they think that they're a girl, why do you have to give them hormones to make them more of a girl?
Because I'm sorry, can you expand on the question?
It's a simple question. If the child thinks it's a girl, let it be a girl. Why are you adding hormones? You're choosing to inject things into this child's body on a regular basis that are going to radically affect the physical development of their body.
Yeah.
And you're saying that this isn't a choice. Well, it's definitely a choice to do that.
Gotta love a logical question, the easiest way to shut down a ridiculous argument.
So how would you define female?
Through my training in healthcare, there are several different categories for how we define sex. People bring up chromosomes. People also bring up hormone levels. People bring up all sorts of other categories. Lots of people don't fit neatly into a gender binary, even people we don't consider to be intersex. It's a complicated spectrum.
It's not complicated, but you also didn't define. So what is a woman? What is a female? What do these words mean?
It's complicated, and I know you're not going to like that answer, but that's because there are no simple answers in human biology.
It is absolutely ridiculous that we as a civilization have arrived to the point that a conference has to be held to explain this.
Do you believe in the climate crisis?
Yes.
Well, the animal agriculture, farming and fishing is a leading cause of the climate crisis.
You know what's also a leading cause of climate crisis? Planes which carry vast amounts of your avocados and your almonds from California and fly them thousands of miles to your table here in your vegan cafes. And then they also go in trucks. And that is an environmental hazard too. So you're not only are you killing billions of bees, you're destroying the planet. And yet you have the brass neck to sit here in between munching your almonds and your avocados and start preaching to me about how virtuous you are about not killing animals.
I swear this lady is one step away from shedding tears.
Let's talk to somebody who spent Valentine's Day alone. Let's see. Virgo men are the worst. You know what's funny about this? Before I even defend myself, I don't even care. I don't even believe in this shit, but I can't let it slide, okay? Virgo men and Aquarius men. You're Aquarius? Oh, I thought you were annoying. I'm sorry. I thought you were... I'm so sorry. I thought, that's my bad. Why do you think Virgo men are the worst though? You don't fuck with them? Look, I would fuck you, I haven't washed my hands since petting a dog. I don't want to do that to you. It smells like an Aquarius.
Is Perry?
Well, I'm non-binary, so.
Okay. What do you go by?
It's Kai.
How can I refer to you tonight? Kai? Okay. Hey, I'm smelling alcohol.
I know.
How much have you consumed tonight?
Like probably 3 drinks.
I need to run you through some tests right now. Stand facing me, please.
But I just want you to know that I also have very bad social anxiety.
You and me both.
Okay.
Okay. Any recent head trauma, traumatic brain injuries, anything I need to know about?
Mental, yes.
Focus on my finger, please.
I am. You're just like trying to intimidate me.
I don't know how I'm trying to do that. This is the test.
As you know, as an Indigenous person, and there's a bunch of going around, I'm sorry, but it's just for me to be on my toes.
I get you.
Can you remember that I told you that I'm non-binary?
Yeah, I'll try my hardest. I'll refer to you as Kai, right?
Yes.
This non-binary person gets pulled over after drinking and driving on the wrong side of the road and starts with a whole bunch of crap.
With your arms by your side, just like this, ma'am.
Can you not call me ma'am, please?
I'm trying my hardest.
Okay, well,
Okay.
it means a lot to me.
I'm trying my
I
hardest.
don't feel like a man, so
Okay.
it's kind of triggering.
Right foot in front of your left. Nope, go back.
I'm sorry, but the whole man thing, just like,
I apologize. Let's see if we can move forward from it. You have 0 questions?
no, but I just want to tell you that I suffer from really bad anxiety, especially with generational trauma and PTSD around white people and cops. Like, it's just...
I'm going to speak with you right over here, okay?
No.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead and place your hands behind your back.
Don't, dude.
Don't make it hard.
Please.
Don't make it hard.
No,
Don't. You're going to get a resistance.
Dude,
You're going to get a resistance. right? Don't resist.
Don't.
Listen to me. Don't resist.
Don't. You're being
Come
a
here.
white man and
Come here.
don't. I followed all of your like, as an Indigenous person, like, you guys. You guys are scaring me.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
Yes, there is. It's called generational trauma.
Okay.
My gosh, she had me at generational trauma. Like what? Who comes up with these things? Honey, he is not being a white man. He is just doing his job.
Yeah. What is a woman?
What is a woman?
It's your mama.
That's right. Plain and simple.
You that confused? Let me come and watch it. I tell you, it's your mama. It sure ain't your daddy.
That's right. Go ahead.
President Biden joining in on the conversation.
We didn't know what a woman. We didn't know what a woman is.
A woman is your mama.
That's right. Tell him about Pastor.
That man is past 80, isn't he? He's past 80, right?
I believe so.
You mean to tell me you past 80 and you don't know your mama and your wife
That's right.
is a woman? They keep trying to shove this trash on Africa.
That's
and
right.
African presidents, one by one, is standing up against it.
That's right.
Someone just has to say it. A woman is your wife and your mama, period.
Saying that the Boy Scouts have a standard. You must be a biological boy to be a Boy Scout. You have to be a boy to be a Boy Scout. In the name Boy Scouts.
This shouldn't even be up for debate. Boy Scouts for boys and Girl Guides for girls because there are only 2 genders. Anything else is just ridiculous.
Many people ask me, how do you use they, them pronouns for a singular person? Well, it's really easy. All you have to do is use it the same way that you would talk about a group of people. So for example, I, Addison, use they, them pronouns. In that case, you talk about me like this. I know Addison. They are amazing. Now, a fun fact about they, them pronouns is that they've been used in a singular context for centuries. Even going back to Shakespearean times, there's actual documentation and literature using they and them in singular contexts. Our language is constantly changing and adapting. We're evolving to find new terms and language to self-identify. So get with the times, don't be an asshole.
I just sometimes think that we have to hit the reset button on humanity and start over. I also have this strange urge to meet everyone's parents. Like, I just want to know who raised him. Are they? Who raised them?
It's true. Someone has got to ask, who raised these people? How did the rainbow community even come up with stuff like this? Isn't it amusing?
It's kind of like what Cher said, if that makes any sense. It's like, I love men. Like, I think men are the coolest, but I don't need them to survive. Yeah. But I love men.
I have to come in on this. You do actually need men to survive. And here's why. Everything that you see around you was built and created and maintained by men.
Okay.
Everything. The infrastructure in this country, in every single country in the world, is built, created, and maintained by good, honest, hardworking men that just want to provide for their family.
Okay.
Everything, the roads you drive on, the buildings you live in, the restaurant, everything.
The dirty work.
If all men were to disappear, it would be chaos.
It's simple. Women need men and men need women. No one can survive without the other because we both have different roles.
How much would you pay to fuck both of us?
How much would I pay to have with both of you?
Yeah.
Individually or at the same time?
At the same time.
I wouldn't do that. I have a lovely girlfriend.
Please.
Oh, are you walking away?
What if you didn't have a girlfriend?
If I didn't have a girlfriend, I probably wouldn't pay any amount of money.
But then we wouldn't fuck you.
Yeah, that's okay. What movie do you wish was porn? Yeah.
Poseidon.
Poseidon? Is that a movie?
Yeah.
I've never seen Poseidon. Is this
educated.
I'm not educated? Oh, I'm sorry. You just asked me how much I would pay to fuck you, and you're like, you need to read.
Can someone please tell me what happened to self-respect? Did it go on a holiday or something? When will it return? Because these two ladies seem to need a lot of it.
And said, Chase, would you rather smash the hottest trans woman in the world or the oldest woman in the world? Honestly, bro, the oldest woman in the world, because then I wouldn't be gay. Are you like, Chase, how dare you be transphobic?
Yes, actually, what the f do you mean?
Because if I had sex with a trans woman, I'd be having sex with a biological man, and I don't want to do that. Because I'd be gay if I had sex with a biological man.
That's not gay.
That's
And
gay.
I don't even shut the f up, actually.
Honey, pronouns do not define your identity. You already got one at birth, and it doesn't matter if a person claims to be Z, she, they, our, he, or non-binary. If he was born as a biological male, then he is a man. And if she was born as a biological female, then she is a woman.
So does the wage gap exist?
I just think you're brainwashed.
Something? You think I'm brainwashed?
I think that there is a lot of expectations for women to behave a certain way.
Are there not expectations for men to behave a certain way too?
Yes, there are.
I would almost argue it's easier to start a business in America as a woman. You have preferential treatment when it comes to loans, preferential hiring processes. Literally just because you're a woman, women are the majority of college graduates. Life being a woman, I feel like in some ways kind of life on easy mode if you play into the corporate structure. They literally have empowerment programs that they don't allow men, let alone straight white men in. There's literally a multi-billion-dollar corporate push to empower women. You know, you think I'm brainwashed, you can think that, but you also espouse an ideology that you can't even give me literally one example why you actually believe it, let alone define it, but you just slap that label on because that's what mainstream society has told you to believe. So I think you're actually the one who's brainwashed.
I'm brainwashed.
Girl, you are so based. Thank you.
Thankfully, we all know the person who is actually brainwashed.
Should trans women be included in feminist conversations? How about in women's spaces?
Yes, they're women. What's the question? Trans women are women.
So I want to come at this from the position of an athlete. Oh, Jesus. So I play semi-pro basketball, semi-pro volleyball. So when it comes to like athletic spaces, I don't think that trans women should be allowed into athletic spaces. Again, we work very hard for the little opportunity there is in the space. We're not as entertaining as the men. Sorry, we're just not. And so it's like you're gonna take the little opportunity that we're given. And I'm 6 foot. If I go up against a 6 foot guy and I play basketball with him, he's gonna body me, even if I have years more of training. And so it's like you're taking away the little opportunity that we're given and we all work so hard for, and you're just giving it back to biological guys. It's like this will be the end of women's sports.
Have you tried confidence?
Confidence can't make me bench what a guy benches.
She is confident, and that's why she speaks the truth. Trans women are biological males, and it is not fair to pair biological males with biological females. That's just crazy stuff happening in female sports right there.
Shit! You guys are all sick! Children cannot consent! You guys are disgusting! I'm here with my wife, boyfriend! Children cannot consent! Children cannot consent!
Are you a man or a woman?
What? I'm a woman.
Oh, right. So you're a wiener. Yo, let me tell you how big this is.
Not very. I cut it off.
Right. So you cut it off. Don't touch me,
Yeah,
bro.
I cut it off.
Because you're crazy.
What are you? Oh, yeah, you don't have a
I'm
gender.
mad at you.
You don't have a gender?
First off, you're coming
You're mad at
around
your
and
parents. You're mad at your
my
parents.
people.
You're mad
I'm
at your
not mad
parents.
at my parents. I love my
So
mom.
you're closer than dad?
No.
What about your dad?
No, you don't know me, bro.
See, you don't know your dad.
No.
See, that's why
that's
they're
the
a
problem.
woman. This person never met their dad.
I'm not, you can't even talk to me. Like,
I'll give you a conversation.
I'm trying to
You think children?
You're a fucking nut.
I'm a narc.
Look at this.
Fucking move, bro.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so scared. Oh, I'm so scared. Oh, I'm so scared. Oh, look at you're mad. I mean, I just love it. You're hitting me. You're making it look good. You're giving me content.
All I can see is anger, not a brain in sight.
If you called the mall police, it'd be more believable. Why? What? Yeah, I think we're all confused. I think we're all equally. I think we all were more. We even knew more what was going on when she pulled out the baggie of pumpkin seeds. I think that compared to this, that was a moment of clarity for us. It's okay because
I bought your hat.
I might buy it back from you, actually. No. Let me give you a piece of advice. Okay. Yeah, let me give you a piece of advice.
Please don't.
People in this room are very not happy with what's going on right now. And you didn't know that until they clapped. But I knew that because I'm from the future. I already foresee an instance where this just keeps going back and forth, and every time I'm trying to do a joke, you say something, and you're very supportive. Obviously, you're a fan.
Comedian roasting woke people live could be a new business model. This is entertainment for me.
What kind of delusion are you guys living in? Are people really retarded? We're still having these talks? What is going on here?
We don't use that word.
No, it's a word. I can use that if I want. Yes, I can. And I can't believe people are so open-minded. Their brains have literally fell out. Does nobody know why we had opposite sport teams and opposite bathrooms for boys and girls? To protect both sexes from one another. If they want to play some delusional game and we have to allow it, then they should have their own bathroom and their own support, their own sports. It's as simple as that.
You don't get to impose your insanity on us.
You can list dozens of people who had surgeries and drugs as children and would be dead today if they hadn't?
I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. Dozens of people who have had interventions, including gender affirming, let's say therapies, hormones, surgeries, that have made their lives better. I'm not saying it didn't force them to commit suicide, but it made their lives better. What do you have to say for the happy trans community?
I guess I would throw it back at you first, because the burden of proof is on you on this one. And I'll explain why the burden of proof is on you. Because, as I went over in the talk, for thousands of years, human beings existed, and there was no such thing as trying to medically transition people into another gender. And as far as we know, there was no suicide epidemic because of it. And then in the last few years, people like yourself have come along and said, we desperately need to do this, or people will be in despair and they might kill themselves. So you are making a claim that contradicts common sense, science, biology, also the entire experience of the whole history of the human race. And so what that means is that the burden of proof is on you to support it. And so I'm going to ask you, you said that people need this stuff so they can live happier lives and potentially it'd be life-saving, you said even. Aside from your anecdotes of your friends who told you so, how do you know that?
Okay, so thinking back to when I was 16 in an anatomy class, when I learned that transgender people tend to have the brain structure that confirms their identity that they identify with. And you can look that up. That's a fact.
I will look that up.
Yeah, it's a fact.
I will look that up and I won't find it.
Yeah.
It's not a fact.
Oh.
It's not a fact.
Should we all pull out Google really quick and look?
So you're saying a trans man has the brain of a woman?
No.
Dozens of trans friends. The chances of her knowing two real trans people is extremely slim.
My name's Eve, you're a local transsexual. I just wonder where you get this idea that trans people are being indoctrinated in.
Okay, so are you say you're transsexual or transgender? And tell me, is there a technical difference between the two?
Damn, okay. Some people say that there's a difference. To me, there's no difference, so it's just either or.
Okay, so what are your chromosomes, XX or XY?
Very strange question, but
not really.
XY. I could be intersex, who knows?
Okay, so you were born as a man and you are a man.
No. I was born as a man, and now I'm a woman.
Okay, no, but you don't become a woman just because you dress like a woman.
Oh, goodness. What about my hormones?
I don't become black. Do I become black if I wear blackface?
That is a wild comparison.
Just send them into an army camp. They can get cured there real fast.
Women in this country still make 77 cents on the dollar for what men make. So if women don't make less than men?
Actually, if you start looking at the numbers, Rachel, there are lots of reasons for that.
Wait.
Well,
don't tell
first
me
of all,
the reasons are. Do women make less than men for doing the same?
No, because...
Wow.
Well, for example, men work an average of 44 hours a week. Women work 41 hours a week. Men go into professions like engineering, science, and math that earn more. Women want more flexible
Listen, this is not a math is hard.
No. Yes, it is, actually.
No, right now, women are making 77 cents on the dollar for what men are making.
But that's not true. If so,
let Rachel make her point.
Every greedy businessman in America would hire only women, save 25%, and be hugely proud of them. And I love how passionate you are. I wish you were as right about what you're saying as you are passionate about it. I really do.
Whoever made that dumb report was definitely a feminist. How do you create a haphazard statistic and call it fact? Also, every classic feminist does not want to hear the truth. It's all feelings and oppression. Anything else, throw it out the window.
It's just for me personally, but with my job, like obviously a lot of men just tend to jump to sexualizing me. So if a man is truly interested in me, I want to see that with him taking me out on dates and getting to know me as a person outside of my job and wanting to have sex with me.
Don't you guys think it's unfair for you to say that it's unfair for a man to sexualize you guys when your occupation is literally titled sex work?
I think if a man's brain is that small that he can't wrap his head around like work versus real life, then he's not worth dating.
But your work is not traditional work.
You were the one that took something that's real life, intimate, and loving and turned it into work. That's what you need to recognize.
We didn't create
No, as of the last maybe 40 years, but the rest of humanity treated it as something intimate and loving and sacred for years. Now you've turned it into a career and something for you to make money off of. So yeah, but it makes sense that you're completely desensitized and you're never going to understand.
It's incredible how these women think, is it not? If a man was a musician, is that not a part of who he is as a person? But sex work is different from who you are. And did she just say that OnlyFans girls were actors? I am sure we will never see you guys on Netflix. If you're going to sell yourself out, just do that. You barely have enough brain cells to make claims like these.
I find it a little icky when there's an older man dating a super young woman. It seems a little weird.
It gives you the ick?
It does, yes. It gives me the ick.
It says give me that ick.
It gives me the ick. Like I said,
So it's fine if they have casual and never talk again.
if they're just hooking up, that's their right as consenting adults. Where I get concerned is when the older man is trying to like look at this person as like their wife, and this poor girl who's like 21 years old has not even experienced any life in any way, shape, or form. That's just not gonna work out well. That's just my opinion.
Wait, hold on. So just to be clear, less predatory, less bad if the guy her and never talks to her again. But when the guy wants something a bit more serious, that's where you have a bit more of an issue.
I think that them trying to date long term and like her become a wife at 21 years old to somebody who is double or triple her age is creepy.
First of all, crosses should be trademarked at this point. Enough is enough. So you think it's okay for a 21-year-old to sleep with a man old enough to be her father. However, it's predatory if this older man wants to get married, and your defense is experience. You want her to sleep around before getting married, basically. Okay.
Never at any point in time do we think it's okay to murder a newborn baby because they won't really know it.
Well, it's out in the world, okay? It's out of
Okay.
her body.
So,
It's not a part of her anymore.
so what is it about being out of the body that makes you valuable and protected?
Well, out of the body, they can see, first of all.
What if they're blind? I'm just trying to make sure your arguments are real.
Why is it so hard to use either protection or choose abstinence? Some of you still wear face masks even though COVID is gone, but you can't take a pill or wear a condom. Am I the only one seeing this? It's your body, your choice. Then choose to not house another human being if you're only gonna kill that being.
Let go of me.
Then sit down.
Let go of me.
You're going to go in cuffs if you don't sit
Seriously,
down.
Sit down. Seriously?
If you don't sit down, we'll put you in cuffs. Yeah.
Seriously, let go of me.
Turn around. You sit down.
I'm not sitting down.
Well, then you're about to go in cuffs.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir?
Yep. Where's your bedroom?
No, I'm not interested in telling anybody right now. I just woke up from sleep.
What's your first name?
Oh, here you go. Any name, sir. I'm so sorry.
or we're gonna go in cuffs and we're gonna walk downstairs and I'll find out who you are later.
Okay, no thank you, sir.
Say what?
Okay, no thank you, sir. I had the skateboarding on and I fell asleep. I apologize.
Okay. You're not free to go. Stop.
Please don't touch me.
Go sit back over there.
Please don't touch me.
Go sit back over there. Stop. You're not free to go.
You're not free to touch me.
Yes, I am.
Am I being detained?
Yes, you are detained.
What?
You are detained.
For what?
For an investigation. Go sit down.
What type of investigation?
A trespass.
Can you grab your shoe?
Why are you doing that?
So this lady was trespassing in this college. She had been removed from the property multiple times, and there was even a warrant out for her. This is what happens when you raise entitled children. They become arrested adults.
Do you believe that doing OnlyFans, does that give you confidence? Does that build your confidence? Do you feel more confident because you do OnlyFans?
I think, actually, yeah.
Because I think it's a false sense of confidence. Because here's the reason why I say this. Because OnlyFans gives you confidence because it's based on looks. It's only based on looks. You're not having Pulitzer Prize conversations with people that are checking out your titties and your vagina. So the second the OnlyFans is done or your looks fade, then what are you left with? What are you left with?
Well, I think,
She's left with a digital footprint that won't go anywhere. She's left with an emptiness that will catch up when she's old and wrinkly. Most importantly, she's left with cats, the service animal of the lonely.
Know my value, I know my worth, and I know my beauty, and that is appreciated by other people because beauty is subjective. My fatness doesn't devalue me.
Why?
So I'm an A. I have been pursued by many men who think I am gorgeous and beautiful. That perception exists whether you have it or not. So guess what? I'll never be the only one who thinks I'm hot, and I know that bugs the out of you.
But if I have the value judgment of hundreds of millions of people to compare the standard to, and I know that I'm below that threshold and just decide that I'm above that threshold anyway,
I'm not the only
that's not
person who
based
makes
on
that
anything
decision.
objective. You're just making up.
and what societal standards in which country?
I must
In
bug the
every
shit out of
country
you.
on planet Earth, she's not an
Respectfully-
eight. It's ridiculous.
To be fair, also, it's interesting to claim to be so religious and so close to Jesus and be so negative.
To tell the truth,
No, I'm just saying, just to be so
what would
negative.
Jesus do? He'd be like,
Why are they yelling? She didn't say anything wrong. She said she ate. We can all see that. Also, to the women supporting women warrior, gluttony is one of the 7 deadly sins.
This guy's biggest fantasy was that he wanted to hold my head in the toilet and f me in the ass. He could never find any woman that was down to reenact that for him.
You read him?
I bleached it first, but yeah, I did.
So
With my head in the
degrading? Oh
toilet.
my God.
He was honestly pretty gentle about it.
Gently, he humiliated the hell out of you.
Listen, I delivered my last baby
We don't
alone
care.
by myself in my bathroom. I am not a normal bitch, okay? I'm not a germaphobe.
There's a difference between not being a germaphobe and sticking your head in a toilet.
I bleached it first. I'm fine, right? This was
No, you're
months
not.
ago. I never had any adverse reactions, so obviously it was fine.
Do
Do you know what's on your kitchen dish sponge?
You need a napkin.
The
You're
world is
talking
gross.
bullshit. The excuses are crazy.
If you've been here a while, you'd recognize this woman. If you don't, I recommend watching previous videos. Anyway, just a reminder that this woman is a therapist, an OnlyFans mom, and an author. The triple threat feminist. A man thinks you're shit, so he sticks your head in the toilet. Nothing crazy.
2 months into me having my OnlyFans account, I had had this subscriber almost since the beginning. He had spent around 2,000 Australian dollars, bought every single thing that I sent him, and I just sort of went into super detective mode and I said, I need to find out who this is. I went through all of the contacts in my phone. It was a couple of guys from school, one girl from school, someone's mum, and my stepdad.
Was this shit in Alabama? Anyway, whatever bed you make sure you can lie in it comfortably.
That was the best of a bad situation. I give credit where credit is due. I'm probably the most pro anti-Trump comic out there. That
You're not.
Shut the fuck up!
Shut the fuck up. As a white guy trying to talk for black people.
I'm
no,
not.
Bitch, no, you're not.
Yes, I wasn't.
No, you were.
You just tuned in.
You were trying to.
Well,
You were trying to.
For what? What are you upset about? It's not me.
No, and shut up. Any black person ever try to laugh at his fucking jokes? No.
Stop having fun, motherfuckers!
Go ahead, yeah. Stop having fun.
Can we get her an Adderall or something?
Wow.
Are you serious?
Yeah, no, that's what happens.
No, you're white, trying to like talk about no, and you.
My probation officer is here now. I don't know who the fuck you're mad at, but it's not me.
No, a white person trying to make fun of black people.
See, now you're crying, and I was just trying to make you laugh.
No, don't do that.
Okay, I'm sorry. Now I'm gonna make fun. I was trying to be empathetic.
It wasn't funny.
It was not.
No. I don't care. You trying to like laugh at that shit. That's
How dare I at a comedy club? She came here for a TED Talk. Everybody knows you go to the basement for political opinion. I don't even know what he's saying, but it's just shit sounds tense.
You a bitch.
Why do you think I'm doing this for a living? You think I was a football player? I'm a bitch, god damn it. There's nothing you can say to me I haven't said 6 inches from the mirror. You're the first name going in my suicide note tonight. Have a good night, Kamala Harris. Now's the time I need you on my side.
No, that was the most racist joke ever.
No, I got like 4 more in the chamber.
Will somebody please give Kamala Harris's cousin a hug? Tell her to stay woke and woker. Just give it the passage of time.
Weird that like you do and we've been dating for almost a year now and I still haven't hit.
Okay, why do we care about other people's opinions?
I mean, I was just presenting the question, maybe.
You know how I feel about it? Like, I am a high value woman and like I can't just be giving my body like I don't know, like purity. I told you like purity is like a big deal for me. So if I'm not forcing you to stay. Like you can leave whenever you want if you can.
I don't have any words for her. If this is real, somebody please get that man's father on the phone right now.
You don't have a uterus, you don't get to make a decision.
Did you just tell me I don't have a uterus?
It will never happen to you. It will never happen to you. Are you telling me that you have a uterus?
Well, you couldn't tell me I don't if I claimed it. My pronouns are uterus owner male.
I think the walking cheese ball has something to say.
How do you feel about being called a fascist? What's your opinion on
I don't care being lied about.
Why is it a lie?
Because I'm not a fascist. I believe in a free society. Let me ask you, who's the fascist? The guy that's smiling in the sun, or the 500 people barking trying to prevent me from speaking?
I don't think any of them are fascist.
They don't even know what fascist means.
In you.
What about if someone was non-binary?
Come again?
Non-binary? Like someone is
you're not a woman, you're not a man.
Yeah, someone is neither. There's something else. Is that?
He's saying we have never seen things like those. For a man, he has a penis. For a woman, he has a vagina. So we know this is a lady, this is a man.
What if it's a woman with a? What if it's a woman with a penis?
Both.
Is that? People are laughing. Is that a dumb question?
I'm not surprised at all that this is their response.
Why can't I identify as a black lesbian?
Well, firstly, I mean, it was.
Well, I'm serious. I'm serious. If I can identify as anything without any need to prove I'm actually what that is, why can't I, on International Women's Day, say I'm Piers Morgan, I'm a black lesbian?
I think taking it to a kind of absurd status.
I think
we're
that's
talking about quite a
with
strong
respect, I think that
change.
you'd already opened the absurdity door by saying it is limitless. You can do what you like. Anyone can say I'm a woman.
It's always better when they say don't be ridiculous, as if this whole conversation isn't ridiculous in the first place.
I have one more question for you. What is your persona? So persona is like, what animal really speaks to you? No. I need this for an argument. Please, come on, man. Come on, man.
I got a good answer, guys.
Okay. What is it? I gotta know.
It's the beaver.
Okay. Thank
You have no idea, my whole family went to UVO. They will kill me. That's the closest I could get, everybody, okay?
At least some of them know they're a clown.
My pronouns are a little bit too complicated to fit in my bio, so I was just going to leave them out, but I've decided to make a video about it. Pronouns that I use are they, them, she, her, and clown, self.
Well, okay.
I prefer a mixture of those. But I do know that some people have a really hard time mixing different pronouns together. And if that is something you really struggle with, I would prefer that you not exclusively use she, her. If you're only going to use one pronoun set for me, use they, them, or clown, self. I don't want to be called she, her alone. However, I really prefer a mixture of all three. And please do not use he, him pronouns for me.
Oh, God forbid.
Ever. I don't like them. They make me dysphoric.
This is the only time in human history where I will acquiesce to using someone's preferred pronouns. This person indeed deserves to be called by clown self. That is an accurate description.
This is what happens when people don't have enough to think about and so start to overanalyze themselves to the point of delusion.
If I see a chicken laying eggs and I say that's a female chicken laying eggs, did I assign female, or am I just observing a physical reality that's happening in the world?
Does a chicken have gender identity? Does a chicken cry?
Well,
Does a chicken commit suicide? Let's
What does that have to do
frame
with-
it, because you're trying
The chicken has sex like any biological
chicken has
organism.
an assigned gender, but a chicken doesn't have a gender identity.
So we assign female to chickens when they lay eggs?
We assume they're female if they lay eggs.
Pretty sure the chicken would commit suicide after listening to this silly woman.
What's your name?
None of your business, unfortunately.
Okay, hello, nice to meet you, none of your business.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So, do you love America?
Yes, I do.
I hate America. Every state in the USA should be an independent country. What do you think of this?
Well, I just first have to ask, since you hate the country, do you plan to leave?
What do you mean by that?
Do you plan to go live in another country?
No, I do not.
Let me tell you something.
Your face is an idiot.
America is the only country where even those who hate it refuse to leave. That's how you know you live in a great country.
Can you prove that? Well, thank you. May I have a hat?
No. So let me ask you, none of your business. Who do you plan to vote for?
I plan to vote for Kamala Harris.
Why?
I mean, you answered my question, so I'm done here. Like, there are people waiting.
Can you tell me her greatest accomplishment?
No, I can't.
Can you tell me a single accomplishment?
I cannot. I want to leave. Like.
The mask says it all.
I think Dave Chappelle has a joke like, well, if you can for the kid, I should at least be able to abandon it.
Yeah, fair.
I think what would be fair, in states where abortion is legal, I think men should have a corresponding right called legal paternal surrender. If the woman gets pregnant, he can make some sort of legal election to not be financially responsible. He can waive his parental rights.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And I actually think that would be a very strong platform for pro-choice people to perhaps shift more men to the pro-choice side. Gentlemen, say you're dating a girl, she wants to keep the kid, you're not financially ready, you're not emotionally ready. All those same reasons that women give for having abortions, I think men should be able to legally surrender their parental rights. So not being compelled to pay child support, basically.
It's a joke, but you can literally see the woman twitching on their seats. They say it's fair, but they know they're just capping.
On the right have acknowledged that he inherited from the previous administration.
Well, that's fake news.
Well, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
If you look at the unemployment among African Americans during his years and during the Obama years, clearly it was much better. If you look at opportunity zone districts, if you look at support and financial support to historical colleges, clearly it's better off under his administration than the previous administration. So, I don't want to get caught into politics. Just because I'm a Democrat, my party feels as though that
I like to traffic in facts, and much of what you just said is patently false. But I do want to. Representative Jones, this is my show. I'll ask questions. Give me a second.
Well, you had me on your show,
I
so
know,
let me explain. Don't cut me off when I'm giving an answer.
I'm not cutting you off, but I do want to. Are you a paid campaign surrogate? Are you being compensated?
Let me be clear. You get paid to shape a liberal narrative. You get paid to attack this president. I don't get a dime for this president. I don't get a dime from the campaign. Everything I've done has been me and based on my principles. And see, that's the problem. When an African American that's elected official,
I did not raise your
Let me finish now. Let me finish.
Whoa. You're not going to imply that I asked that question because you're black.
So don't ask me that. You only ask me that because I don't fit your narrative. This president never offered anything. I don't want anything from this president. It's what I can do for my country. And you need to accept that many other African Americans and others support this president because of his policies. And to insult me to say, am I getting paid?
I've asked
That
the
is
same question.
disgraceful.
I've asked
That
the
is
same
false.
question
And that's
of
representative
Democrats who
of
come on.
MSNBC and their narrative to keep blacks silent who happen to support this president. Why can't I be like white liberals or other whites? Nobody questioned they're getting paid. So I have to get paid. Do you ask Democrats, do they get paid?
I just said
if you paid by Joe Biden.
I just said
Have
to you.
you ever asked any host on your show that they've been paid by Joe Biden?
State Representative Vernon Jones.
That's actually quite the dumb claim. Shout out to Obama. So Trump inherited your economy, employment, tax policies, and everything else. Inherited is an insane term. Many will say his term was a better time. But let's hold that. What did Biden do with the Trump inheritance? Or does inheritance not apply to your incompetent mentees?
You obviously give a long leash to your fighters about, what they can say when they are up there with a UFC microphone and you are getting into territory of homophobia, transphobia. Like, is there...
I don't give anybody a leash.
Well, I'm saying you...
A leash?
I'm like...
Free speech. Control what people say. Gonna tell people what to believe. Gonna tell people... I don't tell any other human being what to say, what to think, and there's no leashes on any of them. What is your question?
I was asking that question. I'll move on, though.
Yeah, probably a good idea. That's ridiculous to say I give somebody a leash. Free speech, brother. People can say whatever they want and they can believe whatever they want.
I think he's confusing the UFC with WWE. Honestly, the language is very fitting. What else do you call controlling how far an adult can go? It's a leash. And that's why free speech has the word free, no leashes.
You're a Yale-educated attorney, and I want to get your take on what we saw happen last week, those immunity arguments before the Supreme Court, where Trump's team, his attorney, argued that a president could order the military to stage a coup and to have their political opponent assassinated and be immune from prosecution unless this theory that they were impeached and then convicted by the Senate. Do you share the view that presidents are basically above the law?
Look, Caitlin, I think we have to be careful about imputing words into the president's attorneys that they didn't actually say. What the president's attorney said is that what the president's attorney said, Caitlin, to be clear, is that there is a checks and balances system in our Constitution. Now, some things the president does, private acts, are liable to criminal penalties, but most of the things that the president does in their official duties, we have a system of impeachment, we have a system of checks and balances, the legislative branch that I'm a member of, the judicial branch. I do not read the president's attorneys as saying that the president could order a coup. The president's attorneys are saying that the constitutional checks and balances system would address that problem, and I think that's an important distinction.
But let me stop you right there, because I listened to this. It's John Sauer, Trump's attorney, and when he was asked by one of the justices if the president could order the military to stage a coup and would it count as an official act, meaning he couldn't be prosecuted for it, he said it would depend on the circumstances. I mean, what circumstances warrant a president ordering the military to stage a coup?
Well, first of all, he did say it depends on the circumstances, so that opens up a whole lot of avenue for context there. But more importantly, Caitlin, he's just saying that would count as an official act.
But that's there are a number. That's an official act in your view too.
But could I finish the answer to the question, Caitlin? An official act. There are a number of checks and balances in our system. There's the impeachment process. There's the budgeting authority that Congress has. There are a number of ways where Congress has a check and balance control over the president of the United States. All he's saying is that the criminal liability procedures that exist in this country don't cover the president's official acts. And by the way, how could anybody disagree with that, Caitlin? Should Barack Obama be prosecuted for killing an American citizen via a drone strike? There are a number of examples in American history where if you apply the standard, the lawfare standard of the Biden administration against Donald Trump, it would make the presidency impossible to actually execute the law.
Yeah,
so
I know
in the
that's the
name
argument
of taking down, in the name of taking down their political opponent, Caitlin, these guys are really pushing a legal theory that I think would destroy the presidency, whether a Democrat or Republican was in charge.
That's Caitlin Collins, one of the ones who can't get it out. Not only can't she get reasonable questions out, she also can't be quiet while a person answers.
Protesters. I have no political agenda, sir. I really don't.
What about all the
Nobody that I know does either. We're purely objective journalists.
Yeah, you are. What about...
Truly, sir, from the bottom of my heart.
Okay, I know.
I have a political dog in any...
Okay, what about all the compilation videos where they show thousands of newscasts in every city all reporting and saying the exact same thing?
Nobody tells me what to say, sir.
There's compilation videos on YouTube and Twitter. They got millions and millions of views where every reporter in every city, at every station, they say the exact same thing, word for word. How do you explain that?
I don't know what you're referring to, so I can't really
Of course you don't. Of course you don't.
Yeah. Okay.
I know. Okay.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
Thank you so much for your time. It was
Thank
nice
you.
to chat with you.
It was great talking to you.
Have a good one.
Put your mask on. Watch out, the virus is going to get you. Oh, why do you got to wear... You didn't have your mask on the whole time, and now you're putting your mask on. Here's the guy. He's been standing here the whole time without his mask. Here's his camera dude with no mask on. But here he is. Now he's still trying to scare everyone. Now he's going to put his mask on while he reports. Keep spreading that fear, buddy. Keep spreading that fear. Why didn't you have your mask on before? Now he's not talking to me. Why didn't you have your mask on the last 10 minutes? Huh?
They're asking us to wear it per guidelines for television. To set
so you're told what to do. Exactly. You just told me you weren't told what to do. You just told me you could do whatever you want.
I said I was told not. I wasn't told what to say.
This isn't even a government official. This is a citizen, a smart one. Of course you guys are told what to do. Weeks before the elections, every woke network started describing JD Vance as slick. Every single one of them. He's so slick. It was so ridiculous to watch. You are fed lines, and that's okay. Get your money.
I think there's two things that make life valuable. I think consciousness, the ability to experience pain, senses and stuff like that, and personal identity. In particular, psychological continuity identity. So the fact that we have memories, we have relationships, people have relationships to us. I think what's...
Do you need both of those, or is it either or? I just want to clarify your position.
Either or.
Okay, so if it's either or, then people with Alzheimer's have real continuity problems, you can't kill them.
No, because people still have relationships with them though, right? So like just because you have like...
I mean, you have a relationship with them, but with people with advanced stage Alzheimer's, they really don't have a relationship.
Okay, but for the sake of example, like let's say someone dies, right? The family gets to decide what you do with the body. Because I know what you say. When you say, someone says, oh, it's just consciousness, and then they're brain dead, you say, well, can you stab them? No, you can't. Because that's the family's decision what to do with the body. It's the person's decision what they want to do.
So if the family decides to stab them, it's okay to stab the
when they're brain dead? Yeah, if they want to...
No, not brain dead. Let's say that you're comatose for a specifically and predictably short period of time, say 9 months.
Say that, well, what is the person... yeah.
Now the question seems absolutely ridiculous, huh? Now he doesn't stop there. This young man believes that if an adult goes into a 9-month coma and would surely return with complete amnesia, the family has a right to pull the plug. In his exact words, totally fine, I'm totally cool with it. Okay, scary, but watch how Ben Shapiro plays around his logic.
Right, that's what I was using.
So are you a Jainist? Because animals also have consciousness.
No, I would say that killing animals is wrong. You have no problem with that.
So just to get this straight. Killing Fluffy the hamster, deeply wrong. Killing a dude who wakes up from who's going to wake up from a coma in 9 months with memory problems, totally cool. Okay, I mean.
Just admit you're wrong. Wokies just keep digging holes deeper than their brains can crawl out of.
So I grew up, right, not particularly liking the LGBT community, and in the past several years I have turned to believe that I really like the LGBT community today, and I was gonna ask you about a specific person in that community, Ms. Blair White.
Haven't thought about Blair White in a while, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, she was on the new Jubilee debate.
Wait, is it a biological woman who thinks they're a man? I can't remember.
She's a trans woman.
Okay, so a fake woman.
So...
No, I'm just trying, I'm not even sarcastic. I don't, so it's a man who masquerades as a woman.
Masquerading as a woman? That... If you were, I mean, there was a debate she had with, Ben Shapiro. If you were to refer to her at a restaurant or whatever, you would refer to her as a woman, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, you could pretend to be black. You could put blackface on. That doesn't make you black. But I'm just wondering. I don't know much about Blair White. So it's a man who wears the costume of a woman. Is that right?
I mean, if you believe that value system, then I guess.
Well, then let me ask you, what is a woman?
I watched the movie, and it's a person who needs a man to open their pickle jar.
So you.
I do open my girlfriend's pickle jar.
I can't hear what you said.
I do open my girlfriend's pickle jars for her.
Oh, that was a sizzling burn. And why does it take the youngster so long to speak? Get it out already.
Hello, my name is Quentin Merritt. I'm a mathematician and a physicist here, a double major, and I also just won the most prestigious award in the country to pursue research at any institution I want, the National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship. So I think I'm pretty, qualified to say that most of what you're saying is based on old data. But my question to you, and so I want you all to realize that
last month, but sure.
For example, gender identity disorder, that's the DSM-4, bro. We use the DSM-5 now for psychologists to be able to talk about...
I literally cited the DSM-5 in the speech, and it's called gender dysphoria, which is a term that I use throughout the speech, not gender identity disorder.
You sound like a bozo, bro. And you get no pussy, and you can't even make your wife wet, bro, so what's good?
So, let me just say, the nice thing about having several small children, I don't feel the necessity to have my masculinity
challenged. If we're using a Western
like
colonial idea of gender, then why should it apply? If we're using, because the gender binary is a Western colonialist framework of gender.
You're right. Men and women don't exist in any other culture.
No. Think about Native American.
Nailed it.
Third gender people. I'm not saying that. Third gender people exist in Native American societies, Western African societies, like Southern Native American societies, like Mexico. So in other places that are not white dominated,
and they
like
are
the United
incorrect.
States or Europe, and so you're
I'm
saying white, so non-white
incorrect.
people. I'm a mathematician and a physicist. You cannot tell me.
So I have a question.
And also, you're not a biologist.
So I have a question.
I'm 20.
As a mathematician and a physicist, what in the hell do you know about human biology?
And you got your law degree from Harvard. What do you know about biology? You got your law degree from Harvard.
And frankly, I would ask another question. If your logic is so flawed as a mathematician and a physicist, I would suggest that whichever institution gave you an award, revoke it immediately.
The mic should have been taken from the second he started rambling about maths and physics. No concrete argument, just a rainbow child throwing tantrums. You are not a mathematician, nor a physicist, Quentin. You are a student, an embarrassingly dumb one, but a student nonetheless.
What is your biggest fear in 2025?
People not understanding the difference between lies and truth.
What is a woman?
Does it really matter?
So could I be a woman if I wanted to be?
Yes.
Another liberal short circuits over what is a woman. Same script, different day.
You put words in my mouth, man. I'm done with
No, I'm just asking.
No, at the end of the day, a woman's life is more important than the person that's inside.
So we both acknowledge that it is a person inside, but it's just not as valuable.
I am not saying that it's a fetus.
Well, you just said person.
Okay.
Do they only acquire the rights that you were talking about that we're born with after they go through the birth canal?
Sure.
So you're pro-abortion all 9 months?
Yes.
So anything that we do to that fetus prior to the 9 months, like killing it, would be acceptable?
Sure.
And do you believe that kids are born trans?
Yeah.
Okay, so what if a Christian wanted to abort their trans kid because they were trans? You wouldn't have any issue with it?
I mean, it doesn't matter because it's not like you put words in my mouth, man. I'm done with
No, I'm just asking.
No.
She wanted a debate until she started losing, and then it was a therapy session. Starts yelling about being a he, them. He calmly replies, "There's no such thing as trans people." Meltdown activated, of course.
Good evening, cowards. A bunch of fat, ugly women. What? They're fat, ugly women is what they are.
We're not having that.
You don't have to buy.
That ain't free speech.
It's called free speech. Buy.
That's not free speech. That's insulting.
We wonder why children are retarded stupid today. We wonder why when we have these pathetic people here called teachers the children's mind. That's why you people don't have the brains to see that this could be hurting children of the future who are going to grow up and be just as dumb as you people.
Oh, badass grandpa for president, please. See how adults whine at words that they daily use against people of opposite beliefs. It's free speech then. It's free speech when they attack public speakers, but it's violence when they get called out. Anyway, I want to be as cool as you when I grow older, sir. Actually, I'd like to be that cool right now.
What brought you out here today?
July 4th.
You guys approached me, look like very excited to see me.
No.
Why'd you come over? I'm sorry?
You.
Oh, that's very tolerant and progressive.
Yeah.
You usually treat women you don't like that? Like you just disagree with?
Supporters like that.
Why? We're just humans.
Okay, well, you guys are awful humans.
Why?
All the all your
Well, thank you for following me.
We don't follow you.
Oh, but you see everything that I tweet.
Yeah, because it's ignorant as about you.
Yeah. Oh, so you guys are literally over here bragging about treating other women poorly.
No, we're treating Trump supporters poorly.
Why would you do that? I thought it was love for everybody. Everybody, equality.
You don't support love for everybody.
Yes, I do. I would love you.
No, you don't love me.
Yes, I do.
Okay, I don't love you.
All right, well, that sucks because I'm sure we could be friends or something.
I don't want to be friends with you.
Why? What do I support that's so wrong?
Trump. Guns.
Do you guys think that women should be able to protect themselves from
Of course I do.
Yes.
Guns aren't necessary. No.
Why? If my has a gun, shouldn't I have a gun?
Your shouldn't have a gun. No one should have guns.
I shouldn't be able to defend myself.
Go ahead and defend yourself. You can, yeah, with no guns.
What can I use? What can I use against a rapist or someone that wants to come and break into my home and murder me? What am I supposed to get?
A knife.
A knife. If they have a gun, because criminals don't follow laws, I'm just supposed to have a knife to protect me against a bullet?
Okay, well, if there was no guns, your wouldn't have a gun.
That's not how it works. Drugs are illegal.
Okay, and people still do drugs, so why? Like,
that's a good point. You just literally dissolved your own argument.
No, sis. No, sis.
Sis, there it is. Without fail, sis. All right, you guys really need to work on your manners, your tolerance.
You. You.
Me.
You. You. You.
Oh yeah, so tolerant. All right, clown 2019.
Have these women been living under a rock? Do they really believe that passing a law equals mass obedience from everyone? Why are there crimes then? Every criminal has done something illegal, smarty pants.
As a non-binary person, what do you have to tell me about my identity? Because I know for a fact I'm not confused.
Okay, next question. Great statement. That's a statement. That's a statement. Okay, you know your identity. You're not confused. Congratulations, sweetheart. Thank you very much for your statement.
Pregnant Candace was just done with everyone, I tell you. If you know you're not confused, dance into the sunset with that knowledge. Deep down, you still crave affirmation from other people so badly. That's a sign of confusion, doubt, and uncertainty. Hope you feel better one day, sweetheart.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Bradford, in your testimony, did I understand you right? So did you want to end all plastic manufacturing?
I said the plastics industry must be stopped.
So does that mean end plastic manufacturing?
I mean, in my dream world, sure, but I think that, go ahead.
No, so I don't mean to be condescending here. I just point out, what's going to replace your glasses? Like,
so I do know.
Glasses around your face. They're made of plastic.
Maybe.
No,
I don't know what they're made out of.
They are. What about, and I just point out some things here because I just want to be realistic when we're having conversations. Because when statements are made like this, I just want to open people's eyes and say, well, what? Okay, that's easy to say, but what's the solution? Your water bottle in front of you.
This one?
Yes. That plastic?
No.
The lid is.
Right. So I would say to your question that I would first be concerned about single-use plastics, and then we can talk about alternatives to this.
Your cell phone there. Is it plastic?
The cases, but it's glass because I broke.
Oh, the components inside of
it
not
yesterday.
Plastic? The components made out of it's not in plastic? Yeah, they are. The water that you filled that water bottle up with. Where'd you fill that water bottle up out of?
A water filling station.
All right, and it was delivered by a drink station that was plastic?
I didn't check.
The edges are. The piping coming to it. Now, you have a couple of choices with the piping. We could go back to using wood, but then you have to line it in chemical. Or we could go back and use lead, because we used to have water piping that was lead. That was harmful to us. We go back to galvanized, but galvanized rust and had discoloration. We go back to copper, but copper has to be mined, and everybody wants to stop mining in the U.S., so you use plastic. deliver piping that you fill that water bottle up with today. I point this out because the clothes you have on, I guarantee have plastic in it. The shoes you have on your feet, the soles of those shoes are plastic. So we talk about any plastic manufacturing, and everybody in here cheers when you say that, but everybody here is depending on plastic as you set. So if you want to end it, then quit using it.
Rather than discussing with your imaginary friends what your dream world would look like, maybe start living it first. It's called not being an hypocrite.
But if they didn't commit the crime, they wouldn't have to deal with any of that.
Well, sometimes a lot of them don't commit the crimes.
No.
Which is interesting. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You were raised by your father and mother?
I was.
And so you had a better chance at life growing up because you had two parents who provided for you.
I did, yeah.
But isn't that the right and the best way to go rather than all this other stuff?
I don't necessarily agree. People can still be just as successful. I definitely do think I was more privileged to have both parents in the home.
So you're white privileged then?
Not necessarily.
You just like the white woman.
Not,
you had
not
everything.
At all. Not
What's
at
the difference?
all.
The white girl next to you had a father and mother in the private school, right? And she's white privileged. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
So you're a black girl with a father and mother in the same classroom, sitting right next to the white girl with the privilege. So you had it too.
So what we mean when we say white privilege is not necessarily...
Wait, that was brilliant, because white privilege has extended beyond color and seeped into blaming people for the opportunities their parents were able to provide. Hence, does she not frolic in said privilege?
Do you think that your tweets and your name calling are turning people off?
No, I think I wouldn't be here if I didn't have social media.
Well,
but the media is fake. And frankly, if I didn't have social media, I'd have no way of getting out my voice.
Do you know what you told me a long time ago when I asked why you keep saying fake media?
Yeah.
You said to me, I say that because I need to discredit you so that when you say negative things about me, no one will believe you.
I don't have to discredit you.
But that's what you told me.
You've discredited yourself.
You know, I didn't want to have this kind of angry.
Of course you did.
No, I didn't.
Of course you did.
No, I didn't.
Well, then you brought up a lot of subjects that
Well, I said
were
I'm going to ask you
inappropriately brought
tough
up.
questions.
They were inappropriately brought up right from the beginning. No, your first question was, this is going to be tough questions.
Why?
You don't ask Joe Biden. I saw your interview with Joe, the interview with Joe Biden.
I never did a Joe
It
Biden
was a
interview.
joke. The interview, 60 Minutes. I see Joe Biden giving softball after softball. I've seen all of his interviews. He's never been asked a question that's hard.
Okay, but forget him for a minute.
No, but you start with me.
You're president. And
Excuse me, Leslie, you started with me. Your first statement was, are you ready for tough questions?
Are you?
That's no way to talk. It's no way to talk.
And that was the shortest 60-minute interview ever. Honestly, if the same viciousness applied to Trump was applied to Biden, he would have dropped out 2 years into his term.
Was Nicole the love of your life?
What do you mean, Peter?
You were married for 10 years.
Listen, we raised children. I mean, how do you answer that? How do you answer that question? She's someone that I plan on getting married again.
You do?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And having kids?
Absolutely.
But Nicole was a major part of your life and a love of your life at the time.
I loved Nick very much. There's no question.
Would you like Nicole to remarry?
Yes. I want Nicole to be happy. That's what I want.
And do you have a relationship where you talk, it's a parenting relationship, and talk professionally about each other's work?
Listen, here's the thing, Peter. Yeah. You're stepping over a line now. You're stepping over a line. You know you are.
I suppose they're questions that people want to know.
Peter, you want to know. Take responsibility for what you want to know. Don't say what other people. This is a conversation that I'm having with you right now.
You're right.
Okay, so I'm just telling you right now, okay? Just put your manners back in.
Peter sounds like a teenage girl trying to get information on a divorcee so she can strengthen her fantasy relationship with Tom Cruise.
Hi Tucker, thank you so much for your address today. So you talked a little bit about immigration, and in the past you've talked white Australians, Americans, Europeans are being replaced by non-white immigrants in what is often referred to as the Great Replacement Theory. This is the same...
Have I said that whites are being replaced?
Well...
I don't think I said that.
Well, it's been mentioned on your show 4,000 times. And
really, when did I say that?
On your show.
I said whites are being replaced?
You have said that before.
Really?
Yeah.
I would challenge you to cite that because I'm pretty sure I haven't said that. I said native-born Americans are being replaced, including black.
Native-born Americans.
Native-born Americans.
And
Americans who, like black Americans, have been African Americans, have been in the United States for, in many cases, their families over 400 years, and their concerns are every bit as real and valid and alive to me as the concerns of white people whose families have been there 400 years. So I've never said that whites are being replaced, not one time, and you can't cite it.
Untrue.
So we just met, but when our relationship starts with a lie, it makes it tough to be.
She should actually be questioned as to why she thinks black and every other race of Americans do not somehow qualify as native-born. There should be some sort of fine when these reporters spread such lies.
There's a lot to unpack of what kind of went wrong for Democrats here. I think a factor is the working class feeling left behind, not reaching out to rural Americans. But what do you identify as Democrats got wrong? And it seems like you agree Biden maybe should have stepped aside sooner.
He definitely should have stepped aside. I said it a year ago. I was on camera, everybody was getting on me. I said a year ago, he needs to step.
You took some heat.
You remember, though, that he said, does everybody remember he said he was just going to do it for 4 years?
Right. Yeah. That's what I brought up.
Right. And did you think that once you know who stepped in, he said, well, there's nobody, we don't have anybody.
Well, the point is that it's not about who you're going up against when you know you're not what you used to be. And see, this is where covering sports puts me at a distinct advantage. I cover people every day where it's time to go, but you're holding on and you don't want to leave. People who cover the world of sports are accustomed to seeing that all the time. And so now here you are, to answer your question directly, you are the left, you leaned and you were a prisoner to the extreme left in a lot of people's eyes. Well, guess what? Most of America doesn't operate on the fringes. Whether you're left or you're right, you're relatively centrist. You believe in compromise, negotiation, working with one another. Nobody gets to get everything they want. The problem is those on the fringes continuously push for you to get everything you want. They're not about getting things done. They're about getting their way. And if they're not going to get their way, they're about complaining and griping about it because they understand that when you are operating based off of grievance, that's usually what provokes you to get to the polls. And that is why they don't mind feeling aggrieved and displaying and disseminating that kind of message because they know people are going to gravitate to that. And as a result, that might get them to the polls, you thinking you're going to get what you want as a result of it. And in this particular case, the Republicans were right.
So you think the Republicans are sort of an extreme fringe party?
No, I don't that they're an extreme fringe party. I think that they're operating against those they believe are extreme on the left. Like, for example, when you talk about the LGBTQ community, I'm a fiscal conservative and I'm a social liberal. I'm fiscal with my dollars. I ain't apologizing for not wanting to pay high tax to anybody. I'm not apologizing for that, right? But outside of that, I'm pretty liberal. Live and let live, okay? But you had folks on the left that were introducing some things when we got in the whole transgender issue and they were talking about bathrooms or they were talking about males transitioning to females and competing against girls in sports and stuff like that. These
That's
are
less than 1% of the population.
I understand that,
but you know what? Add Eric during the NFL.
But see, but I think that's where the mistake is made. You're saying it's ridiculous. I don't disagree with you. But most of the voters out there don't think like that. But
that means they don't have the information.
Okay, but 90% of the voters don't have the information. If you're out there busting your tail to make ends meet and to pay your bills and you're going to work every day and you got a family to take care of and you're in New York City, you're getting stuck 2 hours of your day, you're stuck in traffic. You understand? You got a whole bunch of stuff to go through. You don't have time to know what you and I know.
Maybe you need to listen to the news when you're in traffic.
Well, again, I agree with
not
that.
Be uninformed.
Or you listen to stuff that's going to take you away from the things that brings down your spirit. And that's unfortunately what most voters are doing.
Sunny is so far on the left she can't be seen anymore. Not agreeing with you doesn't make people dumb. This is why you guys lost and might probably keep losing.
You're saying that we should get rid of sporting categories altogether. Do you support the idea of eliminating the Paralympics versus the Olympics?
I think that's a really great question. And
my God.
I need to look into that.
That's very able-phobic.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time. I've said a load of crap.
What's wrong with you?
No, I haven't.
Yes, you have.
I understand physiology and sport.
Well, good for you.
You don't.
Good for you, but you don't understand loving a human being.
Yes, very able-phobic. How dare you discriminate against disabled people? Doesn't feel good, does it, Mr. Whatever your name is?
Wait, what were you saying?
I believe, and it's not just for people who are intersex or have a certain condition, it goes for everyone. However you feel you are, that's what you are.
So if I feel like I'm a millionaire, I'm a millionaire? Yeah!
That's not exactly how that... No, but that's not what I mean. I mean, it's up to each and every individual person to define who they are. I mean, you cannot see it that way, but that's up to you. They can still be who they are.
What's going on here is not the same what's going on here.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to.
So what happens is when there is some sort of like disruption between your mind and your body, then that's when you get confused. I think that you are born how you're born, and you can't change that.
So we can agree to disagree because I'm not going to change your minds, and you guys aren't going to change my mind.
No, I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm just giving you facts. That's not my opinion.
But those aren't necessarily facts. There are.
You could Google it. It's on.
There's research.
You got buried treasures, and you say you're a girl. You're not a girl. You have to literally. You can get rid of it and still be trans and all that. I respect the trans and all that, but that's delusional. If I say I'm a millionaire right now, and you look at my bank account, am I a millionaire? No, I'm not. So that's a lie. You're delusional. You're feeding that delusion that doesn't make any sense. So you can believe whatever you want, but the facts are there, baby.
I mean, it's like I'm coming here and saying I'm a dog. I'm a mastiff.
I'm a furry. Like,
so
come on.
I'm not a dog, and I'm just not.
Okay, did you hear that smoke alarm at the end? Someone actually got burned. Your mind does not alter reality. You can distort your reality, but the earth will not rotate anti-clockwise because you want to wear a wig or refer to yourself as they.
Yourself a church. How are you going to call yourself a church when there's been 0 scriptures quoted?
You are not allowed to be on property.
0 scriptures quoted. It was all opinion, 0 facts. Can you please provide 1 scripture as a church?
I can provide a penal code that says that you're currently trespassing.
Can you please, I'm not talking to you.
You don't have to talk. It's fine.
Can you please provide 1 scripture as a church?
Walk out the door.
Let me just talk to her real quick.
No, you're not.
Hey,
you're not.
Real quick.
You're not.
Could I have
out the
one?
door.
Could I have 1 scripture real quick, please?
You need to go.
It's time to leave.
As a church, I just want to hear scripture. As a church, I just want to hear scripture.
How will the police help you if they had been defunded? Think, please, think.
Are you a homeowner or do you live somewhere, right?
Rent an apartment, yeah.
Okay, let's just say like the government came out and was like, hey, let's just bring in like millions of immigrants, thousands, millions, but the public has to be willing to open up their homes to house like 2, 3, 4, 5 families. Would you be willing to do that?
I live in a studio apartment, so I personally would not be willing to do that. I know that in Los Angeles, there's a lot of millionaires with a lot of big houses and a lot more room than me, and I feel like it wouldn't be unreasonable to ask a white millionaire that made their fortune through probably corruption to house some immigrants so that they can work honestly.
So you personally wouldn't be willing?
Apartment.
So you think?
No, I personally would not be willing to let a bunch of people stay in my studio apartment.
Of course, other people should deal with the responsibility of your beliefs and protests. And notice how she easily slipped in a skin color? Typical.
So do you believe that truth is objective or subjective? Do you believe in absolute truth?
Sure.
Okay, so if you believe in absolute truth, shouldn't we have absolute terms of what a infant-bearing or infant-birthing person is, otherwise known as a woman?
No.
Okay, so let me ask you this a different way, I suppose. So if anyone can identify anything at any time, correct?
Anyone can identify.
As a woman or a man, you could just choose at any time, right?
Gender? Well,
sure.
Gender identity isn't switching genders all the time. It just depends, like...
But that's your position, right? That's fair to say? That you could change your gender?
My position is that you should accept people's gender identity, and you shouldn't try to shame them out of it.
So let me ask you, should we accept people that think they're younger than they actually are?
Oh, he actually laughed. That's how we all feel when you come up with new issues, new terms, new types of discrimination, and new problems. It's sadly laughable.
I want to do something that was for girls. I did every single sport. I tried to be a boy so hard, right? And I had 2 moms, and I got my nails painted, and I went to preschool. But here's the deal. I did have progressive parents. I did start growing facial hair when I was like 12, right? And that did not work for me. My mom had to shave for me.
So this teacher has 2 LGBT moms, started going to Pride events at 4 years old, and started having his nails painted before preschool, and we're supposed to believe that has no correlation with him identifying as non-binary today.
Yeah, no, you were born that way. It had nothing to do with your upbringing or your mother shaving for you. Go, girl.
My preferred pronouns. What do you think my preferred pronouns are?
What do you mean? What does that even mean?
Use your brain.
You're a woman.
Incorrect. I'm being educated about my gender identity.
How many gender identities are there in nature? How many genders are in a lion?
Oh my goodness.
How many genders do a monkey have? How many genders do a zebra have? How come human beings are the only one with gender fluidity? Amen. Only reason why people say they have multiple genders because they have reasoned themselves to align.
Amen. Well, no, there's clownfish, there's snails, which are hermaphrodites. Humans have intersectionality.
What's a hermaphrodite?
Something that's male and female.
Okay, so that's two. You're further making my point.
Right, but
show me something with 3 or 4 or 5 genders.
Hermaphrodite is a type of sex where you have combined chromosomes of male and female.
Of what?
Male and female.
That's 2.
Combined.
Amen. That's 2, and that's my point. There's only 2.
You just shot yourself in the leg, man. Isn't it just heartless to try to use people with special conditions to justify your foolishness? What happened to love and empathy?
Every person that I've loved has left me. Every person that I've cared about has left me behind. When I show that I'm the total package, it's never enough. So they see somebody who's honest and caring and is probably going to give you the best you've ever had in your life.
You seem pretty.
Well, when,
the narcissistic.
Don't do that. Not when this stupid ass motherfucker called me
the guys that you've dated in the past. And the guys that you currently want now, what do you think that they want in you?
More submission, more of a quiet, no talking back kind of attitude. I'm not going to submit to you. Yeah. I have my own mind, my own opinion. I've lived an entire life without you. I'm not going to submit to you unless you're paying all my rent. If I'm paying half and we're doing everything equal, it's going to be equal.
There's not a man out here, a heterosexual male out here, a feminine woman that's submitting to him.
I'm sorry, I disagree.
Well,
that's a very archaic.
Your own.
But you
Diana,
don't date straight men.
Reality,
I do.
Diana,
how would you know?
Your own reality tells you that because they're not giving you that commitment.
Diana. If you want to be a man, then you do not need a man. Just be your own man.
You come here to our campuses, you make an ass out of us with your f***ing clever editing. It's honestly pathetic. You're f***ing bothering us day to day. It's pathetic, dude.
Why are you wearing a mask?
Because facial identification, shit like that. Who cares?
So you're afraid of people finding out who you are? We have a word for that. You know what that is?
This is your platform. I encourage everybody to just make fun of him. Charlie, should I be celibate?
Dude, for a guy wearing a mask,
Should I be celibate?
I would be really careful about throwing around jokes to other people.
Someone has to say the truth about these things, and thankfully Charlie Kirk's doing a great job at it. Besides, you can choose not to completely ignore him, you know.
Men are providers, so go do that job. Go learn a trade. Go do something.
Well, you said that that's all they're good for.
Yeah.
And what are you good for?
A lot of things.
Like?
I'm funny. I'm smart.
You haven't demonstrated that yet.
Okay, well, that's your opinion. I'm a musician. I dance.
You dance?
The list goes on and on.
What a great quality. You can dance. What do you bring to the table, though?
What do I bring to the table? I'm smart. I'm funny. I'm attractive. I have talent.
I don't know if men are so useless that their only job is to be providing for you. It sounds like you're just a typified eater. Like, I don't know what you're really bringing to the table. You're just kind of consuming resources, right?
I mean, if you want to hear the answer that I could be domesticated and I can cook and clean and do all that, I can.
No, that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is what of value are you bringing to society?
By being me.
By being you. I'm enough.
I am enough.
Okay.
This woman is a perfect example of how modern feminism is a joke.
I would say it's my responsibility. I would feel it's my responsibility to offer to adopt that child.
If your son was in middle school and got a 13-year-old girl pregnant, you would want that girl to have to go through the trauma of giving birth as a 13-year-old girl?
I would say, first of all, no one wants a 13-year-old to be pregnant. I think. Do you think that having an abortion simply wipes it all away? That gets rid of the sexual assault? That cures the pain she endured?
Does this argument apply to the 13-year-old situation then? So that's not a consenting adult if, like, the person who is pregnant.
You can't consent if you're not. If you're a minor, you can't consent to anything.
So if you're a minor, should you be able to have an abortion without your parents' consent?
Yes.
You just said you're a minor, you can't consent to anything. And I said, if you're a minor, can you consent to having an abortion? And you just said yes. Do you understand?
It's prepared to have a child.
I agree.
So
no
if
13-year-old is prepared to
by
be a
rape, by
parent.
consent, whatever, they should be able to have an abortion as a 13-year-old.
No one is saying in the pro-life movement that a woman, a girl who is sexually assaulted, no one is saying that she should become a parent. We know it's human because it has human parents. The law of biogenesis says like begets like. Like, I can't make a koala bear no matter how many times I have sex with my husband. No matter what position I'm having sex in, I can only make a human being. And we know that human being is alive because it's growing. The cells are rapidly multiplying. And what's really fascinating is that human being is self-directed. It tells itself how to develop.
Like, yes, the cells are alive, but that doesn't mean it is alive. Like, it doesn't have personhood. Does that make sense?
So, okay, that is exactly what the argument. So now, when do you get personhood?
When you can viably exist outside of the womb without depending on the person whose body you're in.
So here's the truth, a 13-year-old aborting her baby will not solve the issue of the pain she experienced from a sexual assault or trauma. Let's not forget that regardless of what may have happened, the completely innocent one is the baby in the womb.
How many gender identities are there in nature? How many genders are in a lion?
Oh my goodness.
How many genders do a monkey have? How many genders do a zebra have? How come human beings are the only one with gender fluidity? Only reason why people say they have multiple genders because they have reasoned themselves to align.
Well, no, there's clownfish, there's snails, which are hermaphrodites. Humans have intersectionality.
What's a hermaphrodite?
Something that's male and female.
Okay, so that's two. You're further making my point.
Right, but
show me something with 3 or 4 or 5 genders.
Hermaphrodite is a type of sex where you have combined chromosomes of male and female.
Of what?
Male and female.
That's 2.
Combined.
Amen. That's 2, and that's my point. There's only 2.
Walkies, there are just 2 genders, male and female. Biology proves it, nature does too. He agrees with it, I agree with it, and I'm sure deep down you do too.
Normalize guys wearing nail polish, crop tops, honestly any clothes they want, dresses, skirts, whatever, pajamas, onesies, comfortable, and wearing makeup.
Well, I mean, not a big fan of guys taking workout videos of themselves, just as a general rule, but that is correct. Normalize guys wearing crop tops? Who wants that? That's how you end up with Dylan Mulvaney.
How about we normalize guys being masculine and not feminine, because that is how they are designed.
Oh no.
I don't know if I was clear the first time when I said it, so I'll be clear again this time. Okay. My gender is and my pronouns are
I mean, okay.
Yikes, this is just plain crazy demonic stuff, and one can tell me otherwise. Just look at this. One thing is clear. This person doesn't need new pronouns. He is either possessed or needs to visit the mental hospital as soon as possible.
Pro-choice always made sense to me because I don't like people telling me what to do. And I always just like, it's your body. Who the f am I to tell you what to do with your body? So that always made sense. All right? However, I still think you're killing a baby. See? That's where it gets weird. It's not a baby yet. That would be like if I was making a cake and I poured some batter in a pan and I put it in the oven, and then 5 minutes later you came by and you grabbed the pan, you threw it across the floor, and I went, what the f***, you just ruined my birthday cake? And then you were like, well, that wasn't a cake yet. It's like, well, it would have been. If you didn't do what you just did, it would have been a cake in 50 minutes. Something happened to that cake, you cake murdering son of a
He's the best. Have you seen the routine that he did on the WNBA there? They're always like, there are not enough people at WNBA games. Like, well, f you. You're 50% of the population. Get your asses out in the stands.
Exactly. The cake is in the oven. Whether you like it or not, once you get pregnant, it means there is a living, breathing, and moving human inside of you. Would it be fair to get rid of it because you think it is less valuable than your life?
It's not okay to be yourself. If yourself is this, stop being it. Stop it. No one likes yourself. Not in public. No, it's not okay to be yourself in public. Stop it. I hope a shark eats this person. That'd be a great end to that video.
Oh my gosh, is that supposed to be a wolf with the fake tail and all? What in the world makes you think this is okay? How do people even think of this? It is crazy.
I just want to ask you what you as a male, just like would guess you are a male, think you have the right to speak up and tell women what to do with their body?
Are men allowed to have opinions on moral topics?
Yeah, you are, of course, allowed to have opinions, but it's a really controversial opinion to tell a woman what to do with their body. You are a man, and it's not your field-based.
So if it's not your DNA, why is it your choice?
Of course, it's my body.
It happens to be temporarily in your body, but is it your being?
Yeah.
It is? Didn't the woman make a choice to have sex and then she should carry the responsibility that comes with it?
I think there are two people who should carry the responsibility, not only the woman.
Okay, wait, hold on. So then shouldn't a man be able to say, you can't have an abortion without my consent? I thought you said it was just a woman's issue.
A real gotcha moment, and all he had to do was use his own logic against her.
Y'all, everybody keeps asking who that is in my pictures and stuff.
Oh man, this one is so sad.
Like, I'll post these pictures sometimes. Y'all, this is me in 2021. So, 3 years ago. That was me.
Wokeness destroys lives. Wow, that's terrible. Oh yeah, don't give me the split snake tongue. That's, oh my God, these people went and got surgeries to die.
This is so sad. Look at how pretty she was before and how monstrous she looks now. The concept of wokeness is an indoctrination that has to be removed from society as soon as possible.
Hi, my name is Erin. I use she, her pronouns, and I am this.
Good cat.
See, even cats have had it with pronouns.
Go ahead.
You were speaking all with theoreticals. You're saying like, oh, if someone is raped, they should be able to like, you know, blah, blah, blah. The reality
Punish
is,
the rapist.
Yeah, that doesn't happen.
It
The
should.
rapist rarely gets punished.
Oh, I know.
You're not
Rapists love abortion. It gets them off the hook.
standing here condemning that. Instead,
Oh,
you're
yeah, I am.
condemning the victim.
Just in case you're curious, we condemn rape. No. Someone rapes a person, right? What? Women are not sex objects. Babies are not body parts. You can't do whatever you want to a woman, and you can't do whatever you want to a baby. It's consistency. We've all been there. That's true. You've been there. I've been there. We've been in the womb. We developed. Yes, positive. IVF is still in a womb. Are you serious? In vitro fertilization, they fertilize the egg outside and they place it in a mother's womb and they develop. All human beings have developed in a mother's womb.
They always go silent the second facts enter the conversation.
My name's Eve, you're local transsexual. I just wonder where you get this idea that like trans people are being indoctrinated.
Okay, so
Are you say you're transsexual or transgender? And tell me, is there a technical difference between the two?
Damn, okay. Some people say that there's a difference. To me, there's no difference. So it's just either or.
Okay, so what are your chromosomes? XX or XY?
Very strange question, but
Not really.
XY. I could be intersex, who knows?
Okay, so you were born as a man and you are a man.
No, I was born as a man and now I'm a woman.
Okay, no, but you don't become a woman just because you dress like a woman.
Oh, goodness. What about my hormones?
I don't become black. Do I become black if I wear blackface?
That is a...
Just send them into an army camp. They can get cured there real fast.
Men are so superficial.
Would you date a guy that's shorter than you?
Absolutely not. I'd at least 6'2".
At least 6'2".
Yeah.
How tall are you?
5'5".
5'5".
Yeah.
So 6'2".
Well, 5'6", 5'5".
6'2" bare minimum.
Yeah, I just like tall dudes.
She didn't even realize what he did there, right over her head.
What is a woman?
I think a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman.
Got it. So that's not a definition. That's like saying a table is something that identifies as a table. Give me an objective definition.
If I decided right now that I wanted to identify as a woman, I would be a woman.
Okay, but that doesn't answer the question.
I know, but
you
right
said-
now I'm a man, right? So if that
But you have
happened
to
right
tell
now,
me
I'd be a
what that
woman.
thing
So
is.
once a person makes the decision to identify as a woman,
Got it. No,
they're a woman.
that's a separate issue. What is a woman?
That's the definition.
No, I know, but you have to tell me what.
A person who identifies themselves as a woman.
But you have to how do you know that they are that thing? It's called circular reasoning. You have to give me a actual definition.
I don't have to. I did give you a definition.
No. You said that a woman is something that thinks they're a woman. That doesn't give me a definition.
I can't believe there were women who fought for equality just to have some dude 50 years later saying all it takes to be a woman is I say so.
Because the amount of money that you two girls are making on OnlyFans, is it worth giving up a family and love? Because any man that is worth his salt that you would even be attracted to wouldn't put up with it. I can tell you right now. And you, my dear, are a depreciating asset. Every day that goes by, you're going to be less and less beautiful. And at some point, there's going to be a history of you doing that. As beautiful as you are, you're stunning, you're a pretty girl. But no man that is going to be in your league is going to put up with it. And so the question is, if you were truly in love and you had true desire for a man that would put his foot down with you, tell you how it was going to be, would you or would you not give up your OnlyFans?
The adoration from her simp army had blinded her to thinking a man will choose her for marriage.
You know, we're always told, of course, that it's just a social construct that says that men shouldn't wear dresses. This is what they tell us. Well, who says that men shouldn't wear dresses? The society just came up with that arbitrarily. It's artificial. There's no actual real reason why dresses are womanly, is what we're told. Well, the funny thing is that any man who tries to prove that theory will always inevitably wind up proving the opposite. Because when you see men dressed like this, it's extremely clear that these sorts of outfits are not meant for men to wear. Okay, nobody looks at that and thinks that it looks good. Nobody does. Nobody sees a man in a dress and really honestly thinks in their own minds, wow, that looks great. Nobody does. It's awkward. We all know that it's awkward. An alien from another planet could land here having no knowledge of any of our social constructs, and they would see that outfit and they would say, what's going on here? What the hell's that guy wearing?
How about men just stick to men clothing?
Do you read The Guardian? Do you read The Guardian? You read The Guardian, don't you? I know I'm gay, actually.
They're females.
I'm gay. You see, typical lefty. You don't like someone, call them homophobic, call them a fascist, call them a racist, call them a Nazi. Because that's what The Guardian teaches you. This is what happens when you drink too much soya milk. It rots your brain.
I could watch this type of ownage all day easily.
You may want to have confidence in the current leadership of the Pentagon and the way the defense situation has been operating for the last several years. I mean, from the Afghanistan pullout, which was an extreme debacle for which no one was held accountable. We've had spy balloons flying over the United States. We built a $300 million pier as a public relations stunt, which wound up killing an American service member. I'd say I've had just about enough of the so-called insiders running the Defense Department. I think we ought to give Pete Hegseth a chance because he's got two insiders. All the criticism of him is that he's not the expected Washington pick. And I'm just saying to you that the American people just voted against the expected Washington pick. So he's got 20 years in service, Afghanistan, Iraq, 2 Bronze Stars, Princeton, Harvard. Yeah, he's on TV, but so are the rest of us.
By the way, that list
I think he ought to be given a chance.
That list you just gave is really interesting because you highlighted a bunch of things that the civilian leadership of the country decided on. In the military, their job was just to execute. They executed.
How did it go?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
How did it go?
In terms of the decision making, you're assigning decision making responsibility to the military over things that civilians are responsible for.
So you make a good point. The civilian leadership made decisions, and then the people they put in charge of the Pentagon carried it out. And it was all pretty much a disaster. So now we have a new president who I think got elected in part because of some of those disasters. And he's going to put in some of the non-insiders in charge of not just this agency, but a bunch of them. Now look, they've got to perform. They've got to perform. I mean, we got 53 U.S. senators that are Republicans. And Pete Hegseth, he's an American hero. The man won 2 Bronze Stars for his service, and he's been a champion for veterans. He's going to have to go up there just like everybody else and prove his knowledge of how to do this job. He's not immune from that, but we ought to give this man a chance, in my opinion.
Wokies have been trying to find something to be made about lately, so they chose the president-elect's nomination. Are you upset that he used to be a host on Fox? The man's gotta work, no?
We don't agree on this.
Yes, you want censorship and I don't.
No, I don't want censorship at all.
Yes, you do.
No, I want responsibility. I think
You desperately want censorship.
No, if I want a censorship...
You want censorship so bad you can taste it.
No, that's not true. It's not true. I think that there's right and wrong. And I think that...
You want censorship.
And I think that when you have a platform that's as big as yours and as powerful as yours and as influential as yours, and you are a person of consequence to the world with what you do, that there is a certain responsibility that goes along with what you have on your platform and what you put out to the world. And I think that's important. You don't see that responsibility.
I think we have a responsibility to adhere to the law. And if people want the law changed, they should talk to their elected representative and get the law changed, and then we will adhere to the law.
Okay.
But if you want us to go beyond the law, that is us deciding to be censors. And I'm against censorship. I'm in favor of freedom of speech.
Yeah.
And freedom of speech only is relevant when people you don't like say things you don't like. Otherwise, it has no meaning.
I think I get why Don Lemon dyed X. Trump supporters have been rubbing the victory in his face. When X was Twitter, so many shadow bans would have happened.
We look at the 5 cases, 6 months from now, a year from now. Let's assume all 5 of them go to trial. He's guilty of 3 so far.
Wait, what do you mean he's guilty of 3 so far?
Well, he's been convicted of 3, sorry.
What do you mean? No, he hasn't.
No, E. Jean Carroll was guilty.
That was not a conviction. That was a civil case.
Okay, well, yes, so that's what I'm talking about. So that
okay, but there's a big difference.
It's still he was convicted. He was guilty of that. He got settlement. In the Trump organization, they're guilty there. Okay?
Again, was still civil, liable.
Yes, of course. But these are the cases we're talking about. And in a third one...
she's a lawyer, right?
Yeah, of course. And in a third one... I'm just talking about the 5 cases. Yes, some are civil, obviously, and some are not. Some are criminal. But if we look at all 5 cases...
You said 3 convictions. Now you're walking it back.
I'm not walking it back. There's 3 in which he was...
You should walk it back.
Okay, I'm so glad Megan is here.
Of the 5, 3 of them, he's either guilty or...
He got a bad result.
Yeah, got a bad result. There are 2 more. If he is found guilty of those 2 more, Megan, and 5 of 5, he had a bad result, way to frame it, will you chalk all 5 up in your mind to 5 different jurisdictions, 5 different prosecutors, 5 different juries and or judges, all conspiring to get him?
100%.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. That's all I wanted to hear your answer to. 5 of 5 different jurisdictions. Yeah. You think it's all lawfare?
Jean Carroll, they changed the law so that she could bring a civil lawsuit against him, and she did. New York went 87% for Joe Biden. That fix was in right from the start. The fraud trial that Letitia James brought against him has never been brought. There's no victims. The banks who were involved said, we didn't lose a penny. What are we doing here? We weren't damaged. Nobody was complaining except Tish James, who ran for office saying, I will get him. Then you have Alvin Bragg, who's a George Soros-funded prosecutor who doesn't like to prosecute any crime in New York City, where I lived for 17 years, except if your name is Donald Trump. Let's go down to Georgia, where Fani Willis and Nathan Wade couldn't keep their libidos in check long enough to actually bring this case against Donald Trump. It's a repeat of what was happening in January 6th up in the case with Judge Chutkan, who loathes Trump and has sentenced almost every J6 defendant to way more jail time than their counterparts would get. Those are falling apart because of presidential immunity, which was handed down by the Supreme Court, who said you cannot bring a criminal case against a sitting president for any official act. Those cases have been gutted. Also a Supreme Court ruling saying the same on January 6 defendants in general. And that leaves us with Florida and the documents. And Trump has torn that apart because Jack Smith wasn't properly appointed and isn't the right counsel. But there are other issues. They haven't even gotten to presidential immunity there. And so that one's going nowhere as well. And by the way, they're going to appeal it up to the 11th Circuit. It out. The 11th Circuit is conservative, and thank God so is the current Supreme Court. They're not going to tolerate that nonsense.
Let me ask you about...
Megan is just brilliant. How do you want to ask questions about legalities and conspiracies if you don't even know the difference between liabilities and convictions? So you're saying you didn't even watch a single season of Suits?
Is it safe to say that based off of your comments, you're suggesting that these women at these abortion rallies are ugly and overweight?
Yes.
What do you say to people who think that those comments are offensive?
Be offended.
What were you expecting him to say? Go on a middle-class family rant like someone we used to know.
On the topic, I mean, in terms of your sort of strategy currently, you're obviously taking the populist pathway.
What does that mean?
Well, appealing to people's more emotional levels, I would guess. I mean, certainly you tap very strong ideological language quite frequently.
Like what?
Left wing, this and that. Right wing, I mean, it's that type of ideological spectrum.
I never really talk about left or right.
Anyways,
I don't really believe in that.
Okay, a lot of people would say that you're simply taking a page out of the Donald Trump book.
Like which people would say that?
Well, I'm sure a great many Canadians, but.
Like who?
I don't know who, but...
Well, you're the one who asked the question, so you must know somebody.
Okay. I'm sure there's some out there, but anyways, the point of this question is, I mean, why should Canadians trust you with their vote, given, not just the sort of ideological inclination in terms of taking the page out of Donald Trump's book, but
what are you
also
talking about? What page? What page? Can you give me a page? Give me the page. You keep saying
in terms of turning things quite dramatically in terms of Trudeau and the left wing and all of this. I mean, you make quite a it's quite a play that you make on it. So I'm
not sure. I don't know what your question is.
Then forget that. Why should Canadians trust you with their vote?
Common sense. Okay. Common sense for a change. We're going to make common sense common in this country. We don't have any common sense in the current government. The guy prints $600 billion, grows our money supply by 32% in 3 years. That's growing the money 8 times faster than the economy. No wonder we have the worst inflation in 4 decades. I'm going to cap spending, cut waste, so that we can balance the budget and bring down inflation and interest rates. You'll want to be able to pay your mortgage again? You want to be able to afford rent? Then you have to vote for Pierre Poilievre, because I'm the only one with a common sense plan that will bring back the buying power of your paycheck.
Give the man a page. If you were going to give such a dumb interview, you should have at least read the Trump book you keep mentioning. Did Joy Behar teach you how to ask questions?
Jamaica.
What are your pronouns?
What are my pronouns? What do you mean by pronouns?
Pronouns like he, her, him, she, them, that.
Female, as you can see.
I think you're a female too.
Okay.
And are you married to a man or to a woman?
Oh, God almighty. A man, of course. I know my gender.
I'm also a female, by the way.
No. No.
I'm a beautiful girl like you.
Take care.
No one can tell me I'm not a beautiful woman like you.
If you drop this, let me see.
Don't you just love African aunties? Truth from the straightest face. You're a woman, prove it. Actually, don't bother. If you have to convince a panel, we know you're a phony.
Like,
what is a woman?
I mean, honestly, I believe that if you do feel like you are a woman, you have every right to, if you truly feel that you are a woman and you want to express yourself as a woman, you can do that.
I want to show you a video of the British women's deadlift and bench records being broken.
Awesome. Okay. Holy shit.
This is the person who broke those records.
Okay, of women's deadlift?
Of women's deadlift.
Okay.
His name is Zuby.
Okay.
He was a woman for 5 minutes.
What does that mean, he was a woman for 5 minutes?
He identified as a woman for 5 minutes.
During the competition?
Exactly.
When he identified as a woman?
Correct.
But he doesn't now?
Correct.
And he did it before?
Correct.
That's very interesting. Do they were there qualifications to show that he was a woman, or
it's just a feel?
Okay, you see how you can't believe it when you are finally faced with reality. It's easy for you to call womanhood a feeling when all you do is sit on your couch liking tweets and commenting on TikToks. But there is a whole world of women being threatened daily by the men you egg on. Men, not women.
Do you eat avocados?
I eat a plant-based diet.
Do you eat avocados?
Asking the government.
Do you eat avocados? Yes?
A leading study from...
Do you... It's an interview. You don't just answer different questions. Do you eat avocados?
I eat a plant-based diet, which
Do you eat avocados?
Yes.
Yes, you do. Great. Do you know how avocados and almonds get made?
Absolutely.
You do?
Yes.
So you realise that in California, every year, for 6 weeks, they fly in billions of bees to create your almonds and avocados, and in that process, several billion bees get murdered. This is a bee. Right? Why are you laughing? It's not funny.
I'd like to respond.
Bees getting slaughtered and you giggling away like it doesn't matter, whilst destroying buildings because you care so much about animals. You don't care about the little guys.
No, they just don't want to see steak. The hypocrites don't care about anything else. Not about the control measures that go into ensuring proper harvesting of plants. No, it is all just a big fight against steak.
What do you think about white men?
I think it's just the term white man, just immediate turn off.
What do you think of black men?
Love.
Do you think it's racist to, by default, not like white men?
I mean, I don't think so, because...
Cue in the crickets, everybody. Is there a virus in hair dyes and ridiculously colored wigs? There is a statistic that could be drawn there, and it would not be pretty.
Can a man get pregnant?
I think, well, they can in this day and age with sort of new sciences, the fertilization. Yeah, I mean, I think you see on the internet nowadays, you see more men with artificial style pregnancies. Yeah.
So when you say defertilization?
I said artificial.
Artificial fertilization.
Yeah.
So so as men, I presume you're a man.
I am.
We don't have uteruses, no?
No.
So we can't get pregnant?
No.
The video would not be complete without the famous Gordon Ramsay meme. What is he yapping about? Just walk them in a circle and watch them completely falter.
Did spring up in, as a little girl?
Well, I did assign binary pronouns to Hazel initially, yes. And then when they were older, they articulated a preference for using they, them pronouns.
Right, just so I get my head around all this. It's obviously very complicated. Not to you, but it's complicated to me. So let me try and just lay this out. Explain your domestic setup. You're married, is that right?
Yes, I'm in a multi-adult family. There's 3 of us that are raising 2 children, an 8-year-old and my 1-year-old.
And how would you describe yourself? You were born biologically male, or how would you describe
I'm
it?
non-binary. Yeah, I'm non-binary, which means that I don't identify as a man or a woman, and I use they, them pronouns.
Okay, and your wife or partner, is it a wife? How would you describe your other half?
All of the adults in my household identify as transgender or non-binary.
Right, and you're only married to one, or you're married to both?
Legally married to one,
right,
in a relationship with another.
So the one you're legally married to, what is their name?
Bren.
Bren, and Bren identifies as?
A woman. He's a she, her.
And she was born a woman and remains identifying as a woman?
Yeah. Yeah, she's a woman.
Okay, and who's the third member of the setup?
My partner, Luna, who uses they, them pronouns as well.
And Luna is male or female? Or?
Non-binary.
Non-binary. And, okay, but you're not married to Luna?
No.
Okay, and you have 2 children in the house?
Yes.
Okay, and just to clarify again, Sparrow, we don't know whether Sparrow was born male or female because you haven't said that, but Sparrow is now non-binary?
No, Sparrow is, I would say, antigender, which is a term, that means...
Imagine going into a coma in 2000 and waking up in 2024. Would you not rather go back to sleep than navigate this insanity? Those poor children, those poor, poor children.
Just curious, I'm trying to understand what you mean by hateful content, and I'm asking for specific examples. And you just said that if something is slightly sexist, that's hateful content. Does that mean that it should be banned?
Well, you've asked me whether my feed, whether it's got less or more. I'd say it's got slightly more.
That's why I'm asking for examples. Can you name one example?
I honestly don't use. Honestly, I
don't. You can't name a single example.
I'll tell you why, because I don't actually use that for you.
But you said
a lot of people are quite similar. I only look at
hang on a second.
my
You said you've seen more hateful content, but you can't name a single example, not even one.
I'm not sure I've used that feed for the last 3 or 4 weeks, and
then how did you see that hateful content?
Because I've been using Twitter since you've taken it over for the last 6 months.
Okay, so then you must have at some point seen for you hateful content. I'm asking for one example.
Right.
And you can't give a single one.
And I'm saying...
I say, sir, that you don't know what you're talking about.
That's a BBC reporter who was wailing about the hateful content he had seen on X since Elon took over. Okay, cool. Name one. That was when his brain stopped printing ridiculous claims.
Mr. President, we so appreciate you giving us an hour of your time. I want to start by addressing the elephant in the room, sir. A lot of people did not think it was appropriate for you to be here today. You have pushed false claims about some of your rivals, from Nikki Haley to former President Barack Obama, saying that they were not born in the United States, which is not true. You have told 4 congresswomen of color who were American citizens to go back to where they came from. You have used words like animal and rabid to describe black district attorneys. You've attacked black journalists, calling them a loser, saying the questions that they ask are, quote, stupid and racist. You've had dinner with a white supremacist at your Mar-a-Lago resort. So my question, sir, now that you are asking black supporters to vote for you, why should black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question in such a horrible manner. First question. You don't even say, hello, how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network. And I think it's disgraceful that I came here. I love the black population of this country. I've done so much for the black population of this country, including employment, including opportunity zones with Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, which is one of the greatest programs ever for black workers and black entrepreneurs. And I say this, historically black colleges and universities were out of money, they were stone cold broke, and I saved them and I gave them long-term financing, and nobody else was doing it. I think it's a very rude introduction. I don't know exactly why you would do something like that. And let me go a step further. I was invited here and I was told my opponent, whether it was Biden or Kamala, I was told my opponent was going to be here. It turned out my opponent isn't here. You invited me under false pretense. And then you said you can't do it with Zoom. Well, where's Zoom? She's going to do it with Zoom, and she's not coming. And then you were half an hour late, just so we understand. I have too much respect for you to be late. They couldn't get their equipment working or something was wrong.
Mr. President, I would love
I think
if you
it's
can
a
answer the
very
question
nasty
on your rhetoric
question.
and why you
I have
believe that
answered the
black voters
question.
should trust another
I
4
have
years.
been the best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln. That's my answer.
Why does the race of the reporters matter? You're black and he's white. Should people assume that the reason you ask such a horrible question is because of race? He's always going against reporters from CNN. Most of them are white. Why don't you bring that up?
What is that change going to look like, Don? What practically, your father as president, I think you would even say, was a divisive figure. What's it going to look like in the second term?
I don't think he was a divisive figure at all. I think the media created divisiveness around him. They lied about Russia collusion. They said he was a traitor. They went after him in every which way as possible. If the media actually starts being an honest broker, talking about the things that he did, the prosperity he brought, the peace deals that he signed around the world, rather than the disaster that we're living right now, I think you'd do everyone in the country a big favor.
I know immigration's important to him. I covered the family separation crisis closely. Will we continue to see policies like separating 5,000 children deliberately from their parents?
You mean the Obama administration?
You know they didn't do that, sir. Will there be a second family separation policy?
It's MSDNC, so I expect nothing less from you clowns. Even today, even 48 hours later, you couldn't wait. You couldn't wait with your lies and with your nonsense. So just get out of here.
These questions were brought up less than 2 days after the first assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life. Joy, leave, and 6 colored rainbows, I guess. Would you like to hear an intelligent rant? Well, not a rant, an intelligent monologue.
John, I've not known you long, but I love you already. But I have to say that it's disingenuous to claim that the biases that are exhibited on Fox biases exhibited on MSNBC. It's difficult to suggest that these corporations operate as anything other than mouthpieces for their owners in BlackRock and Vanguard. And unless we start to embrace, and also, mate, like spiritually, if I may use that word in your great country, we have to take responsibility for our own perspectives. Been on that MSNBC, mate. It was propagandist nutcrackery on there. I went on a show called Morning Joe. It was absurd the way they carried on.
Good Morning Joe.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. It wasn't morning. There was no one called Joe there. No one could concentrate. They didn't understand the basic tenets of journalism. No one was willing to stick up for genuine American heroes like Snowden. No one was willing to talk about Julian Assange and what he's suffered trying to bring real journalism to the American people. And I think to sit within castle of MSNBC throwing rocks at Fox News is ludicrous. MSNBC better. Make MSNBC great again.
My friend, I would love...
Russell Brand, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Mr. President. Thank you. Today, 600,000, 25,000 deaths. I know you want to blame the WHO, but I've spoken to hundreds of people across the country in the last few weeks who say they still can't get tested and that they aren't social distancing because
so
they...
the governors, Excuse me. I know your question. You ready? The governors are supposed to do testing. It's up to the governors. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President,
go ahead, please. Quiet.
If we could just get back to May 1. They are not, Mr. President, they are following your lead, that they are not social distancing.
The governors are doing the testing. It's now not up, and it hasn't been up to the federal government. Go ahead.
President, I'm going to have a quick follow on the WHO, but if
I told them when they put this guy here, it's nothing but trouble. He's a showboat. If you keep talking, I'll leave, and you can have it out with the rest of these people. If you keep talking, I'm going to leave, and you can have it out with them.
They were so obsessed with making COVID accusations. They wanted his presidency to fail so bad. That's why wokies can never say they love their country. I've barely ever heard any of them say it. They love their agenda more.
But I can't work many hours because of my anxiety.
You have anxiety?
Yes, I do.
What causes anxiety for you?
Lots of things.
Like what, for an example?
Anything that doesn't agree with me, basically, or see things the way I do and see the good in things. That I just think that society is lost and just a bunch of hateful bullies.
He's turned you into a woman.
I am not a woman, Jesse.
Yeah, you act like one because you're afraid. You're beta.
No, you're a beta.
No. You're a beta, Michael.
No,
beta.
You are a beta. I am a normal man. You're a beta man.
No, you're not normal. I could think of many words to call you. Normal is not one.
I'm putting this on the bully list.
He doesn't have anxiety. He's a spoiled brat. He's an adult child with the emotional maturity of a 12-year-old.
Silent, what you are saying contributes to systemic racism in this country. It means that my students of color are pulled over and accused of stealing a car when they did not.
I'm not pulling anybody over for stealing any cars. I see many people of many different races in this room. They all seem to be doing just fine. I don't think any of them have felt violence because they listened to a lecture on basic facts about our immigration system. The question was, have I asked people in this room if they've felt as though some violence has been committed on them? No, I haven't asked, because no violence has been committed on you. Because violence is not a subjective feeling. Violence is an objective fact. And I would say to you, as a faculty member at a taxpayer-funded university, this is the foundation of liberal education. If you cannot understand that there is a difference between speech and violence, you don't understand anything that undergirds the liberal arts or liberal education. And that is a real shame. If our teachers don't understand the difference between ideas and violence, between speech and violence, then they are in no position to educate the next generation of Americans.
And if she's a lecturer calling speech violent, then her students have a right to sue her because they could be violated by her.
At some point, somebody's truth has to win. Because guess what? Your truth doesn't matter. That's still a truth
You've
claim.
had your truth in this country for the past thousands of decades.
Thousands of decades?
Not thousands. Whatever. My bad. That's a little embarrassing. But like your truth has been the narrative of this country forever.
Has it?
You think
Roe
yes,
versus
the
Wade
white
just
straight
got
male
repealed.
truth-
Abortion was legal in this country for 40 years.
And before the 40 years, what was And crime dropped
Thankfully illegal in
40%
most
after it
states.
went.
on
top of that,
Oh wait, hold on. Do you think abortion lowers crime rates?
crime dropped 40% after abortion became legal.
Why is that the case?
It's called a statistic.
Who has the most abortions in America?
Women.
Black people. Is that so? Are you trying to say the termination of blacks in the womb lower crime? That's a very racist argument.
That is not okay.
You know,
actually, I want to see if this
I can't hear you. You gotta come on.
Okay, but there's a reason. There has to be.
Like, yeah, sure, go ahead.
I'm with you on everything.
Okay. Yeah.
She learned more in that exchange than she did all school year.
My next guest, who is Shivani Dave. She is a journalist and a presenter at Virgin Radio, just down the corridor. Good afternoon to you, Shivani.
Good afternoon, Julia.
Thanks.
You know my pronouns are they, them. How are you doing?
Yeah. Thank you for telling me your pronouns. I use correct grammar, so the only thing I would need to refer you to is to your face would be you. But I'm not being rude. You can choose your pronouns. You can choose what you want to call yourself, but you don't get to require me to use incorrect grammar and factually incorrect things. You're not a plural. You're a one person, and you're a female person. So I will use she and her. Thank you very much.
It's disrespectful when you have to derail every single conversation to promote your delusion.
Do you feel proud of yourself for debating college kids who are unprepared to speak in front of an audience like yourself? Do you think that's a little bit silly?
Are you a voter?
I am a voter. I'm a
So
registered
I
voter.
vote and you vote. So I'm talking to voters of this country that will determine the future of Western civilization. That's what I'm doing here today. Yeah? Wait, hold on. How is it any different than a professor talking to you?
Then a professor talking to you? Who are you?
Well, important enough for you to come up to a microphone.
Actually, when I first saw this ad, I thought it was like an improv comedy thing. It looked so ridiculous that I didn't even think it was real.
Well, no, you can see. Look how popular Trump is on your campus. How does that make you feel? That's not comedy. That is a 5-alarm fire for Kamala Harris, because she's probably going to lose Pennsylvania. But no, I just want to be clear. Is there something wrong with talking to voters?
She is trying so hard to land an insult. It's clearly her only objective, and Charlie dismantled every attempt.
Now,
Then
if
all
this
of the
had
right
happened
wing
and
is
it was
guilty,
flipped,
including you, Candace.
Cenk, you just
You're all
spoke for a
guilty.
very long
You've
time.
done 10,000 times worse than you know.
Control yourself. Cenk, you're going to have to learn how to control yourself. I know it's very difficult for you, but you just had a very long time to speak and we were quiet. I promise you can do that. You need to sit on your hands, then you should do that.
Imagine a grown man acting like a toddler on a show and getting schooled like a toddler. Ouch.
You matter too, though. But you matter too.
We do not appreciate being filmed for this.
Oh, he's not filmed. He identifies a camera. we just kind of. I'm glad it's funny to you.
It's just very confusing.
It's just very confusing. Yeah, exactly.
Peter, I just want to get one final thought from you. Are there words that are used to describe men that offend you?
Not particularly, and if there are some I don't like, I certainly wouldn't want them banned. But it always goes back to that old adage: sticks and stones may break my bones, but there will always be something to offend a feminist.
Peter Lloyd.
No, that's just obnoxious.
Peter
Sorry,
Lloyd,
you have to give me a chance to respond to that. That is ridiculous.
She must have been even more offended after she realized she was manipulated into proving his point, not woman-manipulated.
What's her greatest accomplishment as vice president?
Being the first female all-black president. We've never had that before.
Like, I got that, but like, what's her accomplishment that made people's lives better?
I don't know. Vice presidents don't really do much, to be honest.
Can you name one thing she's done that's good?
No, probably not. That is an amazing
As of the timing of this filming, can you name to me how many times she sat down for an interview?
I think that is a very weird point to make.
Well,
why would I count how many times Kamala Harris has had an interview?
Because she refuses to take questions from the press and media? Like, shouldn't you do that if you're the sitting vice president?
You sat down to defend someone you know nothing about? Really?
A lot of your friends have made videos that were mocking me. I did not appreciate that. But I did see as well, you were mocking me from being of average height. I can't control that. I can't control my genetics. That wasn't very, you were mocking me. I did not appreciate that.
Asking my followers if I should wear heels tonight, and I did not.
I never mocked on her appearance, and there's plenty of subject matter there, believe me, but I never did it. So I didn't appreciate that.
I mean, there's no lie there.
Why did I keep the kid? I should have
believe you, broad. We don't believe
you. Don't have to believe me. Judge will.
You
don't have to, because you are nobody.
Human dog shit.
You are shit. You are disgusting. I didn't like you from the first time I saw you. Because you hate women.
Out of here.
You hate women. You understand?
Hey, guys.
You have no respect for women. That's why you're here arguing right now.
You respect
women.
As
soon as I brought up the video, you told me to leave.
Women. Child.
Andrew.
It's Mother's Day. How do you like that? You your kid. Happy Mother's Day. And the woman next to you, she agrees with me. How does that make you feel? How does that make the entire CCP feel that you're down here getting impregnated and murdering your offspring? How does that make you feel, ladies? Does that make you feel good?
That Happy Mother's Day murderer is the first time I've seen a kill shot executed on a podcast.
So, thinking back to when I was 16 in an anatomy class, when I learned that transgender people tend to have the brain structure that confirms their identity that they identify with. And you can look that up. That's a fact.
I will look that up.
Yeah, it's a fact.
I will look that up and I won't find it.
Yeah.
It's not a fact.
Oh.
It's not a fact.
Should we all pull out Google really quick and look?
So you're saying a trans man has the brain of a woman?
No. I'm saying that a trans man who identifies as a man will tend to have similar brain structure that a cis man would.
And where did you get that from?
Look it up. It's literally, I'm telling you, I learned it from my anatomy class when I was 16. And I looked up the fact before I walked up here because I knew that you would ask.
Okay. That's not true, but it also doesn't answer the question. So let's try to stay focused on one false claim at a time if we can.
Let's face it, as soon as these people open their mouths, they have already lost the argument.
Just a bigot? You can go.
Oh, what makes me a bigot, ma'am? Or sir? I'm not sure. I didn't misgender you, did I?
Oh, please, go.
Well, that's not very ladylike.
Oh, now you're fucking misgendering me. Ladylike.
Oh, well, what are you exactly?
None of your fucking business. What are you?
But you said I misgendered you. If I don't know what you are, how can I not misgender you?
She can't decide what to be offended about. It must be so exhausting going through life offended and angry about every little thing.
My choice! 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 My choice!
I can smell the mouth and body odor from here. Does she actually think that she's going to get pregnant and have to make a choice? Delusional.
And the only thing that wokeness has to offer in exchange is to brainwash bright young minds like you to believe that you are victims, to believe that you have no agency, to believe that what you must do to improve the world is to complain, is to protest, is to throw soup on paintings. And we on this side of the house are not on this side of the house because we do not wish to improve the world. We sit on this side of the house because we know that the way to improve the world is to work, is to create, it is to build. And the problem with woke culture is that it's trained too many young minds like yours to forget about that.
I'm sure they wouldn't be able to sleep well after being slapped so hard by that truth.
So I can't have an opinion on abortion because I don't have a uterus, but I can be a woman without one? Got it.
It's the hypocrisy for me.
We keep referring to pro-choice people, pro-abortion. I don't think everyone is pro-abortion. I think it's pro-choice.
Pro-choice to do what?
To do what they want with their own body. Yeah, but that's doing what they want with their body.
I'm against abortion. Are you for abortion?
I don't think it matters. I think it matters what that person wants to do.
Well, you can be pro-abortion, you can be anti-abortion.
No, you...
I mean, if abortion's so good...
Okay, you're saying it's black and white.
If abortion's so good, why are you waffling at this?
Okay,
if abortion
you think
is
it's black and
okay,
white.
if abortion is simply the removal of unwanted tissue, does nothing wrong, why are you having a hard time saying you're pro-abortion? Just accept the damn word.
What, abortion?
Yeah, say you're pro-abortion.
Why should I?
Why won't you?
Because you want me to.
Yeah.
Dude is actively fighting his conscience but still loses. He thinks it's bad, that's it.
Let me get this patch now.
The peaceful protest.
She activated his beast mode.
What's the weirdest thing about conservatives?
Imagine being that f***ing stupid.
Is there anything cool about conservatives?
No!
Nothing?
Absolutely not!
If you had to name one.
No!
Nothing?
Not a single f***ing thing.
Go like in depth on what's weird.
This is perfect. Can't come up with a single reason, but wrote his thesis on it. Sums up liberal politics.
This is undoubtedly the first dose of reality this leftist has ever had.
You remember me at all? Steven Crowder at all? No, not familiar? No. This is you threatening to slash my tires here? Oh my God, dude. You need remember this? Slashing my tires and actually...
We're trying to work.
Let me ask you, why do you think it's okay to threaten to slash someone's tires?
Hey, I didn't, dude.
I'm a conservative who has a difference of opinion from you, and I've never threatened actions of violence. I've never threatened to slash anyone's tires.
You need to get out or we're going to call the police.
You know what, let's call the police officers, because matter of fact, we actually have... No, actually, I would like to speak with the police. We're about to file a report very soon. This is a part of being a man, is owning up to the actions here. When you threaten violence against someone, part of being a man is taking ownership of your actions, taking responsibility.
It's always these extremely weak and fragile types of losers that are the most aggressive online.
Assuming your husband came to you and he said, I don't want my children to date anybody who is engaged in any kind of prostitution whatsoever, ever. I don't want that, and I'm going to advise them against it, even if they found the Lord. Would you respect his decision?
You're really making it like that's the worst thing you can do, but there's sin and it's hidden, and why don't we talk about those things? Those are the things that are worse. And he used Mary.
I thought there was no such thing as a worse sin.
To expose their stupidity, all we have to do is let them talk.
What is one thing that liberals can do that conservatives can't? They're really good at getting that septum pierced. That's what they can do. No way, you couldn't pay me to do that. One, it probably hurts, and two, it's ugly.
They are also really good at screaming, cussing, and making threats on social media.
All must have some type of mental disease, even considering this kind of thing.
Sir.
You know, I don't understand what's going on with you guys that we're even considering this. You guys need to go no, absolutely not, and come back to reality. Dude, you guys need to embrace God. You know, all this kind of talk, dude, from the name of the flag, dude, it is against
Thank
God.
you, sir. Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
He's had enough, and we all have too.
Free animal. That's sweet. Every single animal, they all have life. You're right. 100% right about that. They don't all need to. I feel like you haven't experienced enough life or death situations with animals. You know what I mean? Do you think an animal cares about your life? You think a polar bear is going, you know what? She's probably got backgammon on Tuesday. Maybe I won't eat her. I'm just gonna sit here with this Coca-Cola and sip it with my nephews.
Looking for validation and found humiliation instead.
To try to assign reality or any meaning to a homicidal maniac writing a manifesto, which, by the way, let the record show, also stated Spyro the Dragon, the child's cartoon, as a source of inspiration. He also cited Nelson Mandela as a source of information. I don't think that Nelson Mandela has inspired mosque shootings. You can correct me if you think I'm wrong. You would rather assign meaning to a homicidal maniac than to actually address the things that I said today that are actually harming Black America. Number one, father absence. Number two, the education system and the illiteracy rate. Illegal immigration ranks high, abortion ranks high, white supremacy and white nationalism, if I had to make a list again of 100 things, would not be on it. This hearing, in my opinion, is a farce, and it is ironic that you're sitting here and you're having 3 Caucasian people testify and tell you what their expertise are. Do I know what my expertise are? Black in America. I've been Black in America my whole life, all 30 years, and I can tell you that you guys have done the exact same thing every 4 years ahead of an election cycle, and it needs to stop.
2 white women speaking out on their expertise of being Black in America, while an actual Black woman is debating them based on her experience of being Black in America her whole life. I had to laugh at that one.
Concluded that kids don't need their development interrupted, the girls don't need their periods stopped and their voices lowered, and the boys don't need to grow breasts. What they need is psychotherapy.
It's not just the kids that need psychotherapy. Even their parents need that therapy.
College kids used to party, right? Cruise ships used to be boring. Old people who are conservative, they're not gonna laugh. College kids used to, everything has changed. Now the cruise ship people are like, make me laugh, I'm ready, yeah! And college kids are like, I'm ready to protest, I just don't know why yet. Should we protest now or wait till later? They're ready, they don't even know what to, they have the sign ready, they're just, what are we writing on this today? Chick-fil-A? Are we doing Chick-fil-A? Are we protesting Top Gun? What should we protest? We gotta protest something. They don't have fun. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. So here's what happened. I get to the college, and the student advisor is the lady in charge. She goes, just so you know, we did not have a good experience with our last comedian, and we want to make sure that you understand this is the student safe space. We don't want to trigger them. So all we ask is you don't talk about race, religion, politics, gender, sexuality, and don't make direct eye contact with them. Other than that, say whatever you want. We're really big into freedom of speech on this campus. Are you though? Really? Are you?
Why do people with no sense of humor go to comedy shows?
What about folks who have wombs but are not women, like trans people, genderqueer folks? Why do you keep saying women when this issue affects more than women?
Because there are 2 genders, male and female.
I am non-binary. I have a friend who is intersex, who is born, who has different chromosomes than you would expect somebody physically to have, because how many people in this room had a chromosomal test? This issue affects more than women. It affects trans men. It affects genderqueer folks.
Women have wombs.
I am not a woman, and I have a womb.
You are a woman.
I know.
Trans must always find its way into every discussion. And why is everyone so triggered? It's basic biology.
Is a man less of a man if he can't change a flat tire?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Is a woman less of a woman if she can't cook a meal from scratch?
We're biased, we're women.
No, that's not a good answer.
There it is, the entirety of the feminist movement in this. Generation inequality. Don't you just look stupid getting tossed by cars in public. Please just get out of the streets.
Choices. Who would you say is more likely to be supportive of the LGBTQ community?
Oh, this
Okay, why would you say that?
because he's a brown person and he's not for Trump.
Do you think the fact that he's part of Hamas would stop him from supporting that community?
Not at all.
Probably number one.
Number one?
Palestinians.
Why would you say that?
Because Trump supporters are typically anti-LGBT.
Do you think, so somebody that's a member of Hamas, would they support the LGBTQ community?
You know, I'm not sure. I'd say no.
Number one? Okay, what makes you say that?
They just look kinder.
Kinder? Do you think that, you know, somebody that's, say, a member of Hamas would be supportive of the gay community? Yeah. What do you think? Yeah.
Well, you guys are in for a surprise. Would you like to spend the summer in the kind-looking man's country? This just shows that people only see what they choose to see.
Done. I'm done. Seriously done. The Supreme Court has pissed me off so much right now. Like, so much. Joe, you're a reasonable man. You don't want to do this, but here's the reality. This is a war. This is a war now, and we are fighting for our country. And these are going to take it away. They're going to take it away. You, Clarence Uncle Thomas. You. Joe, you now have the right to take that Trump out. Take him out, Joe. If he was Hitler and this was 1940, you'd take him out. Well, he is Hitler and this is 1940. Take him the out. Blow him up. Blow him up or they'll blow us up.
Did she say done or dumb? Either way, yes, you are dumb, and yes, we are done. Have any of these people heard about digital footprints?
Can we talk about illegal immigrants? Because our country is literally full of them. And I'm talking specifically about the whiteys, the Caucasians, the white people in America. They literally are here illegally. Their ancestors are criminals that came here illegally. And I don't know, maybe in the future we can do like a mass deportation, like all these white Americans just, they can go be refugees in Europe or something. Or like we can like have like a spot in America where like the refugees can go, and obviously we'll provide them with care and stuff, but it's important that they do it the right way. Just because their ancestors didn't doesn't mean they should get the benefits of that. And I think that they should become like they should be deported until they can like work their way back and get a citizenship the right way, like the way I did it. I did all the paperwork. They should also have to, because again, we don't need more criminals in this country. It's already full of them.
Okay, she needs to take the most delusional wokey award at the next Pride Parade. This is just unmatched.
So since the Supreme Court just came down with some kind of bullshit decision saying that one man is above the law in this country, even though the Constitution says quite different and they're supposed to uphold constitutional law, so I don't know what Constitution they read to get the answer for this, but since they say that a president is immune from prosecution for anything he does officially while he's in office, I think that Joe Biden should officially have Donald Trump killed off, and that would solve this problem of him being too stupid to run our country for 4 more years because he's brain dead. But he could win the election that way. Take the official stance and just shoot Donald Trump right there on 5th Street. The Supreme Court said you could.
This obviously threatening and terroristic video is allowed to stay on the internet, but if you call a man, sir, you're an older citizen. You are expected to be wise.
Hey everyone. So, I had a date today, and I just need to vent. My date didn't show up, and everything was fine. I've been talking to a girl. I'm only interested in dating women. I'm not interested in dating men. And this morning we were texting back and forth, and I told her I was a trans woman, and she acted like she was fine with it. But I can't help feeling like the reason she didn't show up today is because of that. And it's just my opinion, but I don't think that's okay. I don't think it's okay to not date someone simply because of who they are or how they identify.
Is this satire? This has to be the biggest joke. Maybe this is the most delusional wokey. There are too many of them. They all deserve the award.
I am a 27-year-old transgender woman. I am a Wolfarian and a member of the furry fandom.
When and how did you discover this inner wolfness?
Probably around age 10 or 11. I was watching an anime about wolves and see the wolf running across the screen, and I'm somehow just intrinsically like, oh, that's me.
Have you spent any time around biological wolves?
Yes.
That sounds dangerous also. What context are you?
So I was a volunteer with a preserve, and I've also visited many wolf preserves.
Are you able to communicate with the wolves?
Am I going to have a conversation with a wolf in the way that I'm communicating you and I? Obviously not. Am I going to read their body language, respond appropriately to their behaviors and their nonverbal cues? Yes.
Would you be able to give us an example of this wolf communication?
No. I'm not comfortable doing so.
Okay.
She's 27 years old and has taken Halloween way too seriously. You communicate with wolves. We saw Batman at 10 and tied tablecloths around our necks. No one is standing on skyscrapers today and waiting for the city to call. Get some help.
And here's a piece of advice. If you're a straight man at the airport, I want to see you in pants with some structural integrity. I don't want to see you in your comfies. That's not for you. I didn't sign up to leave the house and see you wearing joggers with a hole in it. Those things are for girls only. Please put on your jeans, khakis, J. Crew chinos. They're always on sale at the factory outlet. It's an epidemic and it's only getting worse. I've visited a lot of airports and it seems like as straight men, we're taking creative liberties that we don't need to be taking. Why do you need to be comfy? It's a sight for sore eyes. You guys want to wear the pants in society, so wear the pants everywhere in the airport. And if you can't dress appropriately, as my girl Kamala Harris says, do not come, do not come.
I thought we don't dress up for other people. Why are you so concerned about a man's pants? You little woke pervert.
Myron says to me when I get there, he's like, you're a nice guy. I said, yeah, it was really disrespectful.
Off camera?
Off camera. And I said, bro, why would you say that to me? I think he got really surprised that I talked back. I was like, I'm gonna let that go because you just don't understand.
I'm surprised you did the pod with him after he said that.
Yeah, I said to Myron, I was like, if you met her, I don't think you would say that. I think if you got to know her, you would understand that, she wants to change, she wants to be better.
I'll go back to definitely ramp up my only, produce more content. We'll see where it goes.
What does that mean?
We'll see where it goes.
Is there gonna be boy-girl stuff?
No.
That's the question.
Would you go back to that?
Oh my God. No.
I'm out if that happens. I'm out.
Okay.
Would you?
No, I don't know.
What do you mean?
What do you don't know? Is it no? I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
What?
No.
I'm sorry. You always said you would never go back.
No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to.
You don't think releasing an old tape is going back?
It was already, the person I filmed with it, they were already selling it and everything. You could find it on the internet.
Got it.
It's just that I had never pushed it out on mine. So
this is literally already out there somewhere.
Yeah. It's not like you've never seen the face of the internet.
I don't know
this
all this.
person's.
So it looks like Myron was right. Your girlfriend is a 304. I believe in second chances and forgiveness and all that fairy tale thing, but trying to save an OnlyFans girl, that's playing yourself. If she hadn't quit before you met her, run for the hills.
But, you know, I just be confused when people say Trump is a racist only because before he ran for office, I never heard nobody call him a racist. People call him an ass.
But he's saying racist stuff now.
But what's racist stuff that he's saying?
The Haitian cat stuff?
What's racist about that?
Well, saying Haitians are
prejudice.
eating cats?
Yeah, Haitians are eating
Or
cats.
that when he was like a landlord owning all places, he was very discriminatory against black residents.
I'm discriminatory against black residents in certain buildings. I don't want certain living in my building.
As long as you say it with
if
the
I go
chest.
home tomorrow and I see 17 in the lobby with do-rags on, I'm talking to managers. Who is these niggas? Now, I'm from the hood. I don't want to see them in my building.
You worked hard to leave?
I worked hard to get away from these on them, I love them, but it's like I don't want to go to sleep these in my lobby either. Though. But we don't want to be honest because people are like, oh, you know, Trump is racist. No, he's not. A racist man is not going to let Jennifer Hudson and her family stay in his building after her family was. A racist man is not going to send the jet to pick up Nelson Mandela in Africa once he was free from prison. A racist white.
The Haitian thing was racist? How? A woman got reported and arrested for sinking her teeth into her neighbor's cat. There's video evidence of this.
Asking for a friend. Is it too early to seek asylum in Canada?
No, you can go now. It's safer. It's safer in Canada. Go. I actually stand behind your efforts to move to Canada and become a Canadian and drink Tim Hortons and be with the Mounties. I support it. Timmy Hortons, best coffee you'll have. You'll enjoy it in Canada. Montreal, Quebec, Toronto, Saskatchewan. Go. The Canadians will have you with open arms.
And do I need a passport for that?
You don't even have a passport.
The average liberal has no idea how the world works. Do you need a passport to move into another country? This is why they don't understand what illegal immigration is.
I need Democrats to do something. I need Democrats to do something. I need Democrats to do something. If you are the party of the people, if you are the party who's representing the rest of us, if you're the party who has our best interest in mind, I need you to do something. Please, I am begging you as someone who is having a hard time affording breakfast for her kid every day or doing the best we can. It is your job to represent us. I need you, please.
What's your job?
Do something, anything, make a noise, make a protest, do something. Stop just all the damn words.
I've done some digging. She's a disabled something other gender or something. So we should all have sympathy. But I don't, because she goes on to make herself even more unlikable. When you think of the Democrat voter, or the people who control the party, I should say, think of this.
And honestly, I'm a queer, disabled, poor woman in a very red state. Do you truly believe I think my little my little feelings on the internet this early in the morning when I was tired?
The seatbelt dirty. And it's not even the driver's side. She's a passenger in someone's vehicle, and she dirtied damn seatbelt.
Honey, let me hold your hand when I say this. Y'all are stupid sometimes. Y'all are straight stupid sometimes. I wish y'all the best. I wish y'all some help.
Lady, with chompers like that, let's keep the S's to a minimum, lady. Can I suggest using words with a lot of P's, a lot of M's, consonants that keep your mouth closed? I can't keep watching this. Play the rest of it, but I don't want to.
I wish y'all some context. Who mentioned Ukraine? Who mentioned any of that? Because it sure wasn't me. Who mentioned Biden? Because it wasn't me. Y'all, I need y'all to get some help, please. Like, please.
This is the attitude that comes from narcissistic sociopath white ladies. Like, oh, honey, and they feel entitled to do it because they just accuse you of doing that you're actually mansplaining, that you're patronizing. Imagine if a man were to talk to a woman that way. Here's the thing: you can do it. We just don't respect you. It's annoying. We tune you out, and so you have chosen in your dirty seatbelt from the passenger side. Could you please let me know how that happens? To act exactly the way that you accuse your opposition.
Can't afford breakfast and tattoos were free, I'm guessing. Forgot to tell you to take off your headphones or lower your volumes. Yeah, just wanted to show you some crazy things. Back to Wokies.
Country should be more fearful of white men across our country. We should be profiling, monitoring, and creating policies to fight the radicalization of white men.
Yet here you are with your, who's that? Oh yeah, your white husband. So does what you were saying apply to him too, or? Damn, that's tough.
There might be trouble looming in paradise.
I'm the only one whose narcissistic parent would show up to every single event I was ever involved in, taking me out of school for lunch, sort of picking me up and dropping me off everywhere I went. Energy where, on the surface, it seems very convenient, very thoughtful even, but it's a pattern of controlling behavior, I think, for narcissistic parents.
Not sure, but you might be the only one referring to your present parents as narcissistic.
My parents unrelentlessly abused me physically and mentally.
I don't want to make this a competition or anything, but I was abused when I was a kid too.
Please tell.
When I was a kid, my parents came to every single one of my events, activities, and they just support me unconditionally. And if I ever needed a ride, they'd drop me off without me even asking. Are you?
Some people are born without actual problems, so they have to create some.
I'm a woman. That is not a woman. Can I ask you a question? Do you have both of these? Can I ask you a question? Yeah, go on then ask me a question. Are you a biologist? Oh my god, don't be ridiculous. No, I'm not a vet, but I know what a dog is.
So a man is telling a woman what a woman is. Somebody call the misogyny police.
To any young women about like having babies, they talk about it terribly. Like, I'm not having any kids. You're like, all right, ugh. Do you know how stupid you have to be to think you're above reproduction? It's what everything does. And then you have one liberal arts degree and you're like, I'm not gonna be part of the patriarch. It's not some coup to keep you in a kitchen, dumb. It's literally the miracle of life. Yeah, it's like a huge thing. It's a huge thing. What Avril Lavigne told you to fight the rebellion. It's insane to me.
Everything always falls to the imaginary war against the patriarchy.
Can't seem to grasp the fact that I'm a lesbian.
First of all, you are a dude. But if you identify as a lesbian, it means you like girls. So you are not... I am very confused. So if a donkey want to be a camel, but he don't like the camel, he go like donkey. So hey brother, I identify as a bank owner from now on.
Why does the Alphabet Crew crave confusion? Why? A lesbian, you say?
Men can walk around the streets without a shirt on. I think women should have every right to do so.
Agreed.
Women already do that. Have you been to pride parades? Isn't she the vegan annoyingly fighting for the lives and rights of animals? Crazy how she can't fight for her own dignity.
My deepest secret is that I'm like 100% gay.
Get the f out of here, pal. Really? I would have never known.
Like never. Wow, you do not look like the unicorn throw up pride parade billboard image of gay at all. You dress and speak like a man. Who would have thought?
So the Department of Education does something very interesting, right? And I want to hear what your solution for this would be, because I don't know what it would be. So the Department of Education is responsible for making sure that vulnerable children in school districts are protected. Kids with disabilities, right? They make sure that kids who are LGBTQ are valued. They make sure that transgender people who Charlie does not even acknowledge their existence
Wrong. Okay. Value their existence. How dare you say something like that? Like, seriously, value their existence? Yeah, you should sit down. I mean, seriously. So
let's talk about it.
Value their existence.
Wait.
Seriously.
Wait.
Value their existence.
Can I ask you a question?
Please.
Okay. Do you acknowledge there's more than one gender?
There's two genders. Yes, there's more than one gender.
Would you acknowledge that transgender kids need special protections in school?
Absolutely, yes. That could be done on a local basis. It doesn't take a federal bureaucracy to look after LGBT students.
There's two issues that I have right now. And I know that it's still about the Department of Education because they are the ones that enforce this regulation. So what I think is interesting, right, is that if you turn this over to local control, right, so then the kid in Scottsdale might be protected and the kid in South Phoenix might not. Right? We know that this creates a patchwork of protections where we can't even define what it means to be American. Do you think that the mom in South Phoenix, right, who works 3 jobs, right, is up late trying to take care of her kids, right, and then her kid is discriminated against in school, right, and a lawyer costs X amount of money, right, and public defenders are overworked, they're not at the level that they need to be to take on a school district or the state if it got to that level, or to go all the way to the Supreme Court, right? So then this becomes, again, the idea of privilege, right? You assume that everything works for everyone.
We're going to have to talk about privilege. I'm sorry, this is getting out of control. Okay, seriously.
You've been talking a lot. Can you give me another 30 seconds and then you can go on?
Yeah,
go on.
Sure.
Right? So this is the idea that, right, you assume that everything will automatically work for you. Right? You wake up every day and every system works for you without having to worry about whether or not you can access it in the first place. If you are a person of color and your child is being discriminated against in South Phoenix, you do not have access to the courts, right?
What about the ACLU? Don't they represent a lot of students that are...
Absolutely.
Oh, so they
represent everyone. So they represent everyone.
It's not for everyone, right?
These folks do not
All it takes is one court decision and then they can't do it again or else they go to jail.
Do you think that that's how the justice system works
No, that
in this country?
actually is how it works. That's how the Little Rock Nine worked. That's how integration in the South works. That's how desegregation works. That's how the Civil Rights Act works.
You don't get to talk about that.
Actually, I do get to talk about that.
You don't get to claim these great civil rights wins as part of your legacy.
It was actually the Republican Party that had all those great civil rights.
And that's another lie. You know, my mom's watching at home, right? And she taught me not to lie, so I won't do it, right? And hi, Mom, I love you.
Was Strom Thurmond a Democrat or Republican?
But so here's the issue, and I'm not going to get into the semantics with you. What I'm talking about is the idea that he can take credit for all of these things and then twist them historically to serve the talking points of the people that already have bought into Turning Point. You're not going to get new people when you take credit for what the black community did or what the Latino community did or what the LGBT community does every single day. You don't get to do that. And before you start talking again, you have to understand that this is an identity issue, and you never get to talk about this.
Let's stop. Stop with the identity.
You don't get to talk about this like that.
I'm going to keep talking. If you want to interrupt me, you can. I'm just going to keep talking.
You've done it every second that I've talked into the microphone.
Can I respond?
Yes, a response,
Okay.
and then we move on. Got it?
Privilege. What a bunch of nonsense. If you want to be, seriously, I mean, privilege. Everyone has some element of privilege. Some people are smarter.
I have privilege.
Let me finish, okay? I let you do your piece. Privilege. Okay? Privilege. If you want to succeed in this country, you do 3 simple things. America is still a meritocracy. You graduate from high school, you get a job, and you get married before you have kids. No matter your skin color, no matter where you come from. Are some people born with less? Yes, absolutely. Do we need increased opportunity? Yes, absolutely. And every policy I advocate for is increasing opportunity. Not perpetuating victimhood, not trying to say you're privileged because you're a certain color and you're a certain gender, or you're privileged because you come from a certain part of the country. Instead, talk about the policies, the data, the math. You know what doesn't have privilege? Mathematics. You have not refuted a singular data point that I have brought up tonight.
So let's do
not
this.
one.
So let's do this.
Is math all of a sudden privileged now?
When has there ever been one gender? See how he can barely make a sentence without a filler, lack of concrete intelligence and substance. And notice how the conversation has veered into race and victimhood. What else is new? No argument here. Just a grown man wailing and expecting a tissue.
Don't. I'm not. Holy crap! This is our camera!
Another day, another violent meltdown. Love really is love, unless you disagree.
How are you going to get people to stop being trans?
I think we're going to tell boys that they're not girls,
so we're
that they're
going to
boys.
tell boys that they're not girls, and they're going to listen.
Yeah, basically.
Really?
Yeah, that's what we've done for most of history.
That happened to me, and I can promise you to God that I didn't listen.
Yeah, well, because we live at a time that is affirming the transgender delusion. But if we lived at a more sensible time, probably you would have listened, and you might have had some...
The debate started strong, then reality showed up, and they had no RSVP.
Yeah, I'm not going to do it, obviously. That's very good, I appreciate that. We're taller than you.
This person allegedly threw soup over people in attendance at a women's rights rally, was chased and apprehended by police.
Looking like this. You can look at me. Looking like this.
It's just interesting. I thought this was a trans debate. That's what I thought.
Even. This is not a debate about who is really trans and who is not.
It can be.
We're talking about restrooms. You're so offensive. You're an offensive person, human being.
Okay. Well,
you know.
I find a lot of things over here offensive as well.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're disgusting.
And I have to, trust me, the feeling is more than mutual.
Agree with me or you're disgusting. Deep intellectual stuff right here, folks. Mob of activists attacking women, but hey, remember, they're the oppressed ones.
What's your pronouns, sir? What kind of pronouns do you go by?
I, me.
They're good pronouns. What's your pronouns?
I don't have any.
She doesn't have any pronouns. She ain't got no pronouns. You don't have any pronouns?
Cheeseburger.
What's your pronouns?
My name?
Yes.
Yes, okay. My name is Peter Park.
Thank you. What's your pronouns?
Pure blood now that I'm non-vaccinated.
Pure bloods. He's non-vaccinated. You're not vaccinated. What's your pronouns?
What's my what?
Your pronouns.
Him.
Yes! Thank you, sir. Isn't a bad man after all, guys. Excuse me, I love your shirt. Now, what's your pronouns? I think he's in the closet.
Asking for pronouns and getting cheeseburger as a response. That's the kind of energy we need more of.
How many genders are there?
How many genders?
Yeah.
2 genders.
How many genders are there? Two genders? Yeah.
Somewhere, a gender studies professor just fainted.
For all of history everywhere, people have understood that your body has something to do with who you are. Now, there is an alternative view that our true selves have no connection to our bodies. You could look like a man, you could have a man's genetics, but if you feel on some deep level that you're really a woman, then you are really a woman. And I don't think that's true. And I think that the social effects of that are really bad, which leads to very high rates of anxiety, depression, and suicide. So it's bad for everyone. It's not grounded in reality.
Oh, I don't even think you understand what you say sometimes. And I think it is harmful that you are going around here weaponizing this rhetoric against trans people.
Weaponizing facts.
Transgenderism does not exist. We as trans people exist. We are 1% of the population. I have lived experience. You don't. And you never will. But I do have a question for you.
I have lived experience.
You are looking at a trans woman who has been transitioning for over 20 years, who has lived experience.
Yes.
You're talking to an activist here.
But your identity is not grounded in reality.
I'm
not really talking to anyone because you keep talking over me.
Knowles brings history and biology to the table, and the other side brings nothing.
Can you please leave?
I was just trying to ask questions.
I don't give a what you're trying to do.
I just simply don't care about your content.
I don't give a what you're trying to do. You could keep trying to farm content, yo. But this is the thing, y'all are losers. Y'all are losers,
we don't need to
and the whole world is seeing this.
I was just trying to ask questions.
Get out.
We got the yo. Get out.
Whoa.
Holy crap! What?
Reporter chased out of a Love Wins event. You can't make this stuff up.
Men do not menstruate. Only women menstruate. Now, you can call yourself
Cis men,
whatever.
trans men do menstruate.
No,
Same
they
as
don't.
non-binary people.
Only women.
Menstruating is not exclusive
Yes,
to
it
cis
is.
women. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
So explain to me as to why my body
if
menstruated at
if
some
your
point
chromosomes are XX and you're young, you menstruate. If you're XY, you don't.
Correct, but what about trans men and non-binary?
They're
We're
not
excluding
men.
a whole group of people
They're
here
women
that
dressed
menstruate.
as men.
Well, what's a man to you? You define a man for me.
You have chromosomes that are X and Y. That's what a man is.
So why are we just looking at the science of this as an
The
example
science.
when we've learned sex and gender identity are they're completely different things.
They're not completely different
They are
things.
completely different.
Completely different words.
You're born with, the sexual reproductive organs you have. Gender is what you identify with. They're completely
Well, I don't
different
accept that
things.
distinction. You have to argue for it. You're just giving a conclusion. You're just making it up.
The longer I live on this planet, the more I understand why roosters start their day screaming.
But it's because white men have historically done so much shit. They're just asking you to stop.
So you do agree
for
with the
once.
anti-male posture. So your
No,
true
I
radical
don't.
feminism
I don't
comes
agree
out
with it.
after 10 minutes of cross-examination. Before you said, I have no problem with men. Now you
Now
said it's
you're saying
because
you
white
do.
men have done a lot of shit.
Yeah, but-
Now we get to revealing who you really are,
But
which
that
is
is
a
what
hateful,
feminism is.
angry person.
They just hate men. There is no other platform. They don't hate men. They're just.
You just
there's
said-
no problem. There is no problem with analyzing the actions of men in history and condemning them.
You mean like
what about all the
World
good
War II?
ones?
You know the ones
What
who
about all
died
the good
for our
ones?
freedom. So that's wrong. We can't do that.
Like defeating the Nazis?
Or people, men who had invented anything that men have invented, we can't use anymore.
Slavery wasn't ended in America because women were fighting.
Negatives.
They want equality, but when it's time for war, they run away and stay with kids.
Yesterday, a lady that was involved in a car crash, actually linked to one of my circle of friends, she died because your protesters, Just Stop Oil, were blocking the road and the ambulance couldn't get through in time. She couldn't get the help she needed and she died. Earlier you said that you are a peaceful protesters. My friend is dead. How do you answer that?
We have a blue light policy, which means whenever we have roadblocks, as soon as we hear sirens, we see the blue lights, people move out of the way, and we have never had any complaints.
Who pays for your accommodation at university?
My student loan.
Have you ever paid any bills in your lifetime?
No.
So you don't know what it's like to be a homeowner and not to be able to afford your energy bills. If we stop oil, how much more expensive do you think fuel's going to be, Phoebe? Or is it that you're just spouting out words that you and your friend think look good?
They act like they don't know that not everyone who is going to the hospital is going to be in an ambulance.
I went on a date recently with this girl. She was a really hardcore feminist, which I'm cool with. But then at the end of the date, she wanted me to pay for dinner. I was like, come on. Can't be a feminist just for the good stuff. Every time a man pays for dinner, he should be allowed one sexist joke at the girl's expense. Like if I've paid for dinner, then on the car ride home, she's like, oh, wish I had a ping pong table at my workplace. I get to be like, oh, come on. That'll never fit in the kitchen.
Feminists and comedians don't go well together. Be warned.
Bridges, you said several times, you've used a phrase, I want to make sure I understand what you mean by it. You've referred to people with a capacity for pregnancy. Would that be women?
Many women, cis women, have the capacity for pregnancy. Many cis women do not have the capacity for pregnancy. There are also trans men who are capable of pregnancy, as well as non-binary people who are capable of pregnancy.
So this isn't really a women's rights issue.
We can recognize that this impacts women while also recognizing that it impacts other groups. Those things are not mutually exclusive, Senator Hawley.
Oh, so your view is that the core of this right then is about what?
I want to recognize that your line of questioning is transphobic, and it opens up trans people to violence by not recognizing that.
Wow, you're saying that I'm opening up people to violence by asking whether or not women are the folks who can have pregnancies?
I want to note that 1 out of 5 transgender persons have attempted suicide. So I think it's important
because of my line of questioning? So we can't talk about it?
Because denying that trans people exist and pretending not to know that they exist.
I'm denying that trans people exist by asking you if you're talking about women having pregnancies?
Do you believe that men can get pregnant?
No, I don't think women can get
So
pregnant.
you are denying that trans people exist?
And that leads to violence? Is this how you run your classroom? Are students allowed to question you? Or are they also treated like this? Where
No,
they're told that they're opening up people to violence?
We have a good time in my class. You should join.
Oh, I bet.
You might learn a lot.
It must be exhausting being a man with common sense in government today.
Hey! Not. Wait, what are you doing? Not. Stop that. I am not paying I am not paying my tax money to support. Get out of this type of now. Why do you have this hanging? Why do you have this hanging up? It's part of the students. No, it's not part of anything. That is uncalled for. We are paying you to teach history, and that's what you need to be teaching. Excuse me, this is a public school, little lady. You are excused. You are. Do you see what's on this side? No. This needs to go exactly where it is, in the garbage. You need to go in the garbage. I'm teaching my son to grow up to be a man. And I don't want you hanging a flag. I'm calling security. Hanging a flag up for you to sit up there and teach them the type of stuff I'm trying to keep them away from. You need to be teaching history. 33, please. No, you need to be teaching history. Shut up. No, I'm not. You don't tell my son to shut up. You talking to me. Your son is failing. My son ain't failing. He needs to be failing because you got a flag hanging up of you. Over the United States of America. You need to.
A law needs to be made to prevent woke Karens from being teachers.
really do want a husband and children one day.
Okay,
So,
that's fine,
but what
I
I'm saying to you is the
respect
reason
that.
why I don't like feminism is because feminists think feminism is mandatory. The second you find out that a girl doesn't identify as a feminist, you're up here and you're asking a bunch of questions. I don't like the feminist movement. I think it's become very toxic and very hostile towards men. If you believed in the equality that we should be able to think whatever we wanted, you wouldn't be debating me right now. You'd say, well, more power to you because you'd be a true feminist. But you're not. You're trying to...
You're belittling other women.
I'm not belittling them. You're allowed to be a feminist. I'm not telling you you can be a feminist. You could buy a pussy hat if you left today, and I wouldn't mind. I've never had an issue with people that are feminists. I have an issue when people tell me that I now have to be a feminist. When I say that I think it's harmful to keep telling men that masculinity is wrong. Masculinity is a component of being a man. I think a society needs and thrives on strong men. There's never been a society without strong men. There's never been a society without strong men.
Feminists are just grown-up mean girls. True feminism is dead. These new feminists are nothing more than radicals.
I'm totally opposed to harming anyone. Anyone. Have you been calling? Are you concerned about the war in Ukraine? And the countless innocents being murdered there every single day? I doubt you are. Probably Putin bad. I am. I'm a Christian. I hate violence. I hate mass shootings. I have guns at home and often on my person when I'm in the United States, I'm proud to say, because I want to defend myself and those I love against violence. That's the point. I'm not perpetrating crimes. I'm not shooting strangers. I'm defending what I love. And if you're against that, I guess I would ask why. Why would you be against that?
Well, so you don't think you harbor any kind of responsibility for these hate crimes?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to be charitable. I was like, maybe you're just pretending to be dumb. Now I don't think it's an act.
Tucker, thank you for taking those questions. I'm sure you enjoyed some
Actually, I
questions from the
loved it.
press.
I just feel sorry. I mean, because I got here and the country's so unbelievably beautiful and the people are so cheerful and funny and cool and smart. I'm like, your media's got to be better than ours. It can't just be a bunch of castrated robots reading questions from the boss. And then it turns out it's exactly the same, maybe even a tiny bit dumber.
Castrated robots reading questions from the boss is a perfect definition.
What makes you think Doge is efficient?
What makes Doge efficient?
Yeah.
Well, actually, I have some examples of Doge. Can I go through them for you?
Yeah, go ahead.
They actually printed these out for me. So Doge saved $1.5 million going to a voter confidence summit in Liberia. $1.5 million. Let's see this one. I haven't looked at these yet. Doge saved $40 million going to a gender equality and woman empowerment hub. That's what we're funding. Let me see what else we have here. Doge saved $19 million going to biodiversity conversation in Nepal. That seems important. How about this one? Doge saved $47 million going to improve learning outcomes in Asia. $47 million. Doge saved U.S. taxpayers $144 million identifying 97 government real estate leases that were empty buildings. And how about this one? $115 million going to equity assessments of existing program policies. And this is just touching the surface.
So do you see the efficiency now, or do you need to hear it from a blue-haired rainbow mascot?
Do you believe the United States is the best country in the world?
No.
Can you name me 3 countries better?
Not really.
Not only can't she name any country better, she will never move, ever.
Somebody wants to be a cat, or if anybody wants to be a dog, if anybody wants to be a woman or X, whatever, I just support.
Could I marry a cat?
You know what? Go for it. Whatever.
So you support?
Just go for it. Now I would question, like, why would you want to marry a cat? That's on you. But at the same time, I'm not going to stop you from doing so because that's none of my business.
But do you understand how crazy that sounds? That America has got to the point where people genuinely believe you can marry a cat and that's okay.
Would you marry a cat?
No.
He has no opinions of his own. Marry a cat? People are carrying cars though. I guess cat marriages are just a few steps farther.
The price of literally everything is about to go up because of Donald Trump's tariff.
Wrong. In June of 2018, Trump placed 25% tariffs on Canadian steel. When we look at the price of steel, we see from 2016 up until June of 2018, the price was skyrocketing. Then after the tariffs were imposed, we see that the price went up a little bit and then came down pretty dramatically. Trump also placed a 10% tariff on Canadian aluminum. When we take a look at the price of aluminum, similar story from 2016 to 2018, we see the price was going up dramatically. And after his tariff was imposed, look what happened to the price of aluminum.
Now is not a time to be playing politics with people's lives. You spread propaganda and hate.
Trump has temporarily blocked healthcare for 72 million low-income Americans. The executive office of the president literally said, no, any program that provides direct benefits to Americans is explicitly excluded from the pause and exempted from this review process. You should really stop lying and get some sleep, Dean. That's tough.
And he should probably clean off those marker lines off his chin. Without lies, liberalism dies.
Should we agree that 14-year-olds should not be able to get gender-affirming care? You think they should?
Absolutely not. Yeah, I think they do. Are you the Society of Pediatric Endocrinologists? Are you the AMA? Because they disagree with you.
Just because you don't have the title doctor does not mean that you can't see which doctor practices from afar. There is no medicinal value of giving a 14-year-old girl who might be going through a phase, who's probably going through puberty anxiety, irreversible drugs, and breast removal surgery, and saying that this is all about gender-affirming care.
One in the United States under the age of 16 gets breast reduction surgery. They do have access to hormones, and there are medical benefits to that, primarily the decrease in anxiety and suicidality.
First of all, that's been disproven in the Cass report. I don't want to pick on you, but you got to explain to me, what is a woman?
I think it's anyone who identifies as a woman.
No, but then what is the term? It's like saying a tree is a thing that is a tree. That's circular reasoning.
I think it's literally just that. I don't think it has to be that deep.
That's not
okay, how would you define it then? To understand where you're coming from.
As humanity always has, which is an adult female with XX chromosomes, right? Not tough, not difficult, not overcomplicated. My 2-year-old actually could say woman, man, woman, man, woman.
Why do you need to know that? Why does it matter if you call them a man or not?
Hold on. So we just gravitated from that. This is what it is to why does it matter? Let me tell you why it matters. Because we are being forced to lie on a daily basis and affirm people's mental delusions.
That one is pumped with whatever synthetic hormone. It's become a blur. No child should be allowed to potentially destroy themselves. You won't let them drink or do drugs. Why are they tearing apart their biology?
Like, there's toxic masculinity, and I feel like that's usually when I look at a person, I'm like, okay, that like the masculinity is showing, you know? That's why I'm like in moderation.
Wait, so you're saying when masculinity is apparent or showing, that equals toxic masculinity?
No, it's just sometimes it's like a little excessive, and that's usually when I like notice it.
What is excessive masculinity?
You know, like, oh, I need this like big old car. It's like, okay, you're compensating for something.
Compensating for what?
A lot of things, I can tell you that much.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. List it.
I mean, probably like their low self-esteem and maybe their tiny dicks. Can I say that?
Sure.
Okay.
Tiny dicks. So do women who want nice cars, do they have loose pussies?
No, they got taste.
So it's only bad if men have a desire for material goods?
No. These are all just like really misogynistic. I don't necessarily need a man to tell me. I also have females who can support me. I feel like women and men can both provide that.
Wait,
so
what is misogynistic about his statement here?
Well, I don't know why it has to be a man.
I'm just asking how you define misogyny. Are you okay? Like, do you want to go as in leave? Is it because I asked how you define misogyny?
Step 1, label it toxic. Step 2, fail to define it. Step 3, cry until the Wi-Fi reconnects to your worldview.
It's a hard pill to swallow, huh? The fact that if you would have just voted for Kamala, that those kids in Texas and all those families in the RVs would more than likely still be alive. But instead you just made fun of her laugh while people were screaming at you that if he was voted in, people were gonna die. And look where we are. A bunch of parents who can't protect their own kids.
According to this logic, if you didn't vote for Kamala, God personally upgrades your weather to biblical punishment.
What crimes have those people committed?
You want to look it up on Wikipedia? There's like a list.
Well, you made the sign, so I'm asking you.
It's true. I'm at a protest, though.
Yeah.
I don't need to know anything. I'm here for my community.
Okay, so you make a sign about people being criminals, but you don't know what you made it for?
All right, so I make a sign supporting my community and the people in it. Yeah. And I'm not ashamed.
I know. You shouldn't be ashamed of your sign. I'm just asking what crimes they have committed.
I don't have to listen to you. You can simply look it up.
Have you done research? It's all over the media. Yeah, so I was just asking him, he's holding the sign, if he could just tell me what crimes people in the Oval Office have committed. You're holding it, so I thought maybe you could give it to me quickly.
I'm good.
He may not know the crimes, but he knows he looks good holding that sign. And isn't that what justice is all about?
In your court, what matters more, the rights of individuals or your political ideology?
I apply the law to the facts.
I asked a question, which matters more?
Well, my political ideology doesn't matter at all.
Okay, so I don't believe you. And I think this case demonstrates that you are willing to subjugate the rights of individuals to satisfy your political ideology. This case involves a male defendant who raped a 9-year-old boy. Was he guilty of that?
Yes, the petitioner pled guilty to that.
Okay, so he raped a 9-year-old boy. He also raped a 17-year-old girl. Was he guilty of that?
He pled guilty. The petitioner pled guilty to that crime as well.
So was he guilty?
I hope so, because she pled guilty to it.
He was a he when he did this.
That's correct.
1 year after being released again, he was convicted of having child pornography. Is that correct?
I'm unclear on exactly the time frame that you're at, but the petitioner was convicted of distributing child pornography.
Child pornography that was images of adults violently raping children.
Abhorrent conduct.
Okay.
For which there are real victims.
And this individual, 6'2", biologically a man. A minute ago you said that this man decided that he was a she. You said this individual was, quote, I wrote it down, sober and entirely a female. That phrase struck me as remarkable. Did this individual have male genitalia?
I think what I said, or at least what
that is a verbatim quote, entirely a female.
Sorry, what I meant to say was hormonally a female.
Okay, but that's not entirely. Did this individual have male genitalia?
Yes.
So you took a 6'2" serial rapist, serial child rapist, with male genitalia, and he said, you know, I'd like to be in a women's prison. And your answer was, that sounds great to me. Let me ask you something. The other women in that prison, do they have any rights?
Is that a question you're
yes,
asking me?
The other women in that prison, do they have any rights?
Of course.
Do they have the right not to have a 6'2" man who is a repeat serial rapist put in as their cellmate?
Senator Cruz, I considered the facts presented to me, and I reached a decision.
I asked you a question.
I
asked you a question. Do they have a right not to have a 6'2" man who is a serial rapist put in as their cellmate? Do those women have a right to that?
Every person who's incarcerated has the right to be safe in their space.
But you didn't think so. You didn't think so. And in fact, I'm going to give some quotes from your order because Senator Kennedy is right. This is not a judge's order. This is a political activist. By the way, the beginning of your order says, at birth, people are typically assigned a gender. I got to say that would astonish a lot of Americans. A lot of Americans think you go to the hospital, a baby is born, and congratulations, you have a little boy, a little girl. The assigned a gender, I know you went to Brown, but it sounds like it's in a college faculty lounge with no bearing on reality. The Bureau of Prison argued what I'm saying right now, that if you put this person in a female prison, there will be a risk of assault to the women. And you know what you did? You said you didn't care about the women. Have you dealt in what universe is someone who is a serial repeat child rapist not at a risk of reoffending?
Senator, as I do in every case.
Okay, I know you've been told to repeat the line, I follow the law. I asked a question. In what universe is someone who is a serial repeat child rapist not at risk of reoffending?
Sir, I looked at the facts that were before me in this case. All of the evidence, including the statements of every warden who had supervised this petitioner.
I have to say, if I were the father of one of those women, and you decided that my daughter's cellmate was going to be a 6'2" man who over and over and over again committed violent sexual assault, I would say the entire justice system is absurd, and it is clear on your record your political ideology matters a heck of a lot more than the rights of those women that you endangered. I think you're a radical, and I think you have no business being a...
Her compassion is selective and her logic is on strike.
I heard you didn't give pretty girls tickets.
We don't. Sign here.
Next time, try batting your eyelashes at the speed limit instead. It might actually slow down for you.
You're an OnlyFans model, and then you expect your dude to respect you and not follow other women? You're delusional.
You are undressing in front of a bunch of men all over the world. How dare you have that double standard that your guy can't do what you're already doing? You can't be an OnlyFans model and then say you're a monogamist. There's just no way.
I mean, if you're not sleeping with anybody else and you're not meeting up with anybody else,
you're sharing your body and these personal things that should be only reserved for the person that you're with or married to. If you're married and you're an OnlyFans model and you're sharing your body on the internet, you are not a monogamous woman. I'm sorry. You're showing your private parts to other people who are not your husband. Because when you take that vow, when you get married, you're vowing to be for that other person and only for that other person.
Monogamy is outdated, but monthly subscriptions? Very modern.
Do you think men fans models should make the same as female models?
Great question.
Yeah. Like.
So you'd be willing to take a pay cut?
What do you mean by that?
Like they take it out of your pocket.
Well, because men, when it comes to online presenting yourself, earn fractional what women earn.
It's up to you how much money you earn by how much you are posting on your...
So it's about merit, creativity, ingenuity.
It's about like consistency kind of thing, like, and trying to find the right niche and everything for yourself.
So therefore, if there was a law generally in America where it says that women should be paid the same as men, you'd be against that.
Well...
Because it would apply to fans. Because it could harm you. See, you're both in an industry where women earn way more than men.
Yeah.
Progress is easy to support until it hits your bank account.
So how come the man just doesn't set his own price equal to the woman?
Because no one buys it.
Exactly. So how would you guys can implement that you guys paid this, get the same?
Of course, it's market driven.
Yeah, exactly. So if the law gets passed, they would still make more than the man.
Well, no,
because they have more subscribers, right? And not because they're getting paid more.
It depends how it's written, but in the abstract, it would say that equal work for equal pay. That's literally what they just marched in the streets for. So let's say there was a company that employs models, and then they take a cut and they do all the work for you, okay? And they employ male and female models, and they both work 10 hours a day. The female models will earn $1 million a year for the company, and the males will only bring in $100,000 a year for the company. Should they have to pay both of them the same because it's equal work for equal pay? Or should they give more money to who's actually bringing money to the door, the women for the company? How is that any different in a corporate environment when men are more likely to travel for work, they're more likely to go make the second or third call for a promotion or a raise?
Me and Imogen don't earn the same. She posts more than me, like she makes more than me.
Is that fair?
Well, I think it is fair because it's up to me.
I agree.
I think
So shouldn't we structure all of society that way? Who works the hardest gets the most?
Yes. So
we agree. When it benefits women, that's market value. When it benefits men, that's the patriarchy.
You are more desirable or less desirable to a future husband when you post suggestive or naked pictures online.
I've always received love the same way, and that's pretty. Like, I didn't really receive it. They all looked at me the same from the beginning.
How do you know how men look at you?
Because when I talk to them, I usually fall head over heels for them, and they all view me the same way. So whether or not I'm doing OnlyFans and selling my body, or not doing OnlyFans and selling my body, I'm still looked at the same way. They still think that of me.
Yeah, you don't know the male mind very well.
But they've already told me themselves.
And men are really good liars. Do you know that?
True.
Then how could you know they're telling the truth?
I don't know. I just take their word for it.
You just said they're good liars.
Well, I don't know. Some people actually do want OnlyFans women and want to marry OnlyFans women.
Do you think those men are virtuous, high-quality men that won't cheat on you?
Yeah, I do.
Some men might marry you for posting those pics, but don't be shocked when they scroll past loyalty too.
Okay, how much money does a guy need to earn to date you?
$500K.
Whoa.
By saying whoa.
You realize that's like
1%.
That's 1%.
It's possible.
What's possible isn't necessarily probable. And you have how many kids?
3.
You are a twerker, you're an escort. Shouldn't you adjust your standards to be a little more realistic?
No.
You'd rather be alone than lower your standards from $500K a year.
I mean, I got other standards too, but it's like that money-wise, yes.
What are your other standards?
I mean, I don't want a short dude.
How tall are you?
5'2", 5'3".
What's the minimum height for a guy?
6 foot or taller, but that's like the basic.
So 500K, 6 feet and over. What are your other standards?
I want him to be okay with me having a past.
You gotta ask yourself, okay, here's all that I want, but what does the guy that I want, what does he want?
She wants a 6-figure, 6-foot saint, who doesn't mind being stepdad and therapist, ambitious.
How much do you think a guy should spend on an engagement ring?
I think 10 times their salary.
Yeah, it has to be in the 6 digits for sure. How much do you think a guy should spend on an engagement ring?
I'd say at least $100K.
She said $100K like she's allergic to realistic relationships.
Imploring you to go beyond what
really consider what is this fight really about? Why is it such entrenched? I know we hear a lot about religious liberty, and quite honestly, I grew up in Christian education all through college. I don't remember any of my doctrinal classes mentioning only male and female, and that's the way it should be. If you feel it is, awesome, good. You get to believe that. You don't get to impose those beliefs on anybody else. And that's actually what religious liberty is that your right to believe that is protected, but the other person that identifies as something else is also is right to be protected. So I guess I'm here to say is, with Oshkosh Pride, we're paying attention. And we're going to be involved in this conversation if it keeps on going.
I think it's absolutely ridiculous that you guys are even considering letting bathrooms and locker rooms being co-ed. I don't care how they identify or whatever kind of delusion people live in, whatever kind of mental disease that they have. Boys are boys and girls are girls. It's simple and basic. It's always been that way, and that's why we have separate bathrooms. I'm not going to allow my girls or my boys to shower with the opposite sex because I don't want them fondled or tainted by one of these deranged people sexually.
So if I color my hair purple and say Lima woman, I can enter a female bathroom. These people are sick.
So give a woman a choice. Date a 20-year-old male virgin or a 40-year-old successful male lawyer who's bedded 100 plus women. The lawyer wins every time.
For sure.
Give a man that exact choice with females in those exact positions.
The lawyer will lose.
Nobody cares that the 40-year-old is a successful lawyer.
Right.
So
I think these woke modern prostitutes need to realize that they are depreciated assets.
My question is, because it's not going to happen this cycle, what cycle do you think Republicans will nominate and elect their first black Republican senator to serve
You know what's
in
interesting?
office?
I think skin color is irrelevant. Why do you care so much about it?
I just told you, buddy, it's not irrelevant because it doesn't matter
hold on.
to you.
No, it's interesting though. But you say representation. You know what the only stop it. The only representation that matters is values, not skin color.
Oh, values. Right, Christian values are important to you because 100% of Republicans in Congress represent Christian values.
Bingo.
Black values are not important to Republicans because 0.001% of your representation.
Tell me very slowly so I can understand. What are black values?
I'm talking about the values of different communities.
No, tell me what they are. Educate me on what black values are.
That's you're picking a stupid.
You know what
part
black
of my
values are? They're Christian because they're one of the most Christian populations in the country. Yeah. That's what black values are.
How was the church during slavery? I'm curious. What did the church say about slavery?
Yeah,
they did. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure there were a bunch of pastors
help me
and
understand.
preachers, yeah.
What is the difference between a white person and a black person?
We're getting off topic.
We're getting off topic. You brought it up, man.
Which would you rather have in America, socialism or capitalism?
I would say socialism.
How do you view the word socialism, favorably or unfavorably?
I guess I would go with favorably.
Like, I have family in Europe. They go to college for free. Their healthcare is paid for. They don't have to worry about it at all.
I favor that over capitalism.
Okay, got it.
I also think I favor socialism over capitalism.
Socialism is more geared toward helping the people in your the governed.
I'd rather people have that same opportunity. There's a lot of excess in America.
The main idea of socialism being that people at the top are doing their fair share to help people at the bottom, trying to prevent disparity of income and trying to prevent excess, as you called it. So on campus, if there's a GPA disparity where there's people at the bottom with a poor GPA, would you support a policy where people at the top spread the wealth and give that GPA to people at the bottom?
Help them get a better GPA?
Yeah.
I'm all for helping. I wouldn't give let me just give you some of my points.
But it's about being fair, right? We gotta help people at the bottom.
I've lost a lot of sleep, so I don't know if I will be fair.
It's hard. I guess it would be kind of hypocritical for me to say no.
That's completely different.
How is it different?
Because I'm studying all day for my grade.
What do you mean by sharing it? Literally giving them a chunk of my GPA?
Yep.
Dang.
I would want to say no, straight up.
But what's the difference between earning a high GPA and not wanting to give it away, but then earning a lot of money and also not wanting to give that away?
Well, I feel like the difference is that you study for your grades, right? And grades often reflect how much time you spend studying. But
you gotta work pretty hard to become a millionaire.
I mean, I'm not denying that fact either, but for the regular working person,
Do you think there's a similarity between earning your salary and maybe not wanting to give it away to people that aren't working to earn it? And same thing with the GPA, where you earn it and you say, well, I don't necessarily want to give it to anyone who might not be working for it.
Right. I think it's just that whole sense of thinking that no one's going to work for it.
I mean, I sacrifice a lot to get my GPA. You know, I don't go out as much as I'd like to, but that's for some, like a greater goal in the future, the way I see it. So no, I wouldn't sacrifice my own things, like sacrifice my own time to help somebody else who'd...
It sounds great to the average college student who doesn't have much and will be the one to get the most benefit. But if you're on the other side, you realize how silly that sounds.
You were heckling. You were heckling, yes. Listen, I'm going to stop. I don't want you to leave. I want you to stay, and I want you to feel what you're feeling, go through it, and realize that when you come to a live show, people here paid for tickets to watch me talk, and I did not ask you for all that feedback that you gave me. So you interrupted, and you actually caused a disturbance for the people who paid to watch. And now you're making it about you. Think about that for a moment. Think about that for a moment, and then politely stop and let me finish. Okay? There's people suffering more than you and I right now. We have trivial problems. My problems, I'm getting heckled at a comedy show. Yours is that you got shut down by a comedian because you were heckling, okay? There's much bigger problems in this world than that. Let it go. Let it go. Breathe it out and let it go. Talk during the performance, you know? Okay, well, thanks for rubbing it in that it was an accident. It was just like... I accidentally bought the tickets that were front row. Was that?
I'm actually taking a step outside because I can't stand them right now.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Well, that's not an accident. Well, you know. No. Hey, guys, this is... Actually, I would beg to differ. This is a learning experience for all of us. Okay.
Is there any psychiatry?
I'm sorry, guys.
How to make a woke person cry. Just disagree with them.
You didn't choose to be heterosexual when you were born or created, right? You just were born that way.
No, I wasn't born either way. I was born with free will, and as I grew up and as I learned and as even temptations came, then I made a decision either to be gay, bi, heterosexual, anything that you want to say out there. I made the choice of what kind of actions I was going to commit and what kind of things that I was going to do. Listen, just because you have the urge or the thought doesn't mean...
Why are they always so afraid and angry when people oppose what they believe? Like, grow up already.
Haters will say trans women don't belong in the women's bathroom. Does this look normal to you? No. And just man to man here, it's not going to look normal when you go in to get your prostate exam either. You can't expect society to just conform to the abnormal body modifications that you've done to yourself. Sorry, bro.
Exactly. Okay, you got some surgery and you look different. So did James Charles give it a rest, will you?
Oregon students will no longer need to be proficient in reading, writing, and math to graduate because having standards to graduate disproportionately harms students of color.
Now you've got to agree with me that that is incredibly racist. What? What does skin color have to do with being smart if there are no standards? What's the point of going to school?
I'm David, I'll be your Uber driver.
Hey David. Whoa, please don't look at us like that.
Excuse me?
What's that? Did you see that? Why do you keep looking back at us? Yeah.
So none of their dads had a car? Oh wait, they probably don't have dads. Okay, they've never seen a car driven?
This one might get me into a lot of trouble, but I'm starting to think that one of the main problems today is that men are being told what a real man is by a woman that had no father. Why is that, Emily?
Oh, because women that don't have fathers tend to misunderstand men because they unfortunately have never had a healthy relationship with a man, which isn't her fault as a child, but it is her responsibility as an adult to recognize this and to not project that lack of relationship into all men are bad. Does that answer your question?
Why does that woman not have a father?
Oh, you wanted to turn it into another topic that you could blame men for. Some women don't have a father because her mom didn't want her to, or her dad didn't want her to, or maybe life just turned out that way and her dad died.
Did he abandon his family? Did he not live up to the responsibility of having a family? Did he unalive himself? Where's the man's responsibility in that?
Well, you only covered the times that only a man is responsible, so I'm starting to think there's a bias here.
Instead of answering those questions, women like this will attach themselves to the proximity and to the acceptance of vile men.
I'm sorry, did you just call my dad, my 2 older brothers, my fiance, and my son vile? Because they are in closest proximity to me.
She has accumulated over 3 million followers with these sorts of takes.
Takes a full raw truth that a lot of people have a hard time listening to.
I think Ginger's daddy is out of the picture and has been for a minute.
If I pull up to the Mexican restaurant and I see a truck, because let's face it, it's going to be a truck, with a Trump bumper sticker, you're getting keyed. I don't even want to see you at Taco Bell. The only thing you get to eat for the rest of your life is plain white bread and mayonnaise.
Did you just assume that everyone who works at a Mexican restaurant is an illegal immigrant? It feels a little racist, you know? The destruction of other people's personal property is also a crime. You seem to have a very internalized white savior complex, ma'am.
Liberals have to start visiting professional and skilled hairstylists. These bangs are becoming worrisome by the day.
Women are women.
Well, I'm telling you, as a man, that's bull. You know what? Nobody confronts you. That's the problem.
Really?
If they'd say,
really?
What the?
You want to bet?
What the? Is you know what I have? Do you know how many people you've embarrassed at City Hall?
Me, an embarrassment to City Hall?
They have to tolerate that shit. You are nuts. You are nuts. You're not a woman. You don't look like a woman. You don't act like a woman.
Really?
You're in the head. What's wrong with you? Well, look at yourself. For Christ's sakes.
Really?
For Christ's sakes, who would want to even be close? My God.
Really?
It's horrible.
I don't know why.
You are not.
Why am I so
you
horrible
are not
to you?
a f***ing chick.
Why am I so horrible to
Do you
you?
still have a dick?
You know what? That is none of your business.
Do you think there's one person that really thinks that you're a chick?
I know a lot of people that agree with me and that accept me for who I am.
I see 2 men having a manly argument. What do you see? And did he just say there are people who accept him? Sir, members of your crayon club and your pitiful friends and families do not really count. Sorry.
Yeah, let's say that I believe you're not actually a woman, and you say, you must call me a woman. And I say, no, dude.
Well, so how you identify is
irrelevant. Because if it cannot be observed, it's not relevant in science.
You would be observing it.
Hold
right?
on, but if you think you are a wolf, do you become a wolf?
The wolf argument and other arguments, maybe I'd be considered transphobic for it. I believe that gender is a human thing with trans people. I think of it in terms of like respect, right? You said respect is mutual. So
yes.
If it's
so
disrespectful,
I have views. So why can't a trans person respect my views, not to lie?
Okay. If you think it's disrespectful for me to make you believe something, then you'd also agree it's disrespectful for you to call me something I don't
So now
believe.
we have the true tension.
Yeah.
Who's wrong?
Is there a wrong or right?
Yes. We're trying to find some sort of idea of objective truth.
Sure.
And that can be observed through chromosomes.
Back to who is a woman. Well, a Wan is a woman and a cosplayer is a cosplayer.
Tone it down just a little bit.
No, there's no toning down anything. Because you're coming out here and you're thinking that you're tough. And you're thinking
I don't think I'm tough.
You know, but you're thinking that you're better, that you must be born again.
Yeah.
You think Jesus?
Keep the camera straight.
Do you think Jesus would come out and tell people this is your free will, but not you can't your free will? I'm gonna do whatever I want to do. Like, bro, you can't force people to live a certain way.
Yeah.
You need to.
Am I forcing you?
You're not
am I forcing anybody?
You're talking shit about, and you're just doing this for views. It's pathetic.
Let me ask you a question.
No, it's pathetic, bro.
Yeah.
This is what you're doing right now is you're baiting people into making them think that you're this Jesus Christ-like person, but you're actually an asshole.
Okay.
Okay. So what you need to do is just be aware that there's people out here that are living their life, and you want to have freedom of religion, fine.
Yeah.
But there's people that want freedom from religion.
Okay.
And just because you're here doesn't mean that you're better than anyone, or that you know better. You're not Jesus, and you're not acting like it. Otherwise, you respect people's free will.
Yeah. Am I respecting your free will to say what you're saying? Is there a gun
I
to your
don't
head?
care, to be honest.
Yeah. So you're kind of you're contradicting yourself. We live in Canada.
I don't give a I'm telling you what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You know you're a your whole fucking video shows a
So according to you, Curly, you have the free will to say and do whatever you want, but that logic does not apply to the other person. And why is that? Because you don't like his message? You sound like a child. Grow up.
He likes me a woman.
woman, you can identify as a woman. I don't know why there is such an issue.
Anyone can, right?
I don't see a problem with
Just
it.
literally put the hand up and say I'm a woman. Okay, why can't I identify as a black lesbian?
Well, firstly, I mean, it was...
I'm serious. I'm serious. If I can identify as anything without any need to prove I'm actually what that is, why can't I on International Women's Day say I'm Piers Morgan, I'm a black lesbian?
I think taking it to a kind of absurd status,
I think
where
that's
you're talking
what,
about quite a
with
strong
respect, I think
physical
that
thing.
you've already opened the absurdity door by saying it is limitless. You can do what you like. Anyone can say I'm a woman. How many genders are there?
2.
There are 2 genders. Wow, you don't believe in transgenders at all?
Well, I think there are...
Whoa, hang on, whoa. There are 2 genders.
Well, it's taught in...
Well, when you say well, you've literally just launched this huge defense of transgenderism. Now you've eradicated it.
Well, someone is about to get mouthful from a bunch of colored-haired NPCs.
Hi, my name is Brad Taylor, and I just finished my freshman year at RHS. I've been a part of District 196 schools now for 10 years, and I'm going to give you a glimpse today of what's actually going on inside these schools. Despite the board's attempt to deny it, District 196 schools are quickly becoming a place where promoting activism is actually more important than promoting education. I'll take you back to my first day at RHS this fall. The principal came out and gave us a heartfelt speech about equality and standing together. He began to list countless races, such as Latino, Asian, expressing how much they matter and how important they are. But never once did he mention a race or identity that reflects me, or half the kids that were in the class. Now, members of the board, I know you haven't been to school in a while, and I know none of you, or most of you, don't have any kids left in the school district. But you must admit how uncomfortable it will be to be characterized just by your skin color on the first day of school, and be thought that you were wrong just because of your skin color. So I will never forget the look one of my friends gave me from across the room as we were sitting there listening to this blatant bias being expressed in the so-called equity statement by the leader of our school. To be clear, I don't need you to tell me that I matter, but hearing the condolences given to other races and leaving just one race out, it inevitably you'll start to feel like you've done something wrong. And in our principal's attempt to unify us, he instead created unwarranted boundaries and barriers between his students, pitting us against each other based on characteristics that we can't control. In another separate instance, I was told that writing "All Lives Matter" on the whiteboard was political and could be seen as offensive. When I questioned the teacher after class, she told me that she didn't have an answer and she just had to erase it, and it was quickly erased. There are political signs all over RHS, about specific races that matter, specific sexual orientations that matter, and specific perspectives that matter. But when I questioned the RHS administration about how these signs were political, they told me that they were supporting human rights. So when I questioned why the equity statement couldn't represent all students, they told me that to even ask that question was outlandish and offensive. And when I asked why that was, they told me, quote, "Whites have a pretty good situation right now," unquote. So is that not racism? Disregarding my question merely because of the color of my skin? To be honest, after enduring a year of the people in charge telling me that I'm a racist and I'm privileged and pointing out our irreversible differences, I've never noticed race more. And it's becoming the first thing I notice when I meet someone, which has never before been the case. RHS administration confidently told me that RHS students and staff are happy with their equity statement, but from my experience in talking with other students, this is not the case.
Is one of the stance of the entire woke movement not to protect children? How horrible of a human being can you be to basically pin children against each other in the name of your political belief? Why do racists get to call basic people racists? This is how a generation of vile delusionals is born, by early indoctrination. Schools are meant to provide a formal education. Just do your job.
I now recognize the representative from Delaware, Mr. McBride.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ranking Member Keating, also wonderful.
Mr. Chairman, could you repeat your introduction again, please?
Yes, we have set the standard on the floor of the House, and I'm simply...
What is that standard, Mr. Chairman? Would you repeat what you just said when you introduced a duly elected representative from the United States of America? Please.
I will. The representative from Delaware, Mr. McBride.
Mr. Chairman, you are out of order. Mr. Chairman, have you no decency? I've come to know you a little bit, but this is not decent.
We will continue.
You will not continue it with me unless you introduce a duly elected representative the right way.
This hearing is adjourned.
Out of order? McBride is a dude, though. What are you talking about?
That's not alive. That is something.
No, this isn't alive because it's murdered.
No. If it was put together, I would still like.
No. You'd say. So if this baby.
Step on ants.
Right.
Step on cockroaches.
Right.
Cockroaches don't have conscience.
Well, no, but I'm a follower of Jesus. I believe cockroaches are not made in the image of God.
Oh,
Do you wear the cross because it's just jewelry?
God, yes, of course.
Well, no, but so God says human beings are different than animals because human beings are made in the image of God. The reason you can step on a cockroach, even if the cockroach is running from you, is because the cockroach isn't made in the image of God.
She might be in DRUGS ants, cockroaches.
I just want to drill in a bit about Doge. Even if you were to fire every single government employee, they would not even be able to get to a fraction of how much revenue we need to get for taxes. That's not enough, and it's not helpful.
No, it's $115 million for equity assessment programs. That's a lot of money.
No, with regards compared
this
to
is not a lot of money.
Compared to how much we need for to run the country.
This is a false argument. I'm glad you're making it, which is that so then we shouldn't cut it because it's not that big of a deal.
No, that's not what I mean.
So should we cut this?
It depends. You need to make the argument that it's actually good.
Well,
Why
first
should
of
it
all,
exist?
the president signed an executive order saying no more DEI.
Okay.
Equity assessment should have no place in the U.S. government because
Why?
equity is not constitutional. It's not in the U.S. Constitution. It's not American value. And $115 million is a grotesque amount of money to spend on it, so you should get rid of it to save taxpayer money. You think the government is innocent until proven guilty. I think the government, after what we've learned, is guilty until proven innocent. Even if you only save $100 in taxpayer money, that is a moral fight worth having. That attitude is why we're $35 trillion in debt.
That boy is a metal detector's worst nightmare. Liberals have suddenly become government cheerleaders. If Kamala had come up with Doge, they would be bootlicking her feet right now.
We want to take down the Department of Education. How do we plan to compete internationally? I'm an immigrant from China, and in China, we value education as number one priority. Because through education, we can improve our social status and become a more valuable member in society.
We have a different view of education than the Chinese. The Chinese model is great from a totalitarian standpoint. You will do this, you will learn that, you will serve the state, and you will be very good at it. I actually would rather have us have millions of thoughtful, deep, philosophically minded good citizens that know what it is to think critically. The Department of Education is an administrative state. It is this massive beast that is way overfunded, way overbloated, and if we want to compete with China, we're not going to out-totalitarian them. Instead, we should do what is necessary for a free society to continue to exist. The only way a free society exists is if citizens know what liberty is. Let me just ask you a question. Do they say that is Taiwan, or is it land of the Chinese Communist Party?
We call it Taiwan. We recognize the situation in our government.
Okay, so it's not China's, it's its own sovereign, autonomous country?
We call them Taiwan. We recognize how they're separate, but they still belong to us legally.
Okay. You see what I'm getting at, right? The difference is this. In totalitarian countries, human beings are little parts of a broader machine to be put in. In a free society, you're all independent souls that are made in the image of God, that you have to understand what freedom and liberty is and to grow into something greater.
A Chinese immigrant studying in the United States, but somehow thinks China is superior to the US in education. Isn't that a little bit cuckoo?
Donald Trump has backed down from imposing tariffs on both Mexico and Canada.
He's keeping his promise that he made months ago that these tariffs will remain in effect until Mexico and Canada can take measures to stop the invasion of illegal substances and illegal people into our country. We see that both Canada and Mexico have made such measures to reach an agreement with the deal that Trump gave them.
Donald Trump has backed down after a crash in our stock market this morning.
No, that's not why. Try again.
Retaliatory plans announced by both governments.
No, also not true. Try again.
As well as new agreements with both governments to keep a closer eye on the substances coming across our border.
There we go. Was it so hard to say the truth? Do you notice how him and his smug liberal Avenger squad are all like plotting for the US's downfall and celebrating the wins and victories of Mexico and Canada and trying to make us look weaker? If you love Mexico and Canada so much, move there.
No, liberals don't take action. They never have. They just lie and complain. That's about it.
Honestly, don't know what to do, but there was a really bad experience. Basically, I was just getting a drink at the bar, and they called both Azul and I ladies. After they were done making the drink, I went up and I was like, some people don't refer to themselves as ladies, but it's okay that you didn't know. I'm in a gay bar, so I should feel safe. Too bad turned her around. They got so mad at me, and they took the drink away from my wife and I. He hit the bar, like, because he was like, are you serious? You're doing the same thing to me. How? And then they kicked us out.
So somebody get her a tissue. If it's okay that the bartender didn't know, just get your drink and move on with your life.
Life expectancy has increased over time, which we would expect. But for one group, since 2000s up until now, life expectancy has actually decreased. This is middle-aged white men. The reason for this is actually mostly self-induced.
Sure, so life expectancy has nearly doubled since 1900.
No, I'm talking about specifically for white men since 2000
correct. So
who
if
are
you can
middle-aged.
let me finish the sentence without getting 6 words into it, I let you talk about whatever you wanted to talk about. The byproduct of why white men are having lower life expectancy since 2000 is self-induced.
Slow down. I'm sorry, it's
Am
hard
I talking too fast for you?
Yes,
Oh,
you
okay.
are actually.
Okay, then I'll slow down. It is self-induced, meaning they are making bad choices. So America is a wonderful country because if you make good choices, you get rewarded, and if you make bad choices, you have bad things happen to you. So let me ask you a question. What is the primary cause of death for middle-aged white men?
No, so my question...
No, answer the question because you're a subject matter expert on this.
I know, that's what I was going to say. Can you clarify? You said the reason that this
making bad
issue
choices.
is that they are making bad choices.
So what is the primary...
This is the entire population of middle-aged white men.
Right, so if you can answer my question since you're a subject matter expert at it, what is the primary cause of death for middle-aged white men?
Cancer or heart
disease. What is the
or
number...
heart disease.
What is the number one reason for heart disease?
Okay, so let's move on from that.
So are facts something you don't want to talk about
I
tonight,
am talking
or...
about facts, and what I was asking you is life expectancy for middle-aged men has decreased since 2000. This is a fact.
This is heart disease,
no,
which is a
no, I
byproduct.
just said this study showed the reason life expectancy is decreased is attributed to, I agreed with you, those are the main causes of death, but the reason that life expectancy has decreased since 2000 is because of self-induced harm. And all I was saying is you made a claim that life expectancy has increased. It hasn't. And
Since
for this group,
1900
that is mainly the demographic that is interested in
What was life
you.
expectancy in 1900?
What did you say? I'm sorry.
What was life expectancy in 1900?
Much lower. So it's
46
increased
years.
exponentially over time. It has
That
for
was
every
my
group.
point.
But then at 2000, there was a change. In 2000, there was a change.
Right.
And
it
for
was
men,
a
they
change
started
because
to
it was
decrease.
a byproduct of surpluses and having food everywhere at all times.
It has
and
nothing to
people
do with
making bad
obesity.
choices.
This is self-induced harm that is causing
Again,
this.
so let's walk through this. What is the number one cause of death for middle-aged white men?
Know what I'm talking about. So I have another thing
Heart
to say.
disease. What is the number one precursor for heart disease?
So I think we've both made whatever point we wanted to make.
I'm
Can
still
I ask
trying
a
to
second
figure out
question?
yours, but yes, please
That's
do.
okay. So my second question
And
is...
I would like to get to your shirt at some point too, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's a Black Lives Matter shirt. I feel like we are unable to have any sort of actual conversation, which is not what I came here thinking.
You are entitled to your own opinion. You are not entitled to your own facts.
These are not my own facts. I could provide studies and citations for everything I've said
then
tonight. I
please
haven't
do.
heard you do that.
I mean, everything, you can easily reference
You
everything.
said things
Hoover
that I
Institute.
know are factually wrong. This is
Name
coming
one.
from research.
Name one.
That life expectancy has increased for every group in America.
Since 1900, which is what I said.
Well, since 2000, it has not increased for
Because
white
they're
men.
making bad choices. Heart disease is the number one killer of middle-aged white men. What causes heart disease? Overeating, sedentary lifestyle, not working out, indulging in alcohol, and drugs too much, which is a byproduct of our amazing surpluses made possible by the free market system. You know what the number one cause of death in Venezuela is? Starvation. I would rather have a culture where we're trying to have people join gym memberships in a New Year resolution, not eat zoo animals.
Thank you for the
I'd like
conversation.
Her cheeks must have been burning after that. Again, if you already have a conclusion set in your head, maybe don't pretend like you're trying to have a conversation. If you would like to argue and just hear your own voice, do that.
I feel like dates can be so cheap. The last couple of dates that I've gone on,
I've expected the guy to pay because I feel like the man should pay for the first date, and they just don't want to. And so I just had a date earlier this afternoon, and I sat there when the bill came, and finally I just said, the guy should pay first, and kind of pushed it towards him, and he said, well, in that case, you should pay. And I just thought, that is so rude. And I just don't understand what the issue is. I feel like everyone's trying to get something for free these days. I don't understand. I just want to go on a date and have the man be a gentleman and treat me right, treat me like a woman.
Anyone still calling this satire? Isn't this our most delusional Wokey who claim to only be interested in women?
Ich bin Feder. Ich bin eigentlich 17 Jahre alt, aber ich bin auch nebenbei ein Fuchs. Und in dem bin ich momentan 4 Monate alt.
Ich bin Zoll, ich bin 19 Jahre alt und meine Pronomen sind they, she.
So, ich bin Milo, ich gehe mit allen Pronomen und ich bin 13 Jahre alt.
Ja, ich bin da Felix, das Alpha von einem Rudel und bin 1,5 Jahre Papi.
Ich habe 5 Namen. Ich benutze Gabriel, Luca, Bug, Mats und Fall.
Ich bin Sydney.
Somebody take these kids' phones away and have them go fishing for a while. They need to go outside and breathe in air.
Even if you don't have an hourglass figure, you can still show off your torso. So wear those crop tops and mini skirts and show off your belly piercing, because showing that you have the confidence, that you don't give a F of what people think of you, is still channeling that bubblegum bitch energy.
Bubblegum what? YouTube has guidelines, so let's just move on to the next embarrassing member of Alphabet Crew.
This is my voice one day on T.
And this is my voice 5 months on T. Not singing too much Sia lately, if you know what I'm saying.
Raise your hand if you noticed any difference. Ma'am, please go make yourself some coffee. The tea isn't doing anything for you.
How are you gonna assume that I'm gay just because I have rainbow hair, wearing a rainbow shirt, I got a rainbow pride flag behind?
How can you assume that I'm disabled just because I have a messed up body with messed up hands and I drive a mobility scooter because I can't walk?
Couldn't have said it better.
How old are your granddaughters?
They are 6 and 8.
Would you support them to get hormone blockers to become the other gender?
I would absolutely support them to get hormone blockers. The idea of one of my granddaughters learning that they're going to start having their period if they don't get their hormones blocked, even though they're identifying and portraying as a male. How horrible that would be. So yes, definitely.
If your granddaughter came to you and wanted to get a tattoo, what would you say?
That would be more difficult. I always told my 3 sons the one thing I ask is please don't get tattoos.
Really? Why tattoos?
There's just something so permanent about it.
Permanent?
It's pretty permanent. It's very difficult to get them lasered off or removed.
You don't think it's like permanent to change your gender?
Whose grandmother is this? Tattoos are permanent, but changing the entire setup and flow of your body is not. You'd think that after spending so many decades alive, you'd have picked up some wisdom. Guess
I read about what happened to you at, was it Oberlin College?
Many colleges. I'm a frequent college lecturer, and when I have been lecturing for years, and usually I'd go to debate and spar with some women's studies professors because I occupy a different position in sort of feminist theory. But now, these days, I go and it's not the women's studies people, it's the students who come, the activists, to demonstrate. They set up safe rooms. I spoke at Oberlin.
Safe rooms from you?
From me. And I have to have bodyguards. At Oberlin, I had a detail of police.
What, didn't they also have a therapy dog?
Yes. Here's the thing. They weren't
from you because you.
No, a young woman. Well, they had these safe rooms set up, and 30 women and a therapy dog fled to the safe space. I triggered a dog, and I feel bad about the dog.
Can you even imagine that? Attending a debate between professors and creating a safe square because someone did not say what you agree with, and dragging dogs into it? Are you not embarrassed? Sorry, you are triggered and you have anxiety.
Pass or pass?
Pass.
Down.
Cool. Well, no one asked me, but I'll say pass too.
What do you guys think about Lizzo? Do you think she's like healthy?
Yeah. She's vegan. Like, she's active. I'm seeing her on TikTok. She's dancing. She's working out.
Do you think Lizzo is healthy?
No.
Why don't you think?
Because she's overweight.
Don't come for me, but dancing does not make you healthy. It means you have endurance, but you probably won't be around to endure for a long time. Talk to your doctors.
You work 1 hour a week, you spread your legs or whatever you do in OnlyFans, you think it's gonna give you a future?
It's called capitalism, honey.
No, it's not capitalism. It's prostituting in the camera. It doesn't matter if they touch you, smell you, whatever. They can see your vagina and how you give jobs in the camera. This is something you could never take away. And your son, when he grew up, they're gonna tell him, your mom is a oh my God, your mom did fans. You traded value for money, and you could be a cleaning lady, go clean 10 houses a day, 10 hours a day, right? Instead of going and prostitute yourself. And your vagina doesn't hurt
now. No, my vagina doesn't hurt. It's in very good shape.
When you
thank you.
Really? I don't believe it.
And I don't myself or anything like you do.
What do I do?
Because
I shouldn't say more. The lady in white cooked quite well, if I do say so myself.
You're the Queen of the United States. How would you solve the problem of the homeless in the United States, even with a long-term solution?
Are you asking me, a 21-year-old college student, to solve U.S. homelessness right now?
Yes. Can you vote?
Yes, but
you're damn right I'm asking you the question.
I want to decline this question, and it's because I truly don't think I'm equipped to solve U.S. homelessness.
Are you going to be voting this year?
I will be voting, but I do have
and you're going to vote for Biden, right?
Public office ever.
You're going to be voting for Biden, right?
Decline the question.
If you don't have the answer, choose someone who does. Capiche?
A few years ago, when you said there was, quote, no room for homosexuality in Kenyan society, I want to know whether you still stand by that.
We have Kenyan law, we have Kenyan constitution, we have our tradition, we have our customs. We will continue to respect other people's customs as they respect our customs and our tradition. I am very clear that we respect everybody and what they believe in, but we also have what we believe in, and we expect to be respected for what we believe in.
I want to play you what President Kenyatta said to me about this issue.
I will not engage in a subject that is of it is not of any major importance to the people and the Republic of Kenya. This is not an issue, as you would want to put it, of human rights. This is an issue of society, of our own base as a culture, as a people, regardless of which community you come from. This is not acceptable. This is not agreeable.
So he's basically saying homosexuality is not agreeable. You've just said that you're kind of trying to thread the needle, that the law says one thing, but you respect everybody's rights. Will a Ruto administration crack down, like many other leaders in Africa, on the homosexual LGBTQ community? Or will you allow them their human rights and their civil rights?
I think on that subject, President Kenyatta was spot on.
Again, Americans butting into matters that do not concern you when you have more pressing issues to focus on. No country is interviewing Biden and asking about the mess that is the transgender agenda. Keep that energy.
Who bought you those shades?
These shades? My sugar daddy.
Did you have to give them sugar for that?
Never be afraid to ask men in El Paso for money. These men are so ugly, they will always pay up. These shades, this man was broke. He's gonna pay for them. He's gonna pay for them, babe. You better not ask him for money.
Now she has to learn that yelling rubbish does not equal dollars. Anyway, go pay up. Then you can come back with your BS about being a gold digger to your father's play dates.
Go sell those shades.
All right, let's go.
Hey, she didn't even pay for her drink. Hey, she gotta go back and pay for her drink.
Stranger was sitting with a friend. I went up to them and I was like, hey, I'm so sorry to bother you. I think you're really cute. I was wondering if I could get your number. They look at me and they go, oh my gosh, I am so flattered. That means so much. Thank you. But I'm actually straight. And I said, no worries. And I walked away and I didn't tell them that I am a woman, a trans woman, but I didn't say that.
Since no one will ever believe that that is a woman, I decided to include him in this lineup just for fun. Oh, and by the way, man, you are a man. A weirdly dressed one, but still a man. Hope that helps.
Governor, what has gone wrong with the rollout of the vaccine that we've seen phone lines jammed, web crashing?
It's a lot of demand. I mean, I think at the end of the day, excuse me.
If I could finish my question.
You just said what has gone wrong, so I'm answering the question. So you're going to give a speech, or you're going to ask a question?
With all due respect, Governor,
you asked the question. I'm going to answer it.
I'm trying to finish my
you're
question.
Not, no, you're giving a speech. You asked the question. You're going to ask how many questions? You get 3? They only got 1 question. Why do you get 3?
With all due respect, Governor, I'm just asking if I could finish my question.
You didn't. You finished the question.
My full question is, what went wrong with the rollout of the vaccine when we've seen phone lines jammed, websites to complete it for you, Governor? We've seen websites crash, and also senior citizens waiting overnight for the vaccine. We've seen it in Duval, Broward, Orange, and Lee counties.
And why was, like in Lee, why did that happen? Did you investigate why?
That's my question to you, Governor. You're the governor of the state.
Okay, but you didn't investigate why that, like in Lee County, why was there a big line? Did you investigate why?
Could you tell us why?
Because we distributed vaccine to hospitals. The hospital said, first come, first serve. If you show up, we'll do it. So they didn't use a registration system. There wasn't anything that was done. And there's a lot of people are going to want to go ahead and get it.
So are you saying there was no plan then from the state to make sure that senior citizens didn't wait outside overnight?
So the state is not dictating to hospitals how, we're not to Carlos Magoya, how he runs his operations here. That would be a total disaster. These guys are much more to be able to deliver healthcare services than a state government could ever be.
This reporter went back to her network with a lie. She said, "He never even answered my question. I do not understand who gives these activists microphones and a news network contract." This is a creator who always goes hard on The View. He edits himself so flawlessly into the space and gets them to shut up in 10 seconds.
Like, he used him as his puppet, and it exposed what many of us have been saying about Tucker Carlson. He's a gremlin puppet who doesn't know what he's talking about.
It's just such a disgrace, I think, to our country that an American would give him any kind of platform to propagandize.
Wait, if I may, I'm amazed at the level of self-projection going on here. I mean, Alicia, you work for ABC, Tucker works for himself. Objectively, you are a puppet and he's not. And Sonny, you're basically saying that Tucker shouldn't be allowed to have a voice. That's the opposite of the democracy that you preach every time we're here. And finally, none of you had any examples on what Tucker has said that was a lie or propaganda. But I'm too nice, so I will give you another chance. Give me some specific examples to back your claims. Let's go.
Yes, crickets. Calling Tucker Carlson a puppet is just projection.
Latinos in Texas, a district that's 97% Latino, went 75 percentage points for Donald Trump. Why?
Misogyny.
It's on the border. The border crisis is on their doorstep. And they were begging people to care about it for years. We need to take some lessons.
That's what that was.
Misogyny and sexism.
Sure, all that. And the price of butter. Sonny gets the game ball. If it wasn't for her, asking that question, it might have been a closer election. But when nothing really comes to mind, I was like, cha-ching. Listen, they're bitter, they're angry, they're entitled. They also should be. This should have been a reset for everyone who pushed lies and misinformation for the last. They call them Hitler. They call these things. America rejected them, and instead of coming back and saying we lied, they instead are now doubling down. So let her keep doing it, because if she keeps that up, we're going to keep getting the Senate and probably the House and the White House, because people see right through your lies. So keep doing what you're doing. Game ball to Sonny.
Keep it going, Sonny. We would love to see you whine for 4 years and then hit refresh, then whine again in 2028.
The incidents were limited to a handful of apartment complexes, and the mayor said our dedicated police officers have acted on those concerns. A handful of problems.
Only, Martha, do you hear yourself? Only a handful of apartment complexes in America were taken over by Venezuelan gangs. Donald Trump is the problem and not Kamala Harris's open border. Americans are so fed up with what's going on, and they have every right to be. And I really find this exchange, Martha, sort of interesting, because you seem to be more focused with nitpicking everything that Donald Trump has said, rather than acknowledging that apartment complexes in the United States of America are being taken over by violent gangs.
Just a handful of crimes are being committed by people who broke in. The grape cases aren't that many. The murders are nothing compared to serial killers. Again, it's all agenda, until the US becomes an English-speaking El Salvador.
Do you find it hard for celebrities to talk to media about their sexuality?
What on earth are you on about?
I was referring to an interview given to Attitude magazine a few years ago.
But what is your question?
I was wondering if you find it difficult for celebrities to talk about their sexuality.
I don't find it difficult for celebrities to talk about their sexuality. Are you asking me about my sexuality?
Sure.
Why? Thank you.
This is my theory. The more famous people belong to a social group, the deeper their claws sink into the brains of impressionable children. That's all, but it looks like no one cares about celebrities as much anyway.
Do you think you could get elected in Texas being anti-gun?
Do I think I could get elected in Texas being anti-gun? One thing that if me in politics is to give you a direct statement right there is be playing a game that I'm not interested in playing.
Okay,
to give you a direct statement right there.
Who is in charge of Matthew McConaughey's media appearance, and why would they ever put him on The View?
Mr. President, after 3.5 years, do you regret at all the lying you've done to the American people? On
All the what?
everything? All the lying, all the dishonesties.
That who has done?
You have done. Tens of
Yeah,
thousands.
go ahead, please. Please. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask about the payroll tax.
Sometimes the best thing you can do is to just not respond. What kind of question is that? What's the expected response? Or are you just trying to rage bait so you can up your views?
Let's talk about your tweets, because it comes up a lot. Even today, it came up in anticipation of this. I mean, you do some tweets that seem to be, or at least give support to some who would call others conspiracy.
Well, yes, but I mean, honestly, some of these conspiracy theories have turned out to be true.
Which ones?
Well, like the Hunter Biden laptop.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, that was a pretty big deal. There was Twitter and others engaged in active suppression of information that was relevant to the public. That's a terrible thing that happened. That's election interference.
How do you make a choice? You don't see, I mean, in terms of when you're going to engage. I mean, for example, even today, Elon, you tweeted this thing about George Soros. Well, I'm looking for it because I want to make sure I quote it properly. But I mean, you know what you wrote. But you basically.
It reminds me of Magneto's. It's like, calm down, people. This is not like made a federal case out of it.
You also, you said he wants to erode the very fabric of civilization, and Soros hates humanity. Like, when you do something like that, do you
I think that's true. That's my opinion.
Okay, but why share it? Why share it? Especially, why share it when people who buy Teslas may not agree with you, advertisers on Twitter may not agree with you? Why not just say, hey, I think this. You can tell me, we can talk about it over there, you can tell your friends, but why share it widely?
I mean, this is freedom of speech. I'm allowed to say what I want.
You absolutely are, but I'm trying to understand why you do, because you have to know it puts you in the middle of the partisan divide in the country. It makes you a lightning rod for criticism. I mean, do you like that? People today saying he's an anti-Semite. I don't think you are.
No, I'm definitely. I'm like a pro-Semite, if anything.
I believe that probably is the case.
Yes.
But why would you even introduce the idea of that would be the case?
I mean, look, we don't want to make this a George Soros interview.
No, God, no. I don't want to at all. But what I'm trying, even came up though in the annual meeting. I mean, do your tweets hurt the company? Are there Tesla owners who say, I don't agree with his political position, and I know it because he shares so much? Or are there advertisers on Twitter that Linda Yaccarino will come and say, you got to stop, man. Or, I can't get these ads because of some of the things you tweet.
I'm reminded of there's a scene in The Princess Bride. Great movie.
Great movie.
Where he confronts the person who killed his father. And he says, offer me money. Offer me power. I don't care.
So you just don't care.
What do you mean, why does he tweet his views? If he suppressed his views because of money or his reputation, won't you guys call him a sellout? If he posted more left-leaning ideas, he would be applauded for his activism. Hypocrites.
Yes or no, you judge a guy based on height? You do? I judge based on weight, and that's something you can change. So I got a scale right here. I just want to see how heavy. Your turn. 171.
That must have been so embarrassing. Well, make your bed and lie on it.
Spirits don't move. I'm gonna go. Spirits don't move. We good.
Ma'am, this is not the LGBTQ parade. Sorry, the zoo.
Hey guys, update. I didn't get the job. I just got the email. I'm guessing my parents had a lot to do with it.
that is Miss White. Her content surrounded how difficult her life was after her face tattoos. According to White, she got the tattoos against her will. A boyfriend had gotten her drunk, and she woke up in a hotel room sexually assaulted and tatted. Guess what? It was all a lie.
My son does identify as a cat, but I cannot take him to a vet because I tried that, and the veterinarian told me that because he has human anatomy, that he does not know how to work on him or diagnose him with anything, and he legally cannot. So, and while I do think that is a form of discrimination, because, you know, my son, if he says he's a cat, he is a cat, and he needs to be treated like that, like one, you know. But I'm not gonna press charges because I know that he could lose his license if he did work on my son. So I'm not gonna try to sue him or anything, so don't worry. But this is something that I want to raise awareness on, because I do think that people that identify as an animal should be able to go to the vet. You know, that's the medical attention that they're wanting. And so I really do appreciate you asking this question. I think it's an important topic that we discuss, because if we don't, we're never going to make progress. And these people that identify as cats are going to have to continue going to human doctors. And I just don't think that that's fair.
She is absolutely right. Somebody get that child to a vet and have his mother sign a consent form. We need to make progress.
Completely unfamiliar with child sex dolls, so I had, of course, to Google it last night. It's a little scared to put it in my search engine, but I did. And apparently there is research on the subject. Not much, but there are what they call MAPs, minor attracted persons. And the limited amount of research that's done on these dolls, guys, suggests that they actually, for people who are attracted to minors, that these dolls actually decrease their proclivity to go out and attack children. That it actually gives them a release that makes them less likely to go outside of their home. And what was interesting is the research did not support the same conclusions for people who were adult attracted using dolls. That did not diminish their proclivity to engage other people, but for those with the... So I'm just a little concerned that, and like I say, the research is not very good, it is not comprehensive, but the research that is out there is conclusive.
And she just kept talking. Ma'am, please get some help.
I don't know who needs this reminder, but apparently a lot of y'all do. I am not a man. I am not assigned male at birth. I am an assigned female at birth, femme, non-binary person. If there is a choice between a man and a bear, I'm the one that gets to choose. Also, so it's not a choice. Stop fucking saying, oh my God, I would totally choose the bear over you just because I'm standing up for liberation. Okay? You don't get to choose between me and the bear. Okay? I get to choose between a man and a bear. And if anything, I am the fucking bear that will tear apart the man who hurts you. Do you understand me? Like, and the fact that men do not understand why we would choose the bear literally just proves everything. Stop treating me like I'm a man. I spent the majority of my life being read and treated as a woman, and I still do. So seriously, stop treating me like a man. Do you understand me? Also, it doesn't even matter what I was assigned at birth, but it does matter how I was socialized as. Honestly, it does matter. And I was socialized as female, okay? I was socialized as a woman, and I hold all of those traits all the way through. I will never choose the man, because I will always choose.
Assigned female at birth. So you're trying to be a man, because you look like a man. Oh wait, you're trying to be a trans woman. There's so much confusion in the American air. You are right about one thing, however. You are the bear, the unbearable Wokey.
Mostly I feel feminine or non-binary. Today I'm feeling really femme and cat-like as well. Yeah. But I also feel masculine. mostly boyish. I don't ever really want a hoo-hoo. I'm proud to have a hoo-ha. But I also, sometimes want to take these guys off. But other times I'm happy to have them. I love to play with them. I love them. Other days I want to tape them down. I'm running out of time. But yeah, I go through stages of feeling feminine, non-binary, and sometimes boyish.
Anyone else feel sick and tired of this whole fiasco? We should think about mental institutions for our poor feelers. That's the only legitimate feeling right now.
Not carrying a child or being in a position as a woman should not have an opinion on that.
You thought you ate. Now watch this. If that's the case, if a woman decides to have the baby, why is a man then obligated to take care of it? It was her decision. If she can decide if it live or dies, I can decide if I want to take care of it or not, right? Okay then. All right then. All right then. For the record, I do not think that any father should decide not to take care of their child the same way I don't feel like any mother should decide to abort their child. I believe that two grown people laid down and knew what would happen. They were educated and they knew what the result of sex would be. I got kids. I take care of all of my kids.
That is the equality we have hunted down for years, is it not? If she's allowed to not want to, why does he have to?
I think I didn't give permission to film me. I don't want to be filmed. Public street, you don't need your permission. Cool.
You literally walked up to him and took a photo without his permission.
Yeah, I'm not being put on TV, though, you know?
Are you worried you're going to come off looking stupid?
No, it's not something I want to debate. That was just very typical of the level of intelligence. Oh, he's back.
Don't you find it funny that you said you don't want to be on film, you walked up, you took a photo without his consent, then you complained about being filmed without consent, and then you just won't leave us alone?
Being interviewed and photographed, you know?
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Okay, so you didn't have to answer. It's just being photographed without consent is the same thing.
I want to be interviewed.
And you're still here.
Parents, please give your children maximum attention as they grow up. If not, they might just end up becoming another dummy in a blue jacket begging to show up in a video. If you do not want something, walk away from it. If you do not agree, feel free to argue.
Name one example of one thing that's ever been given out for free by the government, because there's nothing that's free. It's paid for by somebody at some point at some level of distribution.
How about Jeff Bezos, who has like $50 billion or something? He can afford to pay for that, right?
How did Jeff Bezos get his money?
By exploiting his laborers and not paying them enough.
If he's exploiting them, why do they work for him?
Because they don't have another opportunity.
But have you ever used Amazon?
No, I actually, no, I don't buy from them.
You use Starbucks.
Okay.
So Starbucks, that's a billionaire. You know how rich Howard Schultz is? So you're participating in his exploitation.
Starbucks has better working conditions for their employees, though.
Well, how do you know that?
Because they have like a $15 minimum wage.
Wait, so Starbucks billionaire good, Amazon billionaire bad.
I would not like either of them to be billionaires.
Then why are you buying Starbucks? You're participating in the market economy.
Well, it's impossible to buy things without participating in the market economy.
You could have went to a farmer's market. You could have bought something outside.
There's no farmer's market here.
There's no local coffee in Columbus at all.
No, not near my house.
There's no non-billionaire coffee distributors. The point is, it's very easy to critique billionaires while you swish your Starbucks latte back and forth. Made possible by a guy that wanted to become a billionaire. Why? Because of a profit.
This was made possible by the workers who made it, not by some guy.
No, it's actually made possible by you, the consumer. The workers wouldn't have a job if you didn't buy their product.
So much to unpack. You hate the ones who have worked to become wealthy. You don't want billionaires to exist. You definitely wouldn't mind being a billionaire, but let's stay on track. Woke Americans hate anyone better than them, and they do not intend on working on becoming better people, period.
You said you're an EMT?
Yes.
Okay, if you're responding to a health emergency, biological male, somebody with a penis is having a medical emergency, and they say to you, I think I'm having a miscarriage. Would you check them to see if they're having a miscarriage? Would you consider that a possibility for them?
Look. No, but that's because some people don't have body parts. Doesn't mean they're not a woman.
Okay. Sounds like we've established there are some people who in principle can get pregnant, and there are some people who can't. So there's two categories, otherwise known as binary.
Lots of women can't get pregnant either.
Yeah, but they're still of the nature to get pregnant.
Why are liberals allergic to fact?
Black
men are more likely to be in prison.
Oh yeah, so why do people go to prison?
Get-
Okay, so they commit crimes.
Why do they
So wait, if you're
commit
so
crimes?
in poverty, we should give excuses for committing crimes?
Yes.
So like gangbanging is like a crime of necessity? Like they're so
I'm-
hungry they can't handle it.
I'm talking about like crime that has to do with like getting food, getting stuff that you need to live.
Right, but we have food stamps for anyone that needs it, so that doesn't exist. We have subsidized housing for anyone that needs it, so that doesn't exist. We have free healthcare for any poor person that wants it, called Medicaid, that doesn't exist. We also have welfare, cash, for anyone that wants it, so that doesn't exist. So what is it they're missing?
So it's not like
Right,
you
but
just get
it's not
a house.
It's not a stuff thing, though, right? It's like you will not go hungry in this country. You
I
will
think-
not starve in this country.
Yes, you will. There's like,
No, we have an
you've been on
obesity
State
problem.
Street.
We have an obesity problem, not a starvation problem in this country.
She's implying that black people are getting arrested for stealing bread. They're not, I can promise you.
Can you be racist towards white people?
I don't think you can be racist to white people. No.
White is not a race.
Is black a race?
African American.
Well, what about black people that aren't African American?
Yeah, there's all different forms of nationalities.
If somebody were to say, I don't like this person based on their skin color and this person happens to be black, would that not be racist?
That is racist.
So replace black with white, would that be racist?
Well, yes, then.
Can you be racist towards white people?
No.
Can you be racist towards black people?
Well, yeah, I think so.
Their body count is higher than all of their IQs combined.
How do you believe that it's okay to kill an animal when it's not okay to kill a child? You defend a child more. Some children die. Some children never make it out of the womb.
Well, because human beings are human. A is A, and human beings are worthy of protection, and animals are not humans.
What about milk? But animals are raped all the time. Cows are raped to produce milk. Yeah, to produce milk, a cow has to be impregnated.
You think that cows are being raped? I gotta be honest.
Yes.
I've been doing this for 12 years. I've never heard that before.
Yes, but they are raped because they're not referred to as being raped. They're said to be forcibly inseminated. How come that's okay, but raping a small child is not?
I would not.
Yeah. Welcome to Bull. I don't.
Congrats on him disproving the Asian intelligence stereotype.
Do you feel proud of yourself for debating college kids who are unprepared to speak in front of an audience like yourself? Do you think that's a little bit silly?
Are you a voter?
I am a voter. I'm a
So
registered voter.
I vote and you vote. So I'm talking to voters of this country that will determine the future of Western civilization. That's what I'm doing here today. Yeah? Wait, hold on. How is it any different than a professor talking to you?
Then a professor talking to you? Who are you?
Well, important enough for you to come up to a microphone.
Actually, when I first saw this ad, I thought it was like an improv comedy thing. It looked so ridiculous that I didn't even think it was real.
Well, no, you can see. Look how popular Trump is on your campus. How does that make you feel? That's not comedy. That is a 5-alarm fire for Kamala Harris because she's probably going to lose Pennsylvania. But no, I just want to be clear. Is there something wrong with talking to voters?
She came up to the stage thinking she knew everything, got destroyed and embarrassed, then tried to look up words in her empty head. Pathetic.
What would you say to feminists who are in support of trans women being able to access historically women's spaces like female bathrooms and being able to participate in women's sports?
Let me ask you a question. What is cheating?
What is cheating? Somebody using their power against the weak.
Got it. Is Leah Thomas or William Thomas biologically stronger than the competitors that she was against?
I don't know about that specific situation.
Won the national title.
Yes.
Okay.
Won
Well,
the national title.
after the transition, right? Okay. Is that fair?
Yes.
So the other women against the man were born with less bone density, lower testosterone levels. What are they supposed to do to make it even?
I would not know on that specific situation.
Got it. And you're a feminist?
I am.
Who are you trying to
Still
protect?
true. Women. All women.
Well, I wish you well in the coming situation where now as a feminist, you're going to have to live under the tyranny of men who think they're women. Thank you for being here tonight.
At this point, the title feminist might have to be categorized soon. You could answer a single question Charlie directed at you. All you did was stutter throughout the minute. Is this what they call a pick me? Being so desperate for attention that you would stomp on other women must be it.
I don't know why you're so upset when you still have a ton of money, dude.
What do you mean?
I mean, you are.
I'm not upset. You're the one that just swore. I'm actually quite happy and thankful I live in the greatest country ever to exist.
Excuse me for swearing. I feel like this entire getup is just you afraid of losing your economic and like white male privilege.
Wait, what privilege do I have as a white person?
Sunburn.
No, seriously.
No. It was nice to meet you. Can I take your hand?
Yeah, but can you explain
Can I take your hand? It was nice to meet you. I'd like you to think about the way your actions affect other people, not just the white male people in this country, but everybody in this country.
What does being a white person have to do about anything?
Once a little logic shows its pretty head, the liberal vampire has to run beneath a shade. If you're going to make accusations, please stand on business. You are boring us.
America racist?
Absolutely.
In what way? What do you mean?
Like financially, like if there's two homeless people, you know, and one was white and one was black or Mexican, I think majority of the people would help the white person, you know?
Do you think that we give more welfare and more social benefits to black people or white people?
The poor.
Doesn't matter what race you are?
No, it doesn't matter. No.
So if you're black or white, you can get help and
100%. It's equal all across the board.
And we are a democracy, right? So people must have voted that in, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
So if we're racist and that's a problem, then wouldn't we vote in policies that would only help white people?
Never. No, nobody would ever allow that. Not even the whites would allow that. Because it's racist.
I think that like the welfare help out more with like the African Americans and stuff like that versus the white. But
so if we're
the racism's still around. There's some ignorant people out there, but for the most part, it's pretty much eliminated across the board. Like structurally, as far as structure goes, right?
So if we're racist, then why did white people vote for welfare and benefits and things that would help black people?
That I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
We are not surprised that you do not know. We don't expect you to know anything. You are an echo of a liberal voice. You don't have your own voice because you do not have your own mind.
Are you voting for Trump? Yep. White supremacist. How? How can you say that? How can I say if you vote for Donald Trump, you're a white supremacist? How? How? Because you support that man in office.
That's not an argument. I'm gonna need proof that makes me a white supremacist. You're gonna have to break down the argument.
That's not my job to say that.
You just accused me of being a white supremacist. You should be able to back that up.
Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I sure am.
That's my proof.
Are you voting for Joe Biden?
Yes, I am.
Then you're a pedophile. No. Yes, you are.
A pedophile.
You're a pedophile.
Well, logic does not lie. You could add to that list. Say confused, adept, mumbler, senile, and so on and so forth.
In the recent past, you've advocated for the outright eradication of transgenderism from public life. Do you sincerely believe that I should be subject to punitive justice on the basis of what I'm wearing? And if so, are you willing to turn yourself in for wearing women's panties in your gay college film?
I would encourage you to behave as a man, is what I would do. Because you are a man. You might hate me for telling you the truth, but I think the truth will set you free. And furthermore, your masquerading as a woman does infringe on the legitimate rights of other people. The rights of women to have their own bathrooms. I don't know if you're an athlete, but the rights of women to have their own sports leagues and the like. That is not something that you have a right to do, no matter how sincerely you believe the fantasy that you're a woman. As to that Yale thesis film, I was a professional actor, but you play one half gay guy in a Yale thesis film one time, so all anybody wants to talk about. And by the way, that is the most heterosexual thing that has ever been produced at Yale University, okay?
Well, should more be said? Men, please be men. Women, be women. Side note, isn't it homophobic to try to shame Michael Knowles as an homosexual over a character he played in University? Or is it only homophobic when it's done by a straight person? Too many rules, man. Too many ridiculous rules.
Hi, how are you? I think pro-choice people aren't pro-abortion necessarily. They are pro-women having the choice to choose.
Are you pro-legal abortion?
Yes.
Okay, so you're pro-abortion. Pro-abortion.
I am pro-women having the choice. Do I agree with it? That's not for me to say.
But you're pro-legal abortion.
I am. I'm pro-women having the choice. It's pro-life or pro-choice, not
I'll just add the word legal.
Abortion.
Pro-legal abortion, people.
So is it pro-life or pro-choice? I didn't know there's an in-between.
No, you're pro-legal abortion.
Okay.
I'm anti-abortion.
Moving on.
So if I'm anti-abortion, what are you?
Pro-women having the choice to choose.
Abortion.
Isn't that worth pondering on for a second? They love fancy words, but the consequences are so scary. The choice here is abortion, correct? So you support abortion, but when you're confronted with that reality, you begin to see just how horrible that choice is. So you would rather use another word to appease your conscience. You are either for or against. Pick one bravely. You are already choosing to kill children, don't chicken out now.
I'm a mathematician and a physicist. You cannot tell me.
So I have a question.
And also, you're not a biologist.
So I have a question.
I'm 20.
As a mathematician and a physicist, what in the hell do you know about human biology?
And you got your law degree from Harvard. What do you know about biology? You got your law degree from Harvard.
And frankly, I would ask another question. If your logic is so flawed as a mathematician and a physicist, I would suggest that whichever institution gave you an award, revoke it immediately.
There's a popular saying that school doesn't make you smart, it makes you educated, and there are a lot of educated fools.
Does white privilege exist?
Yeah, I think it could in some aspects.
Do you pay reparations?
Oh, yes. It's like, well, the black community is very important and it's part of the U.S.
Okay, well, we're going to give you an opportunity here. Topher, part of the black community.
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Declan.
You say you would support black reparations, right? Personally, right?
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
So would you give me $20 for lunch?
Yeah, sure. If I had it on me, I don't have money on me.
Well, I appreciate you.
Yeah.
We don't need it, man. You know, a lot of times people, especially with the federal government and what is already done,
right?
You know, as black people, I really don't trust the government. So I don't think reparations are a good thing.
Okay.
Because you're going to have to tax people.
Right, that's...
Now you got to dictate who you're going to tax, right?
Yeah.
And now you got to dictate and find out who actually came from ancestors of slaves, right?
Very muddy, yeah, I can see.
And you know, white people were slaves too, right?
Right, yeah.
So now you got to pay white people.
Yeah.
I thought we all just contribute that to the freedom that we have in America. We've sown all that effort, all that into what makes America today, right?
Right, yeah, that makes sense.
No reparations.
Yep.
This kid will agree with whatever the people around him are saying, easily molded and manipulated. College professors have so much power.
Are you saying that men should not be allowed to have Barbie dolls?
I did not say that whatsoever, but I'm saying there's certain character attributes and traits of how young men should be raised and how young ladies should be raised.
You are defining that women should be raised in one way and men should be raised in another.
Without a shadow of a doubt, yes. Men are better at some things than women, and women are better at some things than men.
What things are men better at?
Lifting heavy objects. Women are better caretakers and nurturers. Women are more organized.
I'm sorry, say that again?
That men are usually stronger physically than women. That is true.
How is that naturally better? Like,
I'm not saying better. I'm not saying one sex or gender is better than the other. They're different.
I can see your point. I can see that men do have more testosterone.
Oh, okay,
so
that's what I'm saying. So there's differences.
Yes, but...
Therefore, men are better at certain things than women, and women are better at certain things than men.
I never get tired of the dumbfounded look on liberal students' faces when they start to realize they aren't winning a debate.
Men do not menstruate. Only women menstruate. Now, you can call yourself whatever you want.
Cis men don't menstruate, but trans men do menstruate.
No,
Same
they
as
don't.
non-binary people.
Only women.
Menstruating is not exclusive
Yes,
to
it
cis
is.
women. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
So explain to me as to why my body
if you are,
menstruated at
if
some
your
point
chromosomes are XX and you're young, you menstruate. If you're XY, you don't.
Correct, but what about trans men and non-binary?
They're
We're
not men.
excluding a whole group of people
They're women
that
dressed
menstruate.
as men.
Well, what's a man to you? You define a man for me.
You have chromosomes that are X and Y. That's what a man is.
So why are we just looking at the science of this as an
The
example
science.
when we've learned sex and gender identity are they're completely different things.
They're not completely
They
different
are
things.
completely different.
Completely different words.
And sex is what you're born with, the sexual reproductive organs you have. Gender is what you identify with. They're completely
Well, I don't
different
accept that
things.
distinction. You have to argue for it. You're just giving a conclusion. You're just making it up.
I wish my bank account would identify as a millionaire.
This is controversial for me to say, but I'm going to tell you what I think. I believe that transgenderism specifically is a mental health disorder. I believe it's a mental health condition.
Okay.
Well, no. We're going to finish this. This is good. We have to have open conversation in this country. But I don't think the thing to do.
Health disorder.
Well,
It's how they feel.
well, let me. If I'm going to give you a chance to respond if you'd like, but we can't have an open debate in this country if we're not able to state our views.
That's how they feel.
That's how they feel. And you know what? I'll tell you a story, and you deserve to hear this. I met 2 young women in this race about 6 months ago. Their names were Chloe and Katie, 2 young women. They're in their 20s now. Both of them had their breasts cut off. One of them had her uterus removed.
Okay.
They're in their 20s. They regret that decision. One of them wants to have kids. She'll never have kids. The other one will never breastfeed her children. They'll never be the same because they had that done to them when they were teenagers. So no, when a young person shows up and says, my gender doesn't match my biological sex, they're asking for help.
But you just said 20. That's not
They happened to them when one girl was 13 when it happened to her. She's in her 20s now and regrets it. This is what's wrong in this country. We will look back at this and say this was barbaric that we allowed this to happen in this country. That is not compassion. That is cruelty.
She wasn't expecting, nor was she prepared to have a conversation. Like most activists, she only came to shout.
Down the front there, you who's 20, is your life better? Are you happier? Is everything better now that you're slightly smaller than you were before?
Absolutely, and I'm not a little bit smaller, I'm a lot smaller. Like, my question to you is, can you honestly say that you are 100% happy and healthy? Like, you have no medical conditions whatsoever, you have no problems at all with your health?
I think it's really interesting that I feel like I need to justify my existence in this realm.
No, but hang on a minute. You asked her to justify her decision.
I asked
She's
her if she was happy. I didn't ask her to justify what her health issues now or if there is any.
But have you got any health issues?
No, I'm perfectly happy.
It isn't fat shaming, it's called being honest.
Are you familiar with that literature?
Well, yeah, I've read the book, but I don't remember anything about it. It was for like a college class. Like, let's be honest, nobody remembers the books they read in college.
Sounds like a great value proposition to go to college.
No, it is, trust me. But like, well, but you didn't go to college, so I guess you wouldn't know.
It's true, I didn't. So let me ask you though, does that mean that I'm not able to have this conversation with you? Because I actually remember the book and you didn't, and you paid for it.
This kid brags about going to college, shames someone for not going to college, then proves college is useless.
Don't talk over each other.
You know what the issue is?
Very funny.
You know what the issue is? They are useful idiots like you that are validating ascientific nonsense. There's no such thing as gender identity. Being trans-identifying is a mental illness, a reality that exists only in your head, should not be validated, and specifically not at the expense of people that are just going about their business trying to win sporting tournaments or trying to use
There's
a loo.
useful idiots like you that are leading to the death of trans people.
Because people
all right, let Francesca respond.
You can basically go to an island where all women think like you, and you can compete with all the biological men you want, but do not impose your backward views on the rest of us and have the audacity to call us regressive.
The fact there are no trans men playing in men's pro sports should tell us all we need to know about this argument.
Why is nobody questioning why Bob Ross has an afro and he's white? Has anybody ever seen him with straight hair?
First of all, that was a happy little tree he had atop his head. Second of all, what God did to you and LeBron's hairline is diabolical work. Out here trying to race bait, which I fully endorse. They call me a bit of a race baiter myself. But the difference is that I know the difference between a perm and an afro. My sister in leave-in conditioner, that's a perm. But I wouldn't expect somebody whose edges get laid as much as she does to understand that. This is the product I recommend. You're welcome. You see, he got the perm before he got famous because he didn't have money. He was trying to save money on his hair care. But then he got famous and everybody knew him for the perm, so he could never change it. By the time he died, he hated it. I can't wait for your next video where you call out Steve Irwin for appropriating the Jerry curl. Or perhaps JFK for appropriating the MLK. That joke there's a thinker. They're not, anymore, anyway. All right, I'm gonna leave you alone now. Not because I want to. I have a golf tournament. All right, so get cunt, hit it with the RT. Merchants of bio.
Let that be a lesson to you. No Bob Ross slander will be tolerated. Just expletive up.
Then just walked up to me and she said,
I said that is Donald Trump's wall to keep out women.
What is he keeping women out of?
The way he talks about women, the way he downgrades women.
What's an example of that?
When he, just the way he treats his wife, the way he treats other women.
How does he treat his wife?
Watch the video of the inauguration. And
what did he do?
He walked away from her. He could care less about her.
Oh my God, we need to impeach him now.
Yes, we do.
Like yesterday, he walked away from her at the inauguration?
Well, yeah. As soon as the car pulled up, he stomped ahead and left her to fend for herself.
Oh, my God.
And then, it's just, if you watched him with the Queen, he's marching right ahead of her. It's just his disdain for women. How about the fact that he was on record saying that he can walk right up to a woman and grab her pussy? That's pretty bad.
Well, I think what he was talking about is the type of woman who will allow a rich and powerful man to do anything that he wants, and that type of woman does exist.
I have no answer to that kind of comment that you just made.
They're called star fuckers.
Oh, do her ears work at all? Does she even hear the idiocy flying out of her mouth?
With concentration camps looming in the United States, here's what queer people are doing. Yes, I said concentration camps, you can MAGA. We are getting a go bag ready. We are getting all of our documents ready. So driver's license, birth certificate, social security card, passport. Now, if you have to revert your passport and your documents to previously said gender identities that you were born with, do so. I'm allowed to do so with my driver's license that says X on it in the state that I'm in. I'm going Monday to revert that to my gender assigned at birth. So, the next step, we're gonna have a go bag with shoes, clothes for 7 days, dehydrated food, think astronaut food for 7 days. We're gonna have $1,000 cash or prepaid credit card on hand. And this is just for the emergency. This isn't for permanency. This is for a week of getting by off the grid. We're gonna have anything ready for the pets that we're taking with us. So put some cat litter in your trunk. Put some cat food or dog food in your trunk. Make sure there's a leash there. Make sure you have everything ready for everything that you're taking with you. Make sure your medication is available and in extra stock. So stock up on it. Ask your doctor for a 3-month supply at one time. Keep your gas tank full. Have all of this stuff available and ready to go in a moment's notice for every single person in your family. You do not need a passport to get into Canada or Mexico.
Oh, I had it ready.
You just need your documents.
Got it.
But that doesn't mean you shouldn't have a passport ready to go.
So keep it on.
Have a beautiful day and stay safe, my transgender family. All MAGA hate on this video will be deleted and blocked. So please boost this video with positive thoughts for other queer people and what you are doing to make sure that you are safe. Here. And being safe does not mean hiding who you are.
Did you write
I am still going to live my life out loud every day, but I'm getting ready to go if need be.
Queer
and when I am traveling,
rocks.
I won't be having nail polish and beard color in my beard. I'm going to be stealth as I'm traveling.
Stop.
But once I get to where I need to go, I'm still going to live out loud and speak up every day.
Loud!
For the generations of queer people.
Loud!
Have a beautiful day and stay safe, my transgender family. I am proud of you all.
Man, that was well thought and thorough. Canada and Mexico? By all means.
Me and my girlfriend were going to a wine castle and we sat down for our tasting, and at first they were just very rude and didn't really answer our questions and we didn't really feel welcome. The server said, "Yes, sir," when I was asking some questions.
Some trans people, I'll just say this, look like the gender that they were born with. Some of them do. It's just, you have masculine features, all right? Sorry.
I said, "Oh, no, I'm actually not a sir."
Okay, if Lily says that and then they keep calling them a sir deliberately, then that's not cool. That's not cool at all.
Instead of apologizing, or I don't know what else you would do other than apologize, they just walked away. Did not acknowledge what I
felt very embarrassed.
Walk away. We saw the server like whispering to a manager, and a few minutes later, the manager came over and, really big smile, not acknowledging at all that the misgender had happened. And I say, "Hey, look, the last person, they misgendered me and that really hurt."
4-year-old.
And they just walked away. And the manager said, "Oh, well, some people just aren't as progressive as you."
Personally, if I was the waiter, I would be like, "Oh, hello, sir." And then Lily goes, no, I'm a lady. Like, okay, ma'am. Well, that's what I would do. Personally, maybe you're different, whatever. That's what I would do. The boss was right. Some people just aren't not everyone plays by these rules, Lily.
Also, not everyone is as delusional as you. Look in the mirror, bro. What woman looks like that?
I live in Florida and I'm gay, non-binary, and I had a call today with my psychiatrist and I've been seeing him since 2009. We went over my medications and he asked me how I've been feeling lately, and I told him I've just been so sad and scared. And he told me that it's a safe space. I've been seeing him since 2009, and this is the first time I've come out to him. He shared that he has transgender nieces and that they're moving to Colorado for safety, and he asked me what I'm doing to prepare. And I told him I'm in the process of starting to get my passport. He asked me where I want to go, and I said I don't know, but I hope Canada, because I've always wanted to live in British Columbia. And he asked me, you know, what about your parents? Because they're down here, and he knows that I moved down here for them. And I explained that they're MAGA extremists and that it's destroyed my relationships with them. And I couldn't help but just cry. I just bawled. And he just kept reassuring me that I can talk to him about it anytime, that he and his wife are trying to organize some sort of resistance and support for people in my situation because it's so dear to his heart. And it just made me feel so good to know that I have someone safe to talk to. Because right now, everything is feeling like a threat. Everything is scary. Every day I cry. Multiple times. It's very hard to just stay functioning in this place with this news all the time and all the threats.
So you've been seeing that man for almost 2 decades and you're like this?
The country seems very scary for a lot of us today. There is a lot of bigotry that has always been there, but it has, I don't even want to say it has courage to show its face, because these people are cowards through and through. I can tell you that much. And why do I call them cowards? Because the only power that they have, the only weapon that these people use against us is fear. I guarantee that every time that you go out and you are confident enough and you have the courage to be visible, to be visibly queer, to be visibly transgender, you are saving queer and trans lives every single time. I'm sweating. That is the power of visibility. I know it's scary right now, but if we stick together, the only way to fight fascism and bigotry is with community, and that is exactly what we are doing here today.
Calling people cowards while dressed like a rainbow fever dream takes a special kind of self-awareness.
How much money does a guy need to date you?
You need to be a millionaire. Yes, yeah.
Okay, and for that millionaire, like, what are you coming with? What are you providing for your guy?
Just me. I'm a special girl.
Manifesting a millionaire while offering minimum effort is peak Delulu economics.
I have a thing for single girls.
I don't have a thing for short guys though. I'm sorry.
Hey.
I'm too tall.
Too tall?
Yeah.
Take up those chanclas.
They're not gonna do it different.
Well, ma'am, look, let me tell you this.
Huh.
I'll accept you for the way you are. Because I know.
Deep down inside is what matters.
Look, because you care about height, but if you take up that makeup, guys will look at you different.
Nah, I'm so cute regardless.
So why you have it on then?
You're right.
She reached down to his height and he reached up to her insecurities.
Kazumi doesn't just have to cheat on her boyfriend. She holds hands, she cuddles, she kisses and stares in the eyes.
And I love other people.
So where's the line of cheating? Like what is cheating?
I think
to you?
cream pies are cheating.
She's basically running a loyalty program. Kisses are free, consequences come with toppings.
Why are you out here?
Because God loves you, and because I love you, and because sin leads to death.
I'm 16!
Sin leads to death. I can love you. A father loves his child. Is that weird?
No.
A mother loves her daughter. Is that weird? You love a sister or a mother. Is that weird? That's fine. I don't have to know you to love you.
How old are you?
The Bible says love your neighbor as you love yourself, not just love those you know as you love yourself. So I'm supposed to love everyone who's around me.
Imagine being so deep in the internet brain that basic kindness registers as a red flag.
Think about it. Why is this such a roadblock? Why have we spent an hour discussing this? Especially, you say you care about the students, but half of you are not sure what gender is. especially transgender. No, the lawyer said transsexual earlier. That's not the correct term. It's transgender. I'm a transgender woman. My pronouns are she, her, and I will only accept those pronouns. I will not be addressed any other way. And in the workspace, I'm protected by that.
Return to sender. No refund necessary.
Do you think that companies should hire based on gender or skill?
It's skill, of course. But if there's like a lack in a certain gender in that area, like, okay, we need to balance it out. Maybe we need to hire some people that's like some Nick or some white people or some girls or some transgenders, like just to balance it out so nobody feels left out. You understand me?
But why is that an issue? Why do you think we have to include everyone even if they're not qualified for the job?
Because people gonna get mad and they're gonna be like, come on, what about us? It has to be a balance in the universe, everything. People gonna get like, come on, why not me? Hello, like balance. So no.
He started with logic and ended with hire them before they riot. Beautiful.
He's a 10, but he uses pronouns. He's a 3. What makes you say that?
Because I feel like a man is a man and a woman is a woman.
While most would call him a king for listing pronouns, she saw right through it and responded with a polite nah.
Immigrants should get free universal health care in America?
I think everyone should have free universal health care, everyone in the world.
No. Why do you say no? They should work for it. Do you think that illegal aliens should have free universal health care?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe universal health care is a right that every person should have.
Do you think that illegal aliens should get free universal health care here?
I think everybody should get free universal health care.
If we were to put it in place, who would pay for it?
If you're paying taxes, it would probably go towards that as well, and they're paying taxes.
Who would pay for that?
I don't see a problem with everyone getting higher income and having more taxes.
Do you think that illegal aliens pay the same taxes that we as natural citizens pay?
Do I think they do right now?
The privilege? Free stuff for people who didn't even file paperwork while citizens are out here crowdfunding surgeries.
This is one of the problems with this left-wing gender ideology, is that no one who espouses it can even tell you what these words mean. It's like, what is a woman?
Well,
can you tell me what a woman is?
No, I can't. Because it's not for me to say. Womanhood looks different for everybody.
What do you define a woman as?
An adult human female.
And what does a female mean? How do you define a female?
Someone with female reproductive organs. Here's the thing, when you're female, it goes right down to your bones, your DNA. So that's why if someone dies, we could dig up their bones 100 years from now. We have no idea what they believed in their head, but we can tell what sex they were because it's ingrained in every fiber of their being.
Wait, you want to be a chick but still rock a full beard? Nobody can deny this is a great question.
The people who get abortions are the people who need abortions because they can't afford to raise a child, and children who grow up in households that don't have the resources to raise them disproportionately become violent criminals and end up murdering people. So my question is, why do you prefer the life of the unborn fetus over the lives of existing individuals?
It is true that a lot of people who have abortions are poor. It is true that a lot of people who have abortions may not have great resources to raise the child. The solution to that is not to kill the child in order to prevent possible future crime. The solution is that people should be having babies more responsibly, and that local communities, particularly religious communities, should step in and help out when single moms need help. And by the way, that does happen a lot, right? And that's something that should be happening in increasing numbers. It's also why the government should stop incentivizing single motherhood by cutting checks and playing dad.
Imagine our ancestors, who had little or nothing, listening to that idiot saying that the baby should die because the parents can't afford a Lamborghini.
In you.
What about if someone was non-binary?
Come again?
Non-binary? Like someone is
you're not a woman, you're not a man.
Yeah, someone is neither. They're something else. Is that?
He's saying we have never seen things like those. For a man, he has a penis. For a woman, he has a vagina. So we know this is a lady, this is a man.
What if it's a woman with it? What if it's a woman with a penis?
Both.
Is that?
People
are laughing. Is that a dumb question?
These gentlemen are probably thinking that the white man has lost his mind.
Don't want to answer any of the questions. Maybe we'll end with this because we're talking about womanhood. So people can probably shout out the question I'm going to ask you right now.
Okay.
But you know that you're a woman.
Yes.
What is that?
So gender is a social thing. It only makes sense.
I don't want to hear that. What is a woman? What is a woman?
What is a woman?
The word woman, define in the dictionary. Go.
A woman is somebody who is included and respected and seen and participates in society, recognized by other women. If you speak with women,
Circular definition.
that's mine, whatever.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
They always sound the same, like children. That's the first reason they shouldn't be taken seriously at all.
I am of the belief that abortion is never medically necessary.
Are you a doctor?
No. Are you?
No.
But there is there is a community of OBGYNs that agree with me.
So is it our decision to make? Is it something that we
Well,
can decide?
that's an interesting question.
So
First of all,
should it be something that people have the ability to vote on, yes or no, if a woman is able to
but
make that choice?
should a mom be able to kill her 2-year-old daughter?
No.
Are you a doctor?
No.
Okay, but why are we able to say it's wrong? So we're able to make moral statements when the baby's outside the womb. Why not why it's in the womb? Thank you for coming up. Think about that.
Damn, that was like running into a wall. She got disconnected from the server or something.
Can you identify as a black person?
No,
Why?
because I'm not black.
I'm not a woman, but I can identify as a woman according to you.
If you transition, maybe.
What defines a transition?
If that's your goal, you know?
If you believe it.
Sure.
If you believe you're black, why aren't you black?
Well, that's just not, that's like genetics. That's like ancestry.
You're also born a man or a woman. It's the same thing. That's also genetics.
Okay, I'm over it.
See how upset they get when they are confronted by their own logic.
I don't think there are that many people who are like, we want to ban gender surgery for a 30-year-old. What I am seeing is a campaign on the left that says that my child is going to be removed from my home 10 years from now if I don't agree with the left's view of how I should treat my child's gender confusion at age 4. I see the left suggesting that they want to fine me if I refuse to say that a man is a woman as a general proposition. Right? If I say that men and women are separate, then the left says this is discrimination. Turns out that gender does mean something, and it does have an actual meaning to people outside of you. I'm not going to go along with the general societal willingness to rewrite basic facets of human nature and human biology, and frankly, mammalian biology, in order to suggest that a delusion is true.
That's all it is, delusion. But these wokies want us to buy into it? No way.
I'm a feminist, and I don't
Okay,
hate
so
men.
you are a self-described feminist. What is a woman?
Why do you want to know?
I'm infinitely curious.
What's a man?
You're looking at one.
Why do you think that that's important to you, what a man and a woman is?
So
do you
you
treat men
can't-
and women differently?
Well, it depends in what context, though. Politically, no. Under the law, no. Should they be treated differently in societal customs and norms? Yes.
Why?
Like, we should open doors for women. We should honor and protect women.
I want
and-
to honor and protect you, man.
Okay, great,
do you
thank
not
you.
honor and
Women are
protect
worthy
it?
of protection. Can you tell me what a woman is since you're a feminist?
You're saying these things because you're trying to get a gotcha.
You're
okay,
a feminist. Shouldn't you be able to tell me what a woman is?
I'm a feminist.
Isn't that probably
because-
important to feminism? What is the woman that you're trying to
I know,
advance and
right?
protect?
Bruh.
Isn't that
This is so
integral to?
funny.
Is that the whole feminist project? The war
Asking
against.
what a woman is the only way that you can get a gotcha over everybody else. Why is it so important to you to define things in certain categories? How does that help your day-to-day life? Like
What other categories in the human species are there besides male and female?
Well, I just think that categorization is usually unhelpful when we're trying to improve society, right?
I have XY chromosomes.
Okay.
Can I give birth?
No, you can't.
Bingo. That's why categorization matters.
She put herself in the category of a feminist, but cannot tell what's a woman.
The women in this country still make 77 cents on the dollar for what men make. So if women don't make less than men?
Actually, if you start looking at the numbers, Rachel, there are lots of reasons for that.
Wait.
Well,
Don't tell
first
me
of
the
all,
reasons are.
wouldn't-
Do women make less than men for doing the same work?
No, because
Wow.
Well,
Okay. Well,
well,
we're
for
working
example,
from different
men work an average of 44 hours a week. Women work 41 hours a week. Men go into professions like engineering, science, and math that earn more. Women want more
Listen,
flexible
this is not a
professions.
math is hard.
No.
Barbie
Yes, it is.
conversation.
Actually,
No, it isn't.
Well, you have
No,
to look-
listen.
All right, let
Listen,
Rachel
wait,
frame it though the way
Rachel,
Right
you
now,
laid it out.
women are making 77 cents on the
litigating
dollar for what men are making.
But that's not true.
So,
If so,
All right, let Rachel make her point.
Every greedy businessman in America would hire only women, save 25%.
Come on, guys, it's simple logic. If women work for fewer hours than men on average, shouldn't they earn less than men?
This is the neighborhood, and you are not welcome.
That's why I need to be here. You need Jesus, man. You can save you. He can give you a new heart. God can give you a new heart so that you love what God loves. No, that's irrational.
Gayborhood? Is that even an actual word? Why does grammar always have to evolve with LGBTQIA+? It's just ridiculous.
A white man is wearing a woman for Trump and a feminist for Trump when I consider myself a feminist. And
did you just assume my gender? You said white man.
Okay, I see your point there.
How do you know I'm not a woman?
I see your point. I see your point.
You need to check your white privilege, your white female privilege, I think.
You think?
A little bit. I actually identify as a non-binary, gender fluid dragonkin.
Are you trying to make up, are you just trying to be funny now? Or?
Like part dragon, like I can breathe fire, and sometimes I flap my wings and I whoosh into the sky.
At first, I was worried, but later saw what he did right there. This guy is just a clown.
Let's talk about the border. We have brought in 5% of the population of Haiti.
I don't see the issue with that, though. Like,
You don't see the issue with
allowing immigrants into our country. I mean, is that not the foundation of our country?
Illegal immigrants.
Yeah, people seeking refuge for the best country in the world. Isn't that the whole point of your organization?
Well,
the U.S. is the best country in the world. Shouldn't we be obligated to help people that are suffering?
Yes, America is the best country. Therefore, its citizens should come first, not foreigners. So we have an obligation to our own people.
So the pathway to citizenship should become easier.
No, we should deport them all back to their homeland.
We should deport them all back to their
homeland.
All the immigrants. Okay.
Well,
we shouldn't
all
make it
the
easier
illegal foreigners, yes. Go down to Aurora, Colorado, right down the street here. Entire apartment complexes are now being run by Venezuelan gangs. Not to mention every day an American citizen is being killed. We have a different belief. We have a belief that our founding fathers had, which is if your government does not fulfill its obligation to its own people first, its government is not legitimate. And that's what's happening right now.
Young man, you might as well open up the borders for every single person to come into America. The truth about illegal immigration is that it puts actual citizens and legal immigrants at risk. If they can break the law by coming into the country illegally, then how can we be sure they won't do other illegal things as well?
I was just going to ask if you see the irony in your own propaganda in the Constitution on your brainwash tour. Having the explanations here because you don't believe the reader is smart enough to understand the language is kind of propaganda.
Well, no, so do you know who that audience is for?
For people who can't read it.
Yeah, that's a Constitution for third graders.
Yeah, why are you handing it out to college students?
Let's test your knowledge. Don't open it up.
Right.
What is the 10th Amendment? Okay, let's get easier. What's the 4th Amendment?
Isn't that the No Quartering Act?
No, that's the 3rd Amendment. How many articles are there in the U.S. Constitution?
There's 8 articles.
7. What is Article 3 of the U.S. Constitution?
I just want to ask
No, but I'm just saying, you came here guns a-blazing. Yeah. You do not know more than a 3rd grader about the U.S. Constitution.
If you don't see the article.
Yeah, I actually know it. You should keep it.
The US Constitution is not propaganda. It is obvious that this young man needs that flyer more than he realizes.
What do you think socialism is? Because I think you're misunderstood.
Socialism is what I see, which is the implementation of totalitarian control on the means of the best interest of people under the guise of the failed doctrine of Marx and Engels.
That's wrong.
Just because you say it wrong doesn't make you right.
Just because you say I'm wrong doesn't make you right.
No, it actually does, because everywhere socialism has been implemented, you've seen catastrophic human deaths.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know what socialism is.
Well, what makes you a subject matter expert on the 100 million people that have died?
Are you a subject matter expert on that?
I actually am.
Are you?
Yes.
Do you have a degree in it?
Just because you have a degree doesn't mean you know more than other people.
Do you do research on it?
Plenty, more than you.
So that is a simple and general definition of the concept of socialism. If you have a different opinion about the meaning of socialism, how about you just move to a socialist country so we can all have a good rest from stupid arguments like these?
What is a woman?
I think a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman.
Got it. So that's not a definition. That's like saying a table is something that identifies as a table. Give me an objective definition.
If I decided right now that I wanted to identify as a woman, I would be a woman.
Okay, but that doesn't answer the question.
I know, but right now I'm a man, right? So if that happened right now, I would be a woman.
So
once a person makes the decision to identify as a woman,
got it. No,
they're a woman.
That's a separate issue. What is a woman?
That's the definition.
No, I know, but you have to tell me what.
A person who identifies themselves as a woman.
But you have how do you know that they are that thing? It's called circular reasoning. You have to give me a actual definition.
I don't have to. I did give you a definition.
No. You said that a woman is something that thinks they're a woman. that doesn't give me a definition.
Can someone tell this kid that was not an actual definition? You are not a woman just because you feel like it. If that happens to be the case, then how does one know that what he is feeling is woman?
I just want to read you this poster that I have because I hear a lot of pro-lifers say that life begins at conception. So my poster reads, "Life begins when you understand living women matter more than potential babies."
What is it?
What do you mean?
If it's a potential baby, what is inside of a woman?
It's a fetus.
Is it living?
No.
How can it grow if it's not living?
Actually, that's like saying if an acorn is a tree.
When does the fetus become living?
That's actually a good question, but that line...
Yeah, of course, because you don't know it, because it's living. It's living.
How about you let her speak?
You're fundamentally denying science to validate your opinion.
You actively deny science, ma'am.
How am I denying? What science did I deny, Darby?
Okay, so let's look at some posters over here.
But
you don't have to be here.
I need you to tell me what science. You just made an accusation that I denied science. What science did I deny?
That it's a child inside of you. It is a clump of cells when
I'm a clump of cells. What makes me different?
There has to be nothing going on upstairs for her. No original thought. She had to keep looking at her noisy backup dummies for responses. Darby, was it? You seem sweet. Please, find logic.
First day, I had 25 students. By day 2, I had 19, because 6 parents switched out of the class because they saw me, and they were like, there's no freaking way, before I even got a word in. Do I think that it is okay for a parent to see me and go, not around my kid? No, I don't think that's okay. I feel like that's really crossing the line.
It's still the right of the parent to make that decision as to whether or not they want their child to learn from you.
Okay.
Like, it's still that parent's right. Like, you can disagree with their motivations, their motives, their ideas, but it is still their child.
So parents can decide puberty blockers, can decide to dress the baby boys as girls, can have abortions whenever they please, but can't withdraw their children from a class they are paying for. If you see a teacher wearing a Trump hat, I bet you would withdraw your child too. No hard feelings.
You want to have as much sex as possible, but then I say if I get pregnant, I can kill the baby. That's really dark.
It's not killing the baby.
What? Killing what?
It's a clump of cells.
You're a clump of cells. I'm a clump of cells. We're all clumps of cells.
Why did her mouth fly open? Did you suddenly realize that if you are also the clump of cells you claim unborn babies are, you could also be terminated from the world? Or did you just never take cytology in high school? Never heard of the cell theory? You're a college student.
I wanted to ask you, when you had mentioned those screaming banshees as well as these sexually confused people, and they were lying, and I think they knew what they were doing. Do you intend to further create the bias that reduces people's ability to collaborate with others through your use of collective umbrella terms like us and opposition of them? And why do you continue to promote that division?
Well, because those are my pronouns, and I would ask you to affirm and respect my pronouns.
Her face just brings satisfaction. How does it feel to hear the same crap you preach, chant, and march every day? If you don't respect Michael Knowles' pronouns, you are committing an act of violence against his person, not to mention how offensive you are. Oh, and you're being racist as well. Let's not forget that you are also being straight-phobic. Capiche?
That is impossible.
Do you think it's hard to do you think it's hard to ask someone, hey, don't murder an innocent person, even if you want to, even if that would be convenient? Because that's what we're saying about it.
Because our fundamental beliefs are different. I don't think it's murder. I think it's that thing in the baby, not the baby, but the uterus.
You just said
that
it.
Is not,
I think you just admitted that I'm right. That's called a Freudian slip, and I think you just proved the point.
Chill out. But the thing in the uterus is not a baby. That's what I was trying to say. It's just a clump of cells. It's a tumor. Okay.
It's a tumor.
And trying to be like, it's a baby. We just have fundamentally different belief systems, and I don't believe that. No, I don't think it's murder. It's not murder.
Right, but the baby unlike a tumor, say, the baby in the womb, it has the DNA of an individual human being that's different from the DNA of the mother, and the baby in the womb has all the characteristics of human life, and the baby in the womb grows at a very early stage grows to take on the form of an individual human being, and the baby in the womb left unmurdered will grow into a full adult-sized human being just like you are. So that would seem to be a difference between the baby in the womb and the cancerous tumor. So you're saying, well, I just don't believe that, but you obviously do believe that because you just admitted it, because you called the baby a baby. You don't want to acknowledge that reality because it's inconvenient. And I'm not denying that there are inconveniences in the world, and there's suffering, and there are all sorts of difficult decisions that people have to make, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a right and a wrong answer, and it doesn't even mean that you don't know what it is, because you've admitted that you know what it is.
Your lips may lie, but your heart will always know your truth. She began her argument by accusing Michael Knowles of weaponizing religion to limit abortion and trans rights. She claimed only religion saw babies as babies, but somehow slipped into the truth. Guess she's also a religion weaponizer.
The dominant narrative in America is white people are evil, white people suck, we should be ashamed of ourselves. And
I don't think we should be ashamed of ourselves. I think that we should take responsibility for the system that we've created.
The best system in the world?
Oh, we do not have the best system in the world.
Who has a better system?
There are many European countries that are much better off than
you
us.
mean like the European countries with a higher density of whites, like Northern Europe?
That's one way to phrase it, I guess.
You don't mean Turkey?
No.
You don't mean Eastern Europe?
No.
With the communists? So the only time you can come up with a system that's better than America, it's a country that's more white than America.
Aw, Cat got your tongue? Your stance is starting to look completely idiotic now, isn't it?
And what's the biggest problem? Men can't find the what? G-spot, the clit, the urethra. What school did you go to? That's what I say when I find the G-spot. Eureka! I got it! The prostate gland. The clit. The clit. Why? Why, ladies? Why? Because I'm an idiot? Because you're an idiot. Maybe because you're a bitch and we don't want to fucking please you. Maybe that. Maybe we're tired of these bitchy women. We're like, we know where it is. And we're tired of being called idiots. Yeah, you fucking idiot. You fucking idiot. Where's the urethra? Where is it? Get it. Get it. Fucking bitch. White guy, look at us.
That escalated quickly. The best way to handle people like this.
Bradford, in your testimony, did I understand you right? Said that you want to end all plastic manufacturing?
I said the plastics industry must be stopped.
So does that mean end plastic manufacturing?
I mean, in my dream world, sure, but I think that, go ahead.
I don't mean to be condescending here. I just point out, what's going to replace your glasses? Like,
so
why
I
would you
do
wear your
know.
glasses around your face? They're made of plastic.
Maybe.
No,
I don't know what they're made out of.
They are. Because I just want to be realistic when we're having conversations. Because when statements are made like this, I just want to open people's eyes. That's easy to say, but what's the solution? Your water bottle in front of you.
This one?
Yes. That plastic?
No.
The lid is. That's plastic.
Right. So
Right.
I would say to your
cell phone-
question that I would first be concerned about single-use plastics, and then we can talk about alternatives to this.
Your cell phone there, is it plastic?
The cases. But it's glass because
The water that you filled that water bottle up with, where'd you fill that water bottle up out of?
a water filling station.
All right, and it was delivered by a drink station that was plastic?
I didn't check.
The edges are. The piping coming to it. Now, you have a couple of choices with the piping. We could go back to using wood, but then you have to line it in chemical. Or we could go back and use lead, because we used to have water piping that was lead. That was harmful to us. We go back to galvanized, but galvanized rust and had discoloration. We go back to copper, but copper has to be mined, and everybody wants to stop mining in the U.S. I point this out because the clothes you have on, I guarantee have plastic in it. The shoes you have on your feet, the soles of those shoes are plastic. So we talk about any plastic manufacturing, and everybody in here cheers when you say that, but everybody here is depending on plastic as you set. So if you want to end it, then quit using it. It's kind of like, I don't shop at certain places right now because I don't agree with some of their...
Those with the least knowledge tend to have the strongest opinions based on nothing and yell the loudest.
What happens in California if you murder a pregnant woman?
What?
What do you get charged with if you murder a pregnant woman in California?
I'm not even sure what you're talking about.
It's called a double homicide. That baby's still in the stomach, so wouldn't abortion be murder at that point?
I don't even know what you're talking about, honestly, man. I think you're just throwing out stuff on Twitter.
Once someone is exposed as being intellectually dishonest, there's no further reason to communicate with them.
There was another tweet that said the Democratic Party is comprised of racist white liberals.
That is correct.
Am I a racist white liberal?
Well, let's go back. I will say this, that many people in the party are not aware of their own racism. Let's go back to an early part of this conversation where you said to me, are you concerned about the color in the White House? Why would you ask me that question?
Because you speak about black issues.
No, but why would you ask me? But let's get to really the nucleus of this. Why did you ask me that question today?
Because you're bringing a whole group of young African American leaders to the White House.
Okay, so this is something that I talk about often, is that in many ways what liberals don't realize that you put on that the racism and the conversations that we have.
So you're saying I'm a racist?
You haven't let me finish my statement. You keep cutting me off.
Go ahead.
Okay. The emphasis that you place is always on having a discussion about race. Okay. You guys are insistent on having a conversation about race and telling us that we should see. If you don't look at me according to the color of my skin, you would simply ask me how I thought that Trump was doing as a president. You try to drum up a conversation that's surrounded by race by asking me, are there enough black people in the White House?
You're bringing a whole group of young black leaders to the White House.
Color,
so
I don't.
That's something that's important to you.
But why are you talking about?
Then why make it that you're going to bring young black leaders to the White House? I mean, this is sort of absurd.
Because the media, as in the whole.
This is absurd. You're bringing this group to the White House.
It's not absurd.
Just to be clear.
I'm trying to be extremely clear with you.
I know. But you view me as a racist white
I think
liberal.
that you're not. First off, you put those words in my mouth and you keep saying it. So I said that the Democrat Party is comprised of racist white liberals. Is every person in the party racist? No, but that you put these racist tones out into the media. This is why we have to bring the black conservatives to the president, because you create a narrative when you're on TV like you did today.
I have questions for you as well, but we actually have to get out of the segment now.
Do you think that language is helpful, though? I mean, just in terms of the national conversation.
Well, I could ask you, do you think it's helpful to ask me, just because I'm a black woman, if I'm comfortable with the amount of color that's on the administration? Do you think that that's helpful?
I think it's helpful and introspective.
It's not. It's you just trying to create an undertone that Donald Trump is racist, and it's wrong.
No. But I just want to say, I just want to say,
you're looking at me on the basis of my skin color, and make a bunch of reductions. I did not. You said that, and we can run the tape back. You said that.
Here's what I want to say.
You quoted it, but you were not added in that tweet, so do not say that I called you that, because that's dishonest, and we are on TV, so you can run. Okay, so I did not call you a racist. You're using the typical leftist tactic of trying to make yourself a victim, which is not something that I will accept.
No, but we were actually.
And this interview left that female host fired. She sure does regret trying to constantly speak over Candace.
You're now a biological male wearing a dress with a pair of leggings. Do you sincerely believe that I should be subject to punitive justice on the basis of what I'm wearing? And if so, are you willing to turn yourself in for wearing women's panties in your gay college film?
Well, I'll take those questions in order, I guess. The first one, I would encourage you to behave as a man, is what I would do, because you are a man, and I don't know how exactly you came to the point where you think you're a woman or very much would like to be a woman, but you aren't. And I don't think anyone who is affirming your delusion is helping you. I don't think that they're actually an ally of yours. And I think it will not lead to your flourishing. I think it will only immiserate you. And so you might hate me for telling you the truth, but I think the truth will set you free. And furthermore, your masquerading as a woman does infringe on the legitimate rights of other people, the rights of women to have their own bathrooms. I don't know if you're an athlete. I'm not much of an athlete myself, but the rights of women to have their own sports leagues and the like. That is not something that you have a right to do, no matter how sincerely you believe the fantasy that you're a woman.
The majority of these people know they are never going to compete in life as a man, so they go for the easy option of living as a woman, where men are expected to go easy on them and protect them.
It's not totally limitless. But when you're talking about International Women's Day, I don't know why we take the conversation around International Women's Day and make it about this.
But if anyone,
there's so many benefits.
Right, but if anyone, according to you, can identify as a woman,
I don't see a problem with.
Just literally put their hand up and say I'm a woman.
But it's not an easy thing to do, to go out into the world. It's very easy. You might think it's easy to say, but to decide to do that, to say
what
this
does
is
doing
who,
it involve?
Whatever that person decides, but to go out into the world and say I don't identify as perhaps the sex I was born as.
Why can't I identify as as a black lesbian?
Well, firstly, I mean, it was.
Well, I'm serious. I'm serious. If I can identify as anything without any need to prove I'm actually what that is, why can't I on International Women's Day say, I'm Piers Morgan, I'm a black lesbian?
I think taking it to a kind of absurd twist,
I think that's
talking about quite a
with
strong
respect, I think that
change.
you'd already opened the absurdity door by saying it is limitless. You can do what you like. Anyone can say, I'm a woman. So I simply ask you, why can't I?
I mean, this point kind of ridicules trans people to an extent.
Actually, I think what you...
People born in the early 1900s looking at this generation like, we really went through wars and survived the Great Depression. For this...
What is a woman?
That's a stupid question, dude. That's a dumb question.
It can't answer what a woman is. It's not a trick question. What is a woman?
Who identifies as a woman?
What is that thing? You can't answer the question with the question. Define woman without saying woman. What is a woman? This is not a trick question, everybody. You're in college, paying for an education. What is a woman?
How about you talk to someone with media training?
You don't need media training. It's not a trick.
Well, yeah,
what is a woman?
Who identifies as a woman?
You can't answer the question with the...
What are you talking about?
It's like... The college kids of America going hundreds of thousands of dollars into debt who think it's a trick question when you ask them what a woman is.
Sometimes people are so open-minded that their brains fall out.
State that for 5,000 years BC, Gala transcribed and androgynous trans priests of Sumerian goddesses have been around and noted. 200 to 300 years before Christ in ancient Greece, there were gods worshipped by Gali priests who wore feminine attire and identified as women. Since we are standing on Anishinaabe land, Turtle Island, which is the nation that we live under, has
I don't live under Turtle Island.
All right, well, maybe you should read a little more Indigenous knowledge books. And Indigenous communities have used two-spirit personas for the entirety of their culture, and so that leads me to my question. When you say that transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely, I ask you, Mr. Knowles, how can we eradicate something that has been here as long as humans have?
Well, yeah, there have been all sorts of crazy, terrible ideas for a very long time, too. You're pointing to civilizations that committed human sacrifice, okay? Yes, that's true. There were all sorts of terrible tribes. In fact, as recently as a little over 500 years ago, the Aztecs here in the Western Hemisphere slaughtered 80,000 people in a sacrifice to one of the demons that they worshipped within the span of 4 days. That's not a recommendation of doing that. I don't think that we ought to consider it. How does one know that someone with the total physical appearance of a man, how can one know that that person really is a woman? Do you have an answer to that question?
To clarify, you're asking how can somebody know if they are a woman?
And how can I know if that person is a woman? If not by the physical attributes, their natural and enduring biological sex. What's the alternative to that?
So my response to you is then a question of, what is the purpose of knowing another person's sexual identity? But let me finish.
Yeah.
If it's not for the premise of reproduction, and there's no need to relate outside of that, then I don't quite understand why we would need to question or...
So this is what happens whenever you ask a transgender activist to explain even the basic premise of the movement, is they'll immediately say, well, who cares? Why are you so obsessed with this? I'm not obsessed with this. I'm not the one who started sending men into the women's bathroom. What is the premise of your movement? But they always deflect from that. They always withdraw from the debate. They always try to change the subject because there is no answer. So you ask me, well, what's the purpose of, why do you even care? What's the purpose of knowing someone's biological sex? Well, for starters, because we have civil rights specifically for women in the United States. We have special bathrooms for women. We have special sports leagues for women. We have all sorts of special places and rights and privileges and that are for women that are not for men. So if now some men, people who at the very least appear to be men, are claiming a right to go into those women's bathrooms, then we either have to abolish all of the special rights and privileges that have existed for women for all of human history and are enshrined in our law, or they need to explain to me how those men are actually women. And they can't do the latter, and I'm not willing to do the former, and I don't think women across this country are willing to do the former, even if a few people have been so ideologically blinded that they would give into this kind of an absurdity.
Starting off strong, we see a member of the Homo sapiens who somehow believe in a turtle community. Well, what a time to be alive. Riddle me this. How do you fight for something you do not understand and cannot defend? If Michiel Knowles had drilled her further, she would have claimed to be a feminist. What feminist stands for masked misogyny? The answer is a delusional woke feminist.
Do you think there are any differences between a male and female?
Oh, are we talking about just the sex right now? Of course. There's tons of differences just between the male and the female sex. But what's important is how we treat people because of that, you know?
So that therefore they have different contributions to give to society?
I think that everybody has different contributions, man. Just because I'm not popping out kids 24/7 doesn't mean I can't be helpful,
I'm not saying that that's not the case. However, if you can't tell me again what a woman is, and you're not able to answer the question because that is the cheat code against postmodernism.
No, because I don't think you even know what postmodernism is or
well,
postmodern
you want to talk
theory.
about Herbert Marcuse or Jacques Derrida or Michel Foucault, one-dimensional man?
Okay, we can get into all of that.
So don't try to tell me I don't know postmodernism because I have read the pantheon of the garbage that you believe in. But let me complete with this.
Postmodernism. Well, I don't want to expose myself to different mindsets.
I actually know what the literature says and what it means and what it espouses.
Yes.
But this is why it's the great cheat code, because it is the war
Asking
against
what a woman is the only way that you can get a gotcha over everybody else.
Great conversation. You'll see it online next week. I hope you enjoy.
There are so many clips of this young lady trying to own Charlie Kirk. No argument, no iota of intellect, just snapping and throwing subtle insults. Well, he was right. She would be seeing herself on YouTube for a long time.
How do you mean Barack Obama's not black?
How's he black?
His father's black.
So that makes him black?
Yeah.
What about his mama?
His mother's white.
So that makes him black? Sit down real quick. Let me school you real quick. Is white supremacy? Are you a white supremacist?
No.
It's white supremacy that says that a black man and a white woman together make a black kid. That is the purest idea of white supremacy. No, it's not.
It's not a racist.
Are you crying? Are you gonna cry? Please sit down.
We are not a racist country.
Please sit down.
Dominant social order says
because white supremacy says that. That's why you hold the true to that. No, my son. Listen. Don't talk over me, please.
I'm sorry, it's your event. Go ahead and speak.
That's right. You're talking over a black man. Come on.
How do you try to teach a black person who is and how to be black? Why does white and black make black and not white? Or gray, the mix of both? Loved how he used the woke logic against her at the end.
Disgusting. I just went through the Taco Bell drive-thru because I'm a whore for Taco Bell. And do you know how they greeted me? They said, "Hello, ma'am." And then after handing me my food, said, "Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day." Bitch, what about me says ma'am? I have a fucking red.
Shall I make a quick list? You look like a ma'am. You sound like a ma'am. You act like a species of ma'am known as the Karen. And your hair particularly says ma'am in red lights. Does that help?
Yes, my question is for Kim.
Okay.
Why do you look half your age on Instagram but twice your age on TV?
Oh,
I'm not even going to get involved. Answer his question if you can.
How much money does a guy need to make in order to be with you?
At least 7 figures.
At least $1 million a year?
Yes.
What do you bring to the table then? So, you have a few features, but what do you actually bring to the table other than your looks?
My kindness. Oh God.
And that's worth $1 million? That's worth $1 million.
Oh wow, kindness. $1 million can't even compete. It's not like every decent human being is kind. It's just her.
Do you think that you should save the baby instead of the mom during childbirth?
I think the doctor should do everything to save both and save it whoever they can.
If you really have to choose, who would it be? The baby or the mom?
But what if they're both savable?
Yeah.
Well, you can only save one. Who the fuck are you going to save?
Yeah, both of them.
Hypothetical situation. Hypothetical situation.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna save them both because it's a hypothetical situation.
You can't. But we're not giving you that option. You can't. Mom or the child.
So,
you're picking
all right. Well, let me so you understand the reason that's kind of an invalid question. Say I said someone breaks into your house and they got a gun and they got your mom and your dad. Who do you save?
My dad. My mom.
just know really quick.
My mom used to.
Okay. All right. So does that mean that it's okay? Does that mean that it's okay if he kills the other?
No.
All right.
Doesn't mean it's okay to
so the hypothetical situation isn't helpful because in either case you don't get to what you want to.
Why are they so eager to kill babies? And what kind of children pick a parent they would save so quickly?
I'm not okay with punishing children to death for the crimes of rapists.
They're not children.
What are they?
They will not kill them if they are alive. Do you not?
Why do you have to kill them if they're not alive? If they're dead.
If you don't want it, get rid of it.
No,
Your mama should.
they may be unwanted, but they certainly are alive. They're unwanted, but it doesn't do anything to me. Have a nice.
Now we are saying that those babies are not alive? I thought pride comes before fall. It definitely came before a major embarrassment in this case.
That's disgusting.
Abortion is disgusting, you're right.
Hearing shit like that is disgusting.
Why?
My fucking kid doesn't need to see that.
Well, you're dropping the F-bomb right in her face and you're flipping off a total stranger. Maybe your kid doesn't need.
All of a sudden, looking at the images of abortion is so bad, but getting abortions is so cool.
That's not murder.
Why is it not murder? They are alive. If they're not alive, why do you have to abort them?
What if a 13-year-old was to get married will become alive?
No. How does something that's not alive be?
If you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman, you don't really know what's alive and what's not. So, no surprises here.
The women footballers get the same as the men.
Yeah, I think it probably makes sense.
Even if they're not making anything like the revenue.
Ultimately, like, it's not going to change. It's not going to change unless they organise. That's actually true across every sector in the economy.
How much?
If you want a pay rise, join a union and fight for one.
Let me ask you this, though. They have got unions. But
Exactly.
Let me ask you this. On talent alone, for example, as a yardstick, the US women's football team were beaten by a group of under 15 boys from Texas, right? Who were very good, under 15 boys, but their under 15 boys team beat them, I think, about 8-9-0 or something. So why should women footballers, who are clearly nowhere near as good as their male counterparts, just technically, why should they get paid anything like as much money?
Well, I mean, you know, it sucks, doesn't it, that like as a woman, okay, you play volleyball. I'm a surfer. I absolutely love surfing. It's very hard for women to build up a body strength. This is something that I've learned very much the hard way. And so,
surfers, by the way, there is equal pay.
Yeah, there is, and actually, you know, it's one of those sports where
can a woman be as good as a man or not?
Well, it's different. It's a different sport, really. It's not, it is the same sport, but it's very different watching a woman surf than it is watching a man surf because, the average male body is different from the average woman, woman's body for all these.
But is there any actual technical reason why a woman can't do with a surfboard what a man can do?
Yeah, there's loads of reasons. Like it is about the upper body strength. It's about like the way that the body is built.
So should women surfers at the elite level get the same as men?
But again, I think it just is different. Like it's a different kind of game and people watch it.
You're shaking your head.
No, I just think when we start making the same amount of money as the men, then we should get paid the same as the men. I don't hear the men whining about OnlyFans models getting paid more than them. I don't hear the men whining about models getting paid more than them. Kendall Jenner is the highest paid supermodel. Where are the male supermodels? But whenever men dominate in an industry, women will just complain.
If you don't bring in a lot of money, why should you take out a lot of money? Isn't that stealing? Or is stealing a part of the modern day feminist movement?
So both of you do OnlyFans. How much do you make, Nicolette?
I make a lot.
How much per month?
I think it's kind of tacky to say exactly how much money you make.
I mean, it's tacky to be on OnlyFans in the first place, but
shots fired.
I know.
I mean, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. That's bad vibes right there. Oh my god.
Disagreement is bad vibes.
But
I mean, you can't really expect much from her. She works for OnlyFans. It's only a matter of time before she gets older and realizes she will not be doing that job forever.
Men do not menstruate. Only women menstruate. Now, you can call yourself whatever you want.
Don't menstruate, but trans men do menstruate.
No,
Same
they
as
don't.
non-binary people.
Only women.
Menstruating is not exclusive
Yes,
to
it
cis
is.
women. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
So explain to me as to why my body menstruated at
If
some
your
point
chromosomes are XX and you're young, you menstruate. If you're XY, you don't.
Correct, but what about trans men and non-binary? We're
not men.
excluding a whole group of people
They're women
that
dressed
menstruate.
as men.
Well, what's a man to you? You define a man for me.
You have chromosomes that are X and Y. That's what a man is.
So why are we just looking at the science of this as an
The
example
science.
when we've learned sex and gender identity are they're completely different things.
They're not completely different.
They are
things.
completely different.
Completely different words.
Sex is what you're born with, the sexual reproductive organs you have. Gender is what you identify with. They're completely
Well, I don't
different
accept that
things.
distinction. You have to argue for it. You're just giving a conclusion. You're just making it up.
Shouldn't we be worried if trans women are bleeding from down there? Besides, if we aren't looking at the science of things, then what should we be looking at? Feelings. From a community of people with limitless gender expressions? Thanks, but I'll pass.
What about folks who have wombs but are not women, like trans people, genderqueer folks? Why do you keep saying women when this issue affects more than women?
Because there are two genders, male and
There
female.
aren't. I am non-binary. I have a friend who is intersex, who is born, who has different chromosomes than you would expect somebody physically to have, because how many people in this room have had a chromosomal test? This issue affects more than women. It affects trans men. It affects genderqueer folks.
Women have wombs.
I am not a woman, and I have a womb.
You are a woman.
I know.
If you have a womb and you call yourself a man, then you are either a liar or you are confused. It's simple biology. A woman has a womb and a man doesn't.
The person who took the banner advertising this event with my face on it and set it on fire on this campus, you shut down the conversation. Do you think that was okay? Do you think it's okay to set banners on fire?
I think people can do whatever the fuck they want to do.
So there's no moral right or wrong?
I think people can do whatever the fuck they want to do. They can have an abortion, they can fuck 5 people in the night, they can come and listen to your speech, and they can still have questions for you.
And you can set banners on fire and that's fine?
People can do whatever the fuck they want to do.
So do you believe that there's moral right and wrong?
I can say it one more time for the people outside. I just do whatever the they want to do.
So she doesn't believe it's right or wrong. That's actually a very scary society because there are rights and there are wrongs. And you can't be like, I can do whatever the I want to do, because that's actually a very, very scary situation. Because if I wanted to go out and murder people or commit an act of genocide, I shouldn't have the right to do whatever the I want to do. Next question.
This is just another typical example of a young person with no brains, no boundaries, no morals, and plenty of rage. Tell me, hon, are your parents proud of you?
Do not even.
What do you want? You alright?
No, I'm not all right. Eating a poor, helpless chicken.
But like you're over here wearing a leather jacket.
It's not real.
Okay, it might not be real fur, but you're still wearing a leather jacket, aren't
The
you?
leather jacket is very, very old.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
You're still
the chicken might have been
I'm a
old.
vegan. I've taken the choice. I have.
Yeah, and he's a vegan as well on a Wednesday. If you don't want to see people eating chicken or whatever, blah, that's fine by you, yeah, but then go away from a KFC. You want some?
I said, do not even. It's disgusting. Could you?
How could you?
Oh, it's just not right.
You don't have to agree with it, but then just keep it to yourself. Like, look at them guys there. Are you going to go for them and then stop them as well?
Yes, I am going to go over there.
Yup, Grandma comes up in a leather jacket and accuses people of eating meat at KFC. Why can't she just mind her own business? She chose to be vegan and then let others make their own choices as well.
What is a woman?
What is it? That's a stupid question, dude. That's a dumb question.
What is a woman? It's not a trick question. What is a woman?
Who identifies as a woman?
You can't answer the question with the question. Yeah, define the woman without saying woman.
It's a social woman is defined by people.
You're in college, paying for an education. What is a woman?
How about you talk to someone with media training? How about you talk to someone
You don't need media training. It's not a trick. What is a woman?
who identifies as a woman?
You can't answer the question with the...
What are you talking about?
It's the college kids of America going hundreds of thousands of dollars into debt who think it's a trick question when you ask them what a woman is.
Oh no, it's not the question that's stupid, it's you. A woman is an adult biological female. She is not a social role, a feeling, or a social identity.
You are trying to explain how white privilege doesn't exist.
Correct, it doesn't.
You are a white man, how do you know?
What can a white person do that a black person can't do?
Black applicants to jobs are 50% less likely to get jobs if they have a black sounding name.
That's not even close to being true.
That is a literal...
in fact, it's the opposite.
I'm not going to argue your lived experience. I'm not going to... No.
Now you have to listen to him under your rules because a black person is going to say you're wrong.
I am. He can say I'm wrong. I know.
Come on up to the mic.
I know. I read your.
My name's Keemon Dixon. I have a really black name. Please tell me how 50% of my internships have been denied when I've worked for Senator Mike Lee, Mayor Trent Sachs, Speaker Mike Schultz.
Hold on.
I worked for Congressman Burgess Owens. I've actually worked on his campaign. I've worked on the campaigns of John Huntsman Jr. Please tell me how my black experience and my black name has not given me shit. Go ahead.
So,
last I checked, qualifications are a major deal in job applications, and nobody cares about the color of your skin. The question is, are you good enough for the job or not?
Men do not menstruate. Only women menstruate. Now, you can call yourself
Cis men
whatever you
don't
want.
menstruate, but trans men do menstruate.
No,
Same
they
as
don't.
non-binary people.
Only women.
Menstruating is not exclusive
Yes,
to
it
cis
is.
women. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Explain to me as to why my body
if you are,
menstruated at
if
some
your
point
chromosomes are XX and you're young, you menstruate. If you're XY, you don't.
Correct, but what about trans men and non-binary?
They're
We're
not men.
excluding a whole group of
They're
people
women
that
dressed
menstruate.
as men.
Well, what's a man to you? You define a man for me.
You have chromosomes that are X and Y. That's what a man is.
So why are we just looking at the science of this as an
The
example
science.
when we've learned gender identity are they're completely different things.
They're not completely
They
different
are
things.
completely different.
Completely different words.
It's what you're born with. The reproductive organs you have. Gender is what you identify with. They're completely
Well, I don't
different
accept that
things.
distinction. You have to argue for it. You're just giving a conclusion. You're just making it up.
She looked Mother Nature dead in the eye and said, "Nah, I've got this." Bold move, ignoring 300,000 years of biology.
Howdy.
You're so much more educated.
Just the truth. Just saying the truth.
But like you're the one, you should probably just do this truth somewhere else.
Like where?
Well, maybe she should do her truth somewhere else. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I said maybe she should do her truth somewhere else. Share her truth.
My truth is her truth. So.
Oh, well, maybe you should go somewhere else with it.
Really?
Yeah. How do you like that? Do you know how ignorant? What are you talking about?
She's like, who hurt you? Who hurt you?
What are you talking about? No, I just didn't have people injecting crap into my brain. So
Let's say she was abused. Is this how you go about talking to someone who's abused?
Is this how you go about putting an opinion?
yeah.
This is how I go about peacefully standing on the public sidewalk. Yeah.
Peacefully waving hatred and ignorance. Like you're a clown, man.
So what's hateful about it?
Have you been abused?
What's hateful about it?
What's not hateful about it? Ask that. Answer that.
It's the truth.
It's the truth.
Yeah.
And I say right now to this camera, I do not want to be publicly
It's going
on
everywhere.
camera.
It's going
So if
everywhere.
you're putting it on anywhere, I will lawfully
You'll do
pursue
nothing.
that.
Oh, you'll lawfully pursue it. What will you tell me?
I'm not quite sure, but I really don't care. You're a total clown.
Are you gonna?
All right.
Do you understand you're in downtown Downers Grove? If you want to prove a point,
Yeah, Downers Grove definitely can tell.
point here. You're a community that's full of love.
Bro, are you actually on drugs right now? I'm not kidding. You sound like you're
I think
a Gen Z idiot. Oh, thanks for saying I'm so young.
So what is a man? Tell me.
An adult human male.
That's what does that did not answer the question, idiot. Transgender he said, what is a man? I get it. That's not what it says.
An adult human male.
Like, can you
Right?
give me more so I can
That's
actually
it.
think you're a like.
That's it.
You're-
What more do you want?
You're done yelling at.
What more is there?
What does a male mean? Hello? Can you not speak for yourself?
I don't know.
Hello,
What
you don't
do
need to
want?
go to your little clown.
No, I'm watching this. Shut up. Don't approach
Shut
me.
up.
Yeah,
I will approach you.
Get out of my face.
Get the out of my face.
Get back.
Do not touch me.
Do not-
You just touched me.
Get back.
You just touched
Get
me.
away from me.
You just
Get
put
away.
your hands
Get
on
away.
me. You just put your
Get away from me.
You know what? That accounts for you an assault. Get the police.
Get away. Just get away
the
from
police.
me.
You just put your hands
What are you
on
doing? I didn't.
You put
Whoa.
your hands on me.
Hey, knock it off.
You
Knock it
put
off.
your hands on me.
She's-
Ever
look at-
put your hands on
Chill.
me. He put his hands on
Stop.
me.
Stop. Knock it off.
No.
Knock it off.
What the happened?
She just starts coming in my face.
What the?
Look, keep your camera on.
No, he.
You know it's bad when a cardboard sign has more composure than the person yelling at it.
Would you support arresting someone who is disagreeing with the LGBTQ?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jail time for them?
Well, yeah, because everybody's human. Everybody deserves to be happy.
Would you say you support democracy?
No.
Ah yes, the new law of the land, agree or be escorted to prison by a rainbow-colored SWAT team.
Do you believe you can have XY chromosomes and be a woman?
I do. I really do. I think tranny rights are so amazing. I think people should be able to do whatever they want.
Does that go as far as race? Could you identify as a different race if you wanted to?
You can. I recommend, being who you want to be and do what you want to do. And you live your life. Don't let anyone tell you what to do.
Yeah, I mean, gender and race, it would be the same thing. If you identify as a woman, then I could identify as black.
Of course. Why not?
He recommends that you feel what you want to be. Great, today I feel like tax-exempt royalty. Let's roll.
Do you believe you can have XY chromosomes and be a woman?
I don't have enough, I'm not like, a biologist or anything like that, so I don't know that. But I mean, I think anything's entirely possible.
I'm not a biologist, but somehow confident enough to rewrite the entire field of human anatomy.
What is something weird about conservatives?
Oh gosh. There is almost a cultish vibe, I feel. The way they operate within themselves, they refuse to listen to outside people, they're refusing to learn, essentially.
He's criticizing cultish behavior while looking like he leads one in a forest where phones don't work. When equality goes full Mortal Kombat but forgets it works both ways.
Your U.S. women's soccer team famously lost to high school boys. Do you really think it's fair for these same boys to be competing in girls' sports? Why should trans people compete against young girls? Do you not think that they're gonna get hurt? Are they gonna get hurt?
She laughed because deep down she knows biology doesn't negotiate, but PR contracts do.
I'm not going to deny trans people as women.
Can womanhood then just be appropriated? Someone can then say, I am what you are. So Dylan Mulvaney, who's a biological man who thinks he's a preteen woman, is he a woman?
I feel like I'm just not in the position to tell him he's not a woman. If he says, if they say that they are a woman, I have no, you know what I mean? I'm not going to be like, are you a woman? Are you a man? That's nothing to do with me, honestly.
Got it. So if I'm 30, if I said I was 12, would you acknowledge that?
Yes, I would. It's kind of like a mental illness. Like, you know how someone could be 30 and they could truly believe they're 12. Like, those people really exist.
Great point. So if somebody, you're in healthcare, came to you and they said, I'm anorexic, so I think I'm fat. And they said, I want liposuction. Should you give them that surgery?
Of course not, because that would be compromising their actual health.
Hold on. But you just said that we have to affirm somebody's mental illness. They want liposuction. Why shouldn't they get it? Wouldn't it make more sense to treat the person and say you're not what you think you are, rather than affirming the lie that they think they're something else?
She won't judge a man for saying he's a woman, but will absolutely suspend all judgment, reason, and common sense along the way.
Trans women should not compete in female sports.
Society looks at the whole binary. Oh, this trans woman was once a man, so of course she's going to always have the agility that a cisgender woman can't. There are some cisgender women who have higher level of testosterone.
There will be anomalies of very strong women and things like that. But we've known for all of human existence that men are stronger and have more physical capacity than women.
That's been the societal constructive.
If I go down to the street and I pick 100 men and 100 women and I say, fight each other right now, or play tug of war, something like that, who is going to win? The men are going to win. Statistically, we know this to be true. The science is very much definitive.
I would just say there's a cognitive dissonance within science that still needs to be worked out around it. So go ahead, I'm sorry.
I would disagree about the cognitive dissonance in science. I think it's very cut and clear, though, as far as men and their physical advantages, where women have other advantages. We know.
She argues like a Wikipedia page in edit mode, unstable, contradictory, and always looking for citations that don't exist.
Now, if they make it to the final, the girls will get $5,500 each. The blokes will get $69,000 each. Oh! How can anyone justify this item?
They can't.
No.
I mean, the gender, I beg your pardon?
I can justify
this.
No. Why?
Well, I tell you what, stars don't get paid more money because, a sport doesn't become interesting because the stars are paid more money. Stars get paid more money because the sport is interesting. Let me ask you this. How many of you guys on the panel know who our Australian Matildas are playing in the quarterfinals?
Don't.
No, because you don't care about it.
Exactly. And if no one cares, no one buys tickets, no one tunes in, and no money is made. If no money is made, the salaries of the players are smaller compared to more loved and known players. Instead of ignorantly gasping, how about you get a couple tickets?
You're an OnlyFans model and you're doing all kinds of horny, girly on fans, you know, and then you expect your dude to respect you and not follow other women. You're delusional. You're delusional to think that
But
your
I think
guy's not going to follow other women. You can't be an OnlyFans model and then say you're a monogamist. There's just no way. You
That's
can't.
why I say monogamish.
You can't. Yeah, you can't. You can't. You can't even represent the whole monogamy thing because of what you do. Because it is a double standard. It's hypocritical. It's hypocrisy.
If you're not just sleeping with anybody else and you're not meeting up with anybody else in person.
You're sharing your body. You're sharing your body and these personal things that should be only reserved for the person that you're with or married to. If you're married and you're an OnlyFans model and you're sharing your body on the internet and I can pay to see your vagina hole, you are not a monogamous woman. I'm sorry. You're showing your private parts to other people who are not your husband.
This is what happens when we let these people redefine words to fit their feeling of the day. So you date one man and sleep with other people via OnlyFans. But somehow you are in a one man, one woman relationship? Did somebody say delusional?
In a fully committed, one-sided, open relationship on his side.
What draws you to that?
He is a very high-value man.
What are the qualities?
He provides for me in every single way. Keeps my life extremely entertaining. He's rich, he's attractive. He checks every single box that a girl could possibly want. And every girl goes for a man that's in the top 1%, and there's not that much to go around.
She's definitely looking for gold that shines brighter than her hair.
Your biggest red flag in a girl?
A girl who does OnlyFans.
A girl who does OnlyFans. Is that like #1 top red flag?
Yeah, not wife material, no self-respect, hard no.
Hey, yep. I get that. I'm feeling you. So if that's what I do, then it's a hard no.
Yeah. Oh!
Society already thinks low of you, but if the goal of this video was to further degrade yourself, mission accomplished, darling.
Back in the supermarket again, and I'm gonna leave a little donation in with the hot dogs. A little donation in with the milk. Got milk. Leave it on the cow horn.
So that's some British OnlyFans girl, an influencer, doing that for whatever reason. She probably thought it was a great ad for her OnlyFans. Anyway, she kept dumping her underwear in a particular Mercadona supermarket in Spain. The supermarket lawyered up, and to cut a long story short, she got deported. A win.
If I were to get raped, and the baby comes out looking just like your rapist, you're gonna relive that every single day. You're gonna see that the rapist in that baby every single day.
Okay, so suppose a woman was raped and the baby is now 1 year old, and that baby reminded her of the rapist. Can that woman kill that baby? No. Why?
Okay, because it's already here. It's
Well,
already
the-
experienced life.
Well, the baby inside the womb is also already here.
I don't think any of these people actually understand how grave that kind of assault. They don't understand how deeply it cuts into the mind. It's not the same with your self-diagnosed ADHD and color-coded OCD, and they make light of it every single argument like it's an everyday thing. It's evil and insensitive, but what would you expect from people who don't think babies deserve to live?
But in the abstract, it would say that equal work for equal pay. That's literally what they just marched in the streets for.
So your question is not so much as like getting paid by the same rate pay, but you're saying annual pay?
It depends. So let's say there was a company that employs OnlyFans models, and then they take a cut and they do all the work for you, okay? And they employ male and female OnlyFans models, and they both work 10 hours a day. The female OnlyFans models will earn $1 million a year for the company, and the males will only bring in $100,000 a year for the company. Should they have to pay both of them the same because it's equal work for equal pay? Or should they give more money to who's actually bringing money to the door, the women for the company?
I don't know.
I don't have like an opinion on like that kind of stuff. Like,
I think you both know the answer. You're just afraid to say it. That, that women should be able to earn what they earn and they provide.
That silence feels like butter to the ears. Finally, someone to shut up these non-working women who somehow believe that women somewhere are getting paid less than they should. You don't have an opinion? Maybe stick to what you're good at. Activism requires intellect, don't you think?
Systematically, white people benefit from this system. They're constantly putting in jobs. I've gone to work with the same qualifications as other white women, and they have gotten the job over me. And not because I'm not qualified, because inherently they're racist.
I identify as Jewish, even though I'm half Muslim, right? I mean, I can hide my Judaism, whatever, because, you know, I don't have a dark skin color, right?
Yeah, okay.
You cannot hide it. When you go to the street, people, of course, gonna prejudge you and assume stuff. I totally get it. But with that being said, when the Jews come to America after the Holocaust, they didn't sit and cry about it. They created job to other people. Unfortunately, it's up on you to prove people with your brain. People are gonna be always judgmental towards your skin color. They're gonna judge you, but it's nothing to do about it except being better, learn more, and prove yourself more to the society.
Why do you immediately think that because a white person got a job over you, it's because of their race? Isn't that very racist too? To think that white people never qualify for anything? How do you even know the qualifications of fellow interviewees? Do you ask them or do you just assume?